You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues.
Alright, looks like the trouble is over, boys. No, just give me a second to get all locked and loaded.
And if you were to wear a disguise, baby,
Your eyes would be enough to see your worth that lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in the rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live. But this world I'm living in, and I'll never stop loving. Because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms. So you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat so much faster for you? Fuck this song. There's no one there to look after you. Oh, your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. Apollo, but nobody's there. No wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anybody care?
You wonder if Siddhartha installed the Buddha, was he scared? Hope his people make it back to him. Hope his people make it back to him. Was Jesus' father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? Or God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after him. Yeah, the devil's always after him. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared? And wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anything care? Or will it ride its Zoroaster? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, still don't know. So why do we bother? Oh yeah, can't we just go on loving our brothers? Since I first kissed, I've known it's how the fist will be undone. do.
What do you think about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. We should all take a good last look around. It's closing time, I leave on the neon glow of the open sun. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? It's closing time, I leave on the neon glow of the open sun. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're coming anytime, 'cause there's hope alive inside. You're running out of time.
Alright, we're almost there, guys. Give me a sec.
So hard to smile. I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down. But won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible that you help me find God. I'm exhausted, had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all.
Alright, that's enough. Yeah, damn, my computer done fucked up. And that cost me the crying wolf effect. Because. Excuse. So I had to restart the stream and send out the notification again and all that shit again. 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 Alright then, though.
So, what's going on, guys? My name is Cole. This is Collateral TV. I'm wearing my banana shirt today.
And, yeah. Love me, hate me. Wanna fuck me up. Friends, lovers, brothers, sisters. People who qualify as all the same. In one category. Y'all are weird, but you're still welcome here. Yeah. Let's get it pushing. I mean, fuck. That's enough babble out of me. You know I'm not a babbler. You know I don't talk all that much. She does, though. This one here, she's a chatterbox. Aren't you, Booty? Yep. Yes, you are, right? Yes, you are. Love you, Booty. Love you, Buttian. What are we doing first? Say, man, if you want me to play Rise of the Ronin. Okay, fine. I'll play Rise of the Ronin. Fuck. Man. Alright, let's check some levels. I need to be up a little more into the yellow, I think. So we're gonna turn that up a little bit. Hello, hello, hello. Checking yellow. We're checking in the yellow. Okay.
And bring it up every chance
Destiny's
they get.
sounding a
You
little
guys religious?
high. Turn that.
Nah.
Okay. I feel like sometimes when people argue about religious stuff, they'll be like, "Oh, well, your science changes all the time, but like the Bible or the Quran has never changed. So what's more right?" Strong argument in favor of
Exactly.
yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, linking an apology for getting something wrong, and it's like, well, my guys never apologized for ever getting anything wrong.
Like Trump doesn't apologize
Okay.
very well. You know, like he won't admit he's wrong, and I mean that has been, I think that's been to his benefit, just because people that like Trump see him as like this strong man, and if he did apologize, that's admitting he's wrong. But a normal person, a normal president apologizing for something, I think that's actually a good quality.
So like, do you know Laura Loomer?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So she was pushing this propaganda about how Judge Marchand's daughter had a profile picture of Trump in jail. Like she kept pushing this, and Trump even posted it on Truth Social. And I explained to her, I literally made a video and I outlined how it wasn't actually her account. She had renamed her ex account, and then somebody else came along and claimed that username. And you could tell by the Twitter ID, you could tell by the date where it said this account's created on this date. I showed it to her. I sent her the video, and she writes back, "I'm still not convinced." It's like, so they don't want to, they don't allow themselves to be convinced. And I think it's a pride thing. Like it's an ego thing, just like with Trump. They can't admit that they're wrong because they know that it's going to hurt them from an ego standpoint.
Something I've radically changed my view on recently is I really do feel like there are very few principles on either side of the political aisle, and people tend to just kind of pick and choose out of a toolbox like what they believe in at any particular point in time. This happens on the left and the right, but one thing I noticed in particular recently, did you see the article about there's like a, I think it was oh god, 60 Minutes, Der Spiegel, and one other publication did a thing about directed energy weapon attacks or some way of attacking people at embassies,
Yeah.
like U.S. people
Yeah,
working intelligence.
the sound waves.
Basically, yeah. It was very interesting to me because, in my opinion, this has all the markings of something a lot of the alternative media people would love to jump on. Secret spy people whose travel is being tracked throughout the world, who are showing up at embassies, and people are reporting weird symptoms. And I'm like, this has got to be like Tim Pool and all these must love this story. But all of them said, no, it's bullshit. It's Russia propaganda. And I'm like, oh, because they, I don't know if they like Russia, but they don't like Russia being used as a scapegoat related to Trump. Now, any conspiracy relating to Russia, they're not going to believe in.
Yeah,
but if it would have been the CIA that was reported as doing this, they would have bought it line and sinker. And they would have said Biden himself ordered it with like Obama signing off on the orders.
Yeah, exactly.
Alex Jones could have saved $1 billion if he chose that story over Sandy Hook.
Yeah, true. There's no way he's worth that much, right?
No. I think there's actually a deal that they were talking about, like the defense or the plaintiffs would like take like certain percentage of his income for X amount of years instead of actually owing us $1 billion.
Okay.
You know what pissed me off during the Alex Jones show? I brought that up to him, the whole Sandy Hook thing, and I kind of went off on him. But Glenn Greenwald talked over me, and since he wasn't in the studio, nobody heard what I was saying. It blocked it all out.
There's a lot of frustrating stuff like that. Okay, that's going to be a big topic that we're going to talk about soon. A couple things before we get there, though. I'm just curious on a personal level. Do you guys ever have like major disagreements with each other, or?
Yeah, I mean, much more earlier in our lives, I think. Like,
Not politically. I don't think. I think we just discuss something if we disagree. Like it wouldn't, and probably like we see pretty much eye to eye on things.
Did you guys go to like the same college and do the same major and everything?
Yeah, we were roommates.
we both
Girl power,
we both
baby.
have a bachelor's in economics, Rutgers. Yeah, we lived together even after college. We lived together for a bit.
So am I.
Was there like a lot of pressure to like live up to it? Did you guys compete for grades
like
or
I
anything,
think we always like no matter what it was, we were always competing. Like even if like I think like sports, grades, I think everything. Like we always competed with each other.
Do you ever have like do you ever feel like there's pressure, or do you worry like if one of you might be thinking a little bit something different politically that you kind of have to fall in line with the other, or how does that work? I'm curious. You guys really just have like pretty similar opinions on everything?
I would just like call him up and say, I just saw your tweet. That's really stupid. Like what are you thinking? And then we'd just be like, he'd be like, oh well, I thought this, and I'd be like, oh well, still, I wouldn't post that.
Have you ever fought online with each other?
Maybe jokingly,
Jokingly.
like just jokingly. Like,
We used to get in fistfights all the time, up until probably like 25,
Okay.
and they were pretty even.
Are they?
arm wrestling, yeah. Well, I'm left-handed. He's right-handed, so he'd win right-handed. Arm wrestling, I'd win left-handed.
How is that?
Yeah, it's mirrored twins. Like,
Is that normal?
Yeah, a certain amount of identical twins are mirrored twins.
Do you guys ever go shooting?
We have, but I don't. It was just one time.
Do you know if you guys have different dominant eyes? Do you have any idea?
I don't remember. That's
It was a shotgun.
I think they were. I think we did have different dominant eyes.
Yeah, teeth. When we lost our teeth, it would be like he'd lose this one, I'd lose this one. It was just like the exact mirror image.
Crazy. Okay. I want to talk a lot about the Alex Jones thing. Before we get into that, our wonderful co-host Kyla, who's not with us right now, managed to get a sponsorship from Ground News.
The news is divided. Ground News puts it back together with coverage from thousands of outlets around the world.
That's
in
loud
one
as
place.
fuck. What the hell,
So you
Destiny?
can spot sensational reporting, no matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. Beside every headline, you'll see who owns the source, how reliable it is, and if they have a political bias. Multiple perspectives side by side, giving you a well-rounded view of today's biggest stories. Visit ground.news to learn more.
They've actually reached out to me before, and I've kind of looked into it, but I'm always like really scared about new stuff. They seem to be pretty good from everything that I've heard. I think Kyla pulled a lot of the stories that we're going to be talking about today from Ground News. I think she reads a lot of this to kind of get a little bit more informed for the background on a lot of the stories that we end up talking about. And yeah, you should definitely check them out. I think we have our own link. If you go to check.ground.news/bridgespodcast, I think there should be there's a referral code, a discount, something like that, right? Lycan? Yeah, he said, yeah, huge discount. But yeah, check them out. Check.ground.news/bridgespodcast. What Ground News does is I think that basically they give you like a wide variety of sources for any particular news story that happens for the day, and then you can kind of check and see like who's reporting what, and then compare and contrast. And it's supposed to be a way to give you like a more comprehensive view of the news without you getting worried that you're only looking at one side of the aisle when it comes to reading stories and stuff, basically. Yeah. So yeah, check them out if you can. And then, okay, the Alex Jones debate. We had that. It is kind of funny. Did you guys know anything about me before going into that debate?
So I Googled you and I found the Reddit.
Oh boy.
And I read the Reddit and I was like, God, who are these guys? And it was horrible. I'm like, oh God, these people hate us. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll do it anyway. They can't hate us as much as Alex Jones probably hates us. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so we didn't really know anything about you.
Okay, that's probably for the better then. I mentioned before about my audience liking you. Typically, when I do duo debates, it's really rough. Even when your partners are good, it's rough because sometimes if you're debating somebody, especially somebody who's really slippery, you want to be able to like hold them down a strict line of questioning and continue to move down something. And if you've got somebody like throwing you off or saying something dumb, you're not able to adequately, you can't like attack your debate partner and the opponent at the same time. So every single time I do these, it's like a joke in my community. Every single time I do these, I'm always typing in my chat up here, no more duo debates. Don't ever let me sign up for these again. Please, God, don't let me do any of these ever again. This is such a horrible idea. I can't believe I'm doing this. But I will say, when I did it with you guys, and I think I said it as much in my subreddit and my chat, so I'm not just sucking up to you now because you came on my show. I think you guys were the best duo debate that I'd had. Probably still, up to that point at least. The Benny Morris one was really good. But in terms of you guys, I was really scared because the only thing I've heard about you guys, you were Twitter reply guys. So I was worried that the knowledge base would be very low. You remember when I came into the green room, I was like, asking, okay, have you guys heard of this?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know you guys were just going to be crazy, like, progressive memers or whatever, and you were about to start screaming, like, Medicare for all, or you hate America, or something. So I was super paranoid, but no, you guys came super prepared, and there was at least one thing that you started running down. It was a particular person in a story. I had no idea, and it was either Alex Jones or Greenwald Bro. First, I was like, I was so glad you guys were here. I think it was one of the people that were arrested.
Oh yeah.
It was one of
like
the
Biggs or one of the Proud Boys.
It wasn't Biggs, but it was another one of the Proud Boys. Yeah, but one of you guys. I mixed you up, so one of you guys knew it exactly, and you were able to run that down. I was like super grateful that you were there for that because I would have been completely caught.
He was complaining after the Alex Jones thing, how I didn't let him talk enough. So I think we all feel the same.
I mean, it's tough, especially like we know each other, so we know like what.
He was acting like this, like during the debate, like I want to talk.
Yeah, but it's tough, you know. Like, and then there's you, like, and I know you know your stuff, so so it's like we want to let you talk, but I wouldn't blame you. Like I mean,
yeah, I think everybody feels that way, especially when you hear someone say something you really want to go.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this guy, I can. Yeah.
Yeah, you get an idea, and you're like, okay, how do you say this? And then like 3 seconds later, you forget what that idea was.
Well, and Alex Jones exacerbates that because he just throws the conversation off of immigration. You know, it's
Yeah. I have a thing called, I call this a constellation of beliefs, where I think people just like, there's like a whole unrelated thing that like every conservative believes in, and Alex Jones feels like sometimes he's like pushing a button and he's just like, if he doesn't like where it's going on one thing, like, well, I really think that January 6th was blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, how many of the FBI agents were vaccinated? It'll just be like, you'll go into some crazy other areas, like, okay, he's more guilty of that than anybody else. Do you want to roll the first clip?
So you're claiming that this is staged. You're claiming the FBI was behind it. In 2019, you Huh? No. You specifically said, I almost had like a form of psychosis where I thought everything was staged. So do you still have that psychosis?
Well, I said almost a form.
So you almost still had that form of
Yes,
psychosis?
let me quote it for you. That's out of a larger context about when you're lied to.
In a court deposition.
You're not, I said a larger context deposition.
About Sandy Hook.
Which is a larger...
Because you said you called Sandy Hook's a hoax, and you said it was fake because of this.
Sure, so you let me talk now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I said a larger context, which is a larger 5 hours, 8 hour deposition, right? Okay. So I just told the truth. I said a larger context. I'm explaining that the public's been lied to so much, there's a major loss in confidence where people then don't believe anything they're told, and that's dangerous.
That's not what you said. That's not the context you said. That's not the context you said it.
I know what I said.
But I read it. I read the deposition.
So put the full thing out.
I don't have it with me, but I read it.
The point is, stop.
Somebody Google it.
You're scared to let me talk?
Oh, go ahead.
So that's a whole nother PR firm thing, things out of context to blow that stuff up. All that.
PR firm is telling you what you say in court
No,
under oath?
you're not.
How much did she want us to watch of those? When you guys go into these debates, do you think, or well, actually, wait, first, I don't remember how this. How many of these like formal kind of like debates on stage and stuff have you done?
I mean, that was our first like actual debate. You know, we've been on podcasts with people that we disagree with.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say Tim Pool was kind of a debate. I'd say PBD was sort of a debate. So I'd say those are the three. I think the only three, probably.
Have you ever done any formal debate or like conversations or any kind of thing before?
But you know, like replying to people's replies on your tweets is a very good way to prepare for a debate.
And replying to Trump, like trying to get that reply in as quick as you can so it gets the most likes.
I feel like I disagree with that. I think it could be fun to do, but I don't think it can necessarily prepare you for a debate in real life.
So actually what I did before this debate is I made a bunch of tweets about January 6th.
Okay.
And then I went and I replied to every reply that tried to counter me.
Okay.
And I tried, so it was a good exercise to see if I needed to look anything up.
That's okay. That's really good. Yes. Before you came into this debate, did you guys have a goal in mind? Like, what did you want to do? Are we just kind of like winging it, or?
I mean, I didn't plan. Like, I know you plan things out. You have like a whole strategy. Like, I was just like, I'm just gonna.
Good. I didn't like that guy anyway.
No, I mean, we had notes and stuff. Like we researched January 6th. We researched like what the top talking points were from the right, and I listened to some.
I listened to the entire January 6th report as I was at the gym for the 10 days.
Mioma, no.
10 days.
Okay. The only reason I ask is from a professional debater. Okay, as I would say that I am. That line of questioning was perfect in two really strong ways. One is you had the factual part ready to counter every single time he made something up, right? Wait, well, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. I read the deposition. Or, oh, sorry, you. Okay. Yeah. You didn't do anything. You don't
Since
get
when do you use an oxtail blade,
every time
bro?
you brought something up, you had immediately like, no, I read the deposition. This isn't what you said. This is what happened. You were talking about this. So from a fact understanding point of view, that was really good. But also rhetorically, that was a really good question. And the only thing that I'm upset about is by the end of all of his like kind of dancing and moving around, he didn't actually address it.
Yeah, I know.
Which was a good point for us. Like if you admit in court that you had psychosis, how can anybody trust anything you say ever? I think that was basically what you were implying by the question, because you asked, are you experiencing psychosis now?
Yeah.
And that's a phenomenally good question. Do you think of that in advance? That like I want to get him on this psychosis thing, or was it just?
I sort of did. I read that. I read it about how he was diagnosed. He said he had psychosis in court. I'm like, and I was thinking like, how can anybody actually trust this guy if he admits to having psychosis that affects his judgment? So I'm like, I'm definitely gonna have to call him out on this. So I did plan it.
One of the things that I've learned so much about law and courts between the Israel international law stuff and between like the Trump Jan 6 stuff and all of this, all of his indictments. One thing that I love about the court process, I love under oath and depositions and statements in court, all of anything that is like legally binding. I noticed especially through a lot of the lawsuits, you can bring up the Fox lawsuit, you can bring up the Sandy Hook stuff for Alex Jones, or you can bring up the vote rigging lawsuits. It's very interesting what people will say in front of a camera and how different that is to what they'll say in front of a judge or during a deposition. And I wish that more people focused on that it's like in front of a camera, you'll say whatever, but when you were faced with a judge, you basically had to say that the only way you could excuse the stuff that you were saying on your show was that you were f***ing out of your mind.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. So the one thing that so many people on the right, they always, I know like debating people on Twitter, what they say is that
That's such a bullshit move, bro.
Cases were thrown out without the judge looking at the merits. And I think I brought it up during Alex Jones' show, is that actually that's not true. A lot of them were thrown out, not the rulings weren't made on the main ruling wasn't made on the merits, but most of the judges did actually rule on the merits or touch on the merits and say that no, there's nothing there.
Basically, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't go to trial, so they didn't have a full trial.
Yeah.
But people were saying that they were thrown out on standing, like, oh, well, they threw it out for a bullshit reason. But what they would do is, for a lot of these, they would look at the complaint and the facts didn't even support that was even stated by the petitioners didn't even support the complaint being made. And oftentimes the remedy that they were looking for the perceived injury was insane. It would be like, we think like 100 votes in Pennsylvania in this county are illegitimate. So for the relief that we're seeking, we want the entire state to like re-vote or something. It was like, it were insane. It was a joke.
And it was like the one was Mike Pence versus like some congressman, and it was like the lawsuits, like some congressman in Arizona was trying to sue a congressman in another state, and he doesn't have standing there because he doesn't live in that state. Somebody in that state would have to bring that lawsuit.
Yeah, I think one of the most. Do you know who Nick Rekieta is?
No, I don't.
Okay, he's like a YouTube lawyer. Sounds derogatory, but he's like a lawyer guy that got big on YouTube, especially over the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. There were a lot of law channels that got a lot of audience because people were following that. I had an argument with him that was one of the most infuriating things in the world, where a lot of these Trump people will defend certain actions that. Do you remember the electoral scheme with the false electors, right?
Yeah.
And the defense of that I heard from everybody, Nick Rekieta gave me a big argument about this, was that states have the ultimate authority over how they run their elections. No one else has shit to say, like if they want to do a little bit of whatever. And in reading and looking up more about how elections are run, I'll admit, our system, it's not really complicated. We just don't learn as much about it as I would hope we would. It's kind of true. States do have a lot of authority over their elections. But then it's interesting that when it comes to the Trump thing and the elections being stolen, everybody thinks that Texas should be able to sue another state for how they run their elections because it affects them too. And it's like, wait, well, hold on. Well, that's totally contrary to everything you said before. It plays into the whole, I don't think anybody has any principled position on anything. It's just whatever arguments are relevant for their political side.
Yeah, it's like a sports team, you know, like whatever's going to make my team look better.
Which drives me crazy. Yeah. We have another second clip. Beating the dead Sandy Hook horse was a bit much by the brothers at the end. That's me. I kind of thought maybe, but actually I don't think so. When they first brought it up, I was kind of thinking like, oof, are we really going to go here? But no, actually I kind of think I think the line of argumentation was pretty solid. You said you had psychosis and you couldn't tell when everything was a conspiracy. Like, are you sure you didn't think it was like, how do you know you're not experiencing psychosis right now? How do you know everything's not a conspiracy right now because of that, right? How do you know if it's a character right now or real? Yeah, I actually think that line of questioning was solid. Also, they cut this guy. We already heard everything I say. Okay.
You know, so we were actually on the plane flying into Austin, and we were talking about this, and Ed's like, I want to bring Sandy Hook up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know if you should, because then it's just going to give the people on the right this argument to say like, oh, they how do you bring this up? Like, why would they do that? And
which is exactly what I was worried at the time. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like when he brought that up, I was like, oh man, yeah, I don't know if he should be doing that. But then it all linked together about why we should be trusting it. You know, like why should we trust anything you say if you testify?
You know, like I just have the mindset. You know, there's so many parents who would love to be able to speak to him face to face and say you're such an asshole for what you said about my kids. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get the opportunity. I really don't give a shit what anybody says about me going after him for that. So I mean, I get that. I get Brian's side. I get your side. But I don't know. It was just something I felt like I was obligated to do, give an opportunity.
Yeah, I have independent of like the morality or like the fact base or whatever. It's like a debate rhetorical thing that I keep in mind. If you ever watch like a movie, like a hero movie, usually the good guy always gets beat up first, and then he comes back and he beats up the bad guy. I think when you're doing debates with people, something that I've noticed is that if you strike first with the insults, even if they're maybe kind of warranted, you always look really bad. It always makes you look like a bully. But if the other guy leads and then you counter, it can look righteous as long as you're like within the realm of what you're doing. So the fact that came up, I think that came up pretty late into the conversation. It was like the last
it was
third.
toward the end.
Yeah, towards the end. And it was, like you said, he kind of brought it up first, and it was really relevant to the rest of what was being talked about because he brought up the psychosis line, which was really good. Yeah, I thought it was really good. Do you feel like Alex Jones believes what he says?
So like we talked about that. So I mean, after the debate, I think you left, right? Like,
I was just...
So we hung out for like maybe like 10 minutes or so, and then we went back to the hotel. But we met a lot of the InfoWorks guys at the bar and just had a few drinks. And it was a good conversation. They were nice guys, like normal people, right? And before we left, we spoke to Alex Jones, and he was like friendly. He was like joking around. I think it's a show. You know, like it's all a show. It's all for money. He some of the things maybe he believes, but I'd say that 90% of the stuff he parrots out there is it's just baloney, and he knows it. I mean, that's the sense I got.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think he believes to a certain degree. It's hard to say, like, draw a line, like, okay, he believes this, he doesn't believe this, but I think he does believe a lot of what he says, but I do think that he also runs with stuff if he thinks he can convince his audience of it.
Do you think he's more of a performer than anyone else? Or do you think everybody's pretty similar in terms of...
Yeah, I guess everyone else is kind of hard to...
When I mean, like, media pundits, like, in his kind of position.
I think he takes things too far, where most people have a line they draw.
Yeah,
But I think everybody's performers to a certain degree, yeah.
To a certain degree. I think it's reductionist, though. When I go on, like, you guys said you did Tim Pool and you did PBD.
Yeah.
I've been on both of these platforms and I've talked about these people. I get the feeling that in general, I think they believe most of what they say.
Yeah.
Alex Jones is the only guy where as soon as the cameras were off and everything, I got the feeling that it's just like a lot of fun for him.
Yeah.
I remember that we got into a back and forth at one point, and I think he tried to put his hand on my shoulder, like, don't touch me. And I remember that when the show ended, and I was like, my mind was frazzled by the end of that, because it was so frustrating. And I went to get up, and he looked at me, and he was like, oh, that was real funny when you told you to get your hand up.
I remember that.
Yeah. And then, and I think I shook his hand, and I just had the feeling afterwards with his demeanor, I was like, it feels like it's all a huge show for him, more than anybody else I've ever met before.
Well, why don't you just keep going? He would have sat there for like 6 hours and just debated us.
Maybe, yeah.
You know,
Here's a personal question. I have I have people that I debate with online who are part of my sphere, I guess. How do you determine, or that we have significantly different political beliefs? How do you determine what's too much of a difference for you to be friendly or friends with somebody versus not?
So personally, like, I'll talk to anybody unless they're personally attacking me with, like, just baloney, you know? Like if the first thing I hear out of somebody's mouth is a personal attack against me because they disagree with me, then that's the line. But, like, if you believe something that I totally am against, I'll sit down and have a drink and listen to what you have to say and push back. So living in Florida, and maybe Miami's a little bit different than the west coast of Florida, but I think our county is like 67% Republican, and most of my friends, a good number of my friends are Republican, and we joke around, you know, like they voted for Trump and they know what I do on Twitter, and I mean, we're still friends, you know, and I think a lot of people in America, I think that they're starting to draw lines in areas that they shouldn't, and ending friendships, even like relatives, you know, like I've had people related to me that won't communicate with me or my wife because I don't like Trump, you know. It's just pathetic. So I think that we're so much more divided now, obviously, than we were 5, 6, 7 years ago, and people need to kind of separate politics out of their personal relationships.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty hard for me to say, oh, I'm not going to talk to this person. I can't be friends with this person. You have to have either done something really bad or said something really terrible directly to a person, or, you know, behind their back. I don't think just having a difference of opinion on politics or, you know, gender ideology or immigration, I don't think that's enough to make me say, oh, I don't want to be friends with that person. I mean, because most likely there's a reason they feel that way, and I want to know. I want to know what that reason is.
Okay. I just realized I asked you a very content streamer brain question. I think I agree with you 100% for personal acquaintances. I guess from my perspective, it's interesting for me because a lot of the people I deal with are
Like
also like come
online.
onto my stream. Yeah, so like content creators or other people. So like if I know a guy personally who believes in a particular thing that I think is like abhorrent, I won't say abhorrent, but I think this is like bad for the country, I don't think this is a good thing, I don't think I would not be friends with that person. But sometimes I'm confused online. If there's a guy who he's polite, he's friendly, but diametrically opposed to me on issues that I think are crucial for the, you know, composition of the nation and our future. Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm curious, but I guess you guys aren't like friendly with content creators online as much, so it's kind of a different relationship.
I feel like, Twitter's a little bit different than that, you know, because you're not having these face-to-face things. There's Twitter Spaces, but it's just voice and...
Yeah, well, I mean, I have frequent conversations with some Republicans on X, though, like in my DM box, like we have friendly conversations. People I might debate in in X space rooms.
How would you feel? So, like, let's say you've got like a Republican and he's like a decently famous lawmaker or online content creator, and he's pushing the idea that like the election was stolen. Like, is that something to where like that's your political opinion? I don't respect your political opinion, but I respect our differences. But we can still like be friendly on a personal level. Would you be able to put that aside, or is there like
No,
an inch or anything like that?
I think I could be friendly with them. I would definitely want to hear their logic and let them hear the facts and like give them the facts. If they don't already know them, they should if they're a lawmaker. I mean, I would interview somebody who's on the right. I would definitely do that if they're an election denier. I think it's important to give them, like a lot of people say, oh, how dare you give this person a platform like Alex Jones? How dare you go on Alex Jones' show? Or how dare you give this election denier a platform on CNN or MSNBC? I think it's important because that's the only way their logic can be challenged, where people can see both sides rather than just hear them say one thing and you say another thing. I think the conversation is what kind of might be that light bulb moment for people who believe that the election was stolen.
Yeah, and I think that if you push people into an echo chamber, that's only going to cause more extremism. It's just these crazy ideas getting crazier and crazier as they bounce off each other. But if you actually you sit down and talk to that person and other people are listening, then there's still probably going to be extreme people that are fans of this person, but maybe you might bring them a little bit closer to the middle, a little bit away from that. Whereas if you just say, no, I won't talk, I think a lot of people on the left, and we were talking about this, I think a lot of people on the left refuse to have conversations with people on the right or go on shows, like go on Tim Pool. And I talked to Tim about that. And Tim hates my political takes. But I think going on to those shows, it number one, it tells those people that you're willing to listen. And number two, it allows them to hear the other side.
How did you get
where
red?
they might not, the audience might not actually hear that other side in a normal situation.
Are there any other political content creators or
How did you get a red bra, bro? Oh my god, I want.
things right besides
I don't know. Like I mean,
are there people that you watch consume their content regularly on YouTube or Twitter? Or?
I don't really watch too much content for political stuff. Like I barely even watch the mainstream media. Like I don't really watch.
I think that Chris Cuomo, I think I like his takes because I feel he doesn't care anymore. You know, like he's not stuck on CNN. He can say what he wants, and he's with News Nation now, and he not everything he says is things that people on CNN will agree with, and he even said something about he might vote for Trump or something like that, which I disagree with. I think that's stupid, but
How fucking bullshit is that?
I respect the fact that he is his own self and he's not catering towards what he thinks is going to make him more money. And I think he's somebody that you should follow, at least listen to.
Speaking of CNN gone independent, did you watch the Don Lemon Musk thing? What were your feelings on that in general?
So I get the outrage that Don Lemon's partnership was canceled. Like I don't think that should, like if he had an agreement, that interview definitely didn't warrant it getting canceled. I do think he was a little too hard on some questions of Elon, like about his drug use, about his mental state. I think he pushed too hard on that, and I can see why Elon would be upset about that. But I honestly didn't. I feel like it was actually a decent interview. I didn't walk away from the interview saying Elon Musk is an evil person. I don't think too many people did. I don't think it made Elon look bad. I think the fact that the partnership was canceled was a bad move on behalf of Elon and X. Yeah.
I feel like so the way that I looked at that interview, and we were about 20 minutes in. Have you ever seen Piers Morgan interview people?
Yeah.
It felt to me like there's a certain style of interview where I've got a bunch of things about you that I really want to grill you on, where I think you're completely wrong, and I'm going to hammer these home until I've either made my point or you have like sufficiently extremely refuted it, and you're not going to dance. I'm going to repeat the same thing over and over again. And about 20 minutes into the Don Lemon interview, I felt like, okay, this is the style of interview here. It's not going to be like a friendly back and forth. Don Lemon has ammunition, and he's trying to land some shots. A lot of people don't like that style of interview, which I think is fair because it comes off as hostile. I was thinking about it during the interview, and you are right that like, ooh, he's like mining on some of the drug use stuff, on like, are you mentally ill and stuff like that, and it felt like pretty personal. And I was like, damn. But I will say, and I think maybe Don Lemon going into the interview, maybe he could have established this better, or maybe it's just in my online brain, I'm expecting there to see like, or to be like an accompanying post or an explanation beforehand. Even though it feels
Did he say
bad,
mind brain?
people went into that interview looking at Elon Musk as like an ordinary citizen. Like this is a guy that just has like a business and he's being interviewed by Don Lemon, and man, he's getting super bullied. But he's not an ordinary person. And through Elon Musk's own decisions, he has placed himself as one of the heads of one of the most important, according to Elon Musk, the most important when it comes to media proliferation, social media companies in the United States, arguably in the world. And I think when you look at it through that perspective, and maybe Don could have done a better job at emphasizing this, I think I kind of do want to know if the guy who is dictating who can say what or who gets banned or unbanned on a platform that's now being accused of hosting like a ton of anti-Semitic stuff and fight videos, is this guy crazy? Is he like on a drug binge? Does he have like a bunch of mental illness stuff? Is there other people making or helping him make decisions on things? I think those are like really newsworthy, important questions to ask. But I agree, because of the perception of Elon Musk kind of being this autistic tech guy who's like quiet and cute or whatever, Don Lemon ends up just coming off as a huge bully.
Yeah, like I think the questioning was fair. Like I think, you know, are you using ketamine recreationally? That's fair. Like I think people should know that. But I think once he said, you know, I have a prescription for it, I don't think it was right of Don to kind of push and say, are you taking, how many pills are you taking? You know, how much are you taking per day? What's your dose? Like I feel like that took things too far. You know, I can see both sides of it. I don't, like I said, I don't think it warranted a partnership getting canceled. I think it makes Elon look like he's a hypocrite in some respect, in that, you know, he took over Twitter and said, okay, you know, I'm going to give freedom of speech. I'm not going to be biased. It was horrible that Twitter had this many liberals working for them who donated this many liberal politicians. I'm going to come along and it's going to be a neutral ownership, you know, not politically in any direction. And then he comes and says, I don't want this left-wing media personality to have a partnership with X anymore because I don't like his questioning. Like, it's hard to really see what was so bad with that interview that partnership should have been canceled. I don't, but at the same time, I also think Don pushed a little too hard on certain areas.
Yeah, I mean, you have Tucker Carlson on X, right? He was like the first big name to start doing videos on X, and obviously on the right, and obviously he talks about some things and says some things that a lot of people disagree with. So I think that Tucker interviewed Musk in the very beginning, and obviously that's going to be more biased towards Musk, right? He's not going to say anything bad. So you get Lemon on the other side. Just let it happen. Like let both sides grill the guy. I feel. I don't think Tucker grilled him. I think it was more of just like a softball question interview, like a lot of his interviews are.
Yeah.
I respect Musk. I think he's a brilliant guy, but I think some of his political takes and some of the things he does is not really something you think a genius like him would be doing.
It feels like the thing we were talking about earlier, where if you get bullied too much by one side, you end up pigeonholing yourself into the other, and then that cycle just like perpetuates.
Exactly, and I think I think the same exact thing's happening with him in the media too, right? So like the media is attacking him, then he's attacking the media back, and you just have this spiraling out of control, like Trump. Same thing with Trump. I think it's like basically a replay of what happened with Trump.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And then I feel like I told this to somebody who's connected to the White House. I said, I really feel that Joe Biden should invite Elon Musk to the White House and say one good thing about Tesla. I think if he did that, I think Musk would stop being so political. And I think it would be super beneficial for Biden if Musk was not like constantly tweeting all this garbage about him and pro-Trump stuff, basically.
One thing this is a huge complaint that I have. there's two parts to this. One is people are way too black and white. I think that's just like a human thing in general. People are very black and white on things. And two, people absolutely cannot moderate their responses to anything. Like if you tell somebody that they said that they don't think minimum wage is the best policy, and somebody who said, I want to grind up and eat homeless people, the response to these is very similar online, to where if you say like, I don't like minimum wage, you're horrible, you're evil, you hate people, you're a fascist, you're blah, blah, blah. And like if you grind up the humans, maybe you'll get an extra report or two. But whenever somebody sees something bad about somebody, they go extremely crazy about it. And yeah, and it's a very black and white view of things. And one of the most infuriating things to me is that I think there are genuinely really cool things that America has done and has accomplished. And I used to be able to at least rely on the neocons for this, for the Bushes and everybody to like celebrate some big American businesses. Obviously, the left historically will be a little bit more hostile towards them, but now everybody hates the big businesses. And the two biggest examples I can think of this are, one, for Elon Musk, I severely dislike Elon Musk. I'm trying to say hate, okay? His political opinions are wild. And in my opinion, the mismanagement of X, just because Twitter was such a great branding, drives me crazy. That platform drives me crazy. Just, God, he drives me crazy. But undeniably, SpaceX is awesome, okay? We had no real private rockets in the United States, like very little, if any, progress being made on the front. And now we have rockets that come back to Earth. That's super cool. And the electric cars, for as much as you want to say other people are working on them, he pushed that industry forward like 10 or 20 years. Nobody was seriously invested. So, but if you're on the left, you can't give Elon Musk credit for that because he's like an evil guy. And then the flip side for Republicans, I think it is super cool that through the power of globalism, diversity, and capitalism, and then through government action of warp speed, we created an amazing vaccine in record time using collaboration from companies and countries across the
Trump
world.
as president.
Yes, partially because Donald Trump pushed this hard. But conservatives will never give anybody credit for that because they hate the vaccine. And it sucks that even on the few things that we should all be able to agree, like these are cool things that America does together. And even if we hate each other, at least we like get shit done sometimes. It's cool. Like though every single accomplishment has become a victim of like political hostageness to where.
So true.
Yeah. God, that drives me insane. Especially related, to both of those things.
There's no middle ground, you know, like nobody can say this is good, and then the person that disagrees with them other things can't say this is good. So like I feel we need to definitely get back to that, and we had it. I mean, even under Obama, we had it, even though the conservatives hated him. But I mean, there are still things that we could find common ground with.
Aaron had a thing here. If Destiny denies that he believes Alex Jones is performing, hold him to his old position with this clip. Play this. What is this? Why am I being attacked by my co-host in the notes?
I know that I did because here's one of the things I don't like about Alex Jones more than any other person. I feel like most of the people that I argue with, I think they genuinely believe the shit that they say. I really do feel like Alex Jones is just a showman. I think he's just funny. I think he enjoys it. I think he plays it up.
Okay, we already learned this. Okay, yeah. So I think, my old position was, I used to believe that everybody was pretty honest, and especially because Alex Jones, because he ate the Sandy Hook lawsuit. Like he must believe it if he's like willing to. But I think he just went too far. I don't think. His demeanor after that show we did was just wild.
Yeah, like I mean, I think he realized that he got in so deep, he had to keep it up. He kept going with it. He realized it equaled more money. I think he liked the attention it got him. I think a lot of these guys are just, like they thrive with that attention. And I think he just took it too far. Probably if he could go back, he would have done it differently. But I think like he probably didn't think he was going to get sued for $2 billion.
Maybe,
Wasn't thinking about that.
Load the Yasmin Gold clip. What do we got on the subreddit for this? This is, did you watch any of Alex Jones's reflection on the debate afterwards?
I think I saw some of it. I don't know this clip.
Nearly all of think I can own Inannick, but one may
Continue to talk until we say ready. You didn't watch much of the reaction. Were you nervous? When you guys read feedback about like a live performance, that's got to be like a... Hold on. You guys, it's such a big... I hate that you said that Twitter comment earlier because it's not true, okay? You get more credit for doing good in live formats. A lot of people can do stuff on Twitter and fall apart completely in a live environment. That's why I asked if you had any public debate background, or maybe you guys are just like naturally good at speaking or whatever. It's a really hard thing to jump from being a Twitter warrior to... Have you seen the Libs of TikTok lady?
Yeah.
My God.
She attacked him this morning.
She's horrible in real life. She's like clueless. You guys did really good.
Yeah.
You guys did really good jumping from Twitter to a live format. When you, after you finished, your thoughts about like online stuff, are you just like, oh God, I don't want to read anything? Or are you like, I want to see every comment about
No,
me? Or,
like,
what is your...
I liked reading, like Alex posted some clips from the show with like his take on things, and I liked reading the people who responded. Most of them are like haters who hate me and you know agreed with Alex, but I find it either humorous or interesting in some way. Like, and I like seeing like how the other people see, how the other side sees things.
Yeah,
How they-
and I think it used to bother at least me. I think probably both of us a lot more. But I think after having people every single day just attack you with like crap and you know just push back with baloney, I think you kind of get immune to it. Whereas it's more entertaining now than anything else. I mean, maybe some self-reflection, like maybe you can learn something about yourself, but overall, it's mostly just entertainment, I think.
Okay, interesting. That's the exact same answer I have. That if there's a lot of feedback, you try not to take it to heart. But if people are saying the same thing, maybe there's like something to be like, okay, maybe I need to.
like he's scratching his cheek too much or
Sure,
something.
yeah.
Oh, man.
Or even if somebody's saying something that's like not true at all, like, oh, he's like a sophist, like completely fake news, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
If there's a bunch of people saying it, you might not be engaging in that, but it might be good to understand like why are they doing it. Wait, okay, here, hold on. Another random personal question. Have you guys ever in your life, and this can be related to this or something else, have you guys ever in your life had a completely different emotional response to the same stimulus? So let's say you both go to see like a horror movie like Signs, and one of you come out of the theater petrified and one of you are like, oh, I really like that. Or you listen to music and one of you are like, oh, I like the song, and then it's like, God, I hate this whole genre. Or you guys are pretty similar on...
Yeah, I mean,
I think we're
I
pretty
feel like
close.
I can predict exactly what.
What's
she's-
going
I mean,
on,
we grew
Lisa?
up the same.
I'm good, how are
genetically
you?
the same, So I feel like there's nurture versus nature versus nurture, but we have nature and nurture.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Like I mean, I think it's more like I can predict how he's going to behave rather than saying, oh, you know, we're going to behave differently in certain circumstances. I can't think of. I'm trying to think of one, and I can't. Like I just.
What's like the most significant difference of anything you guys have?
I'm like a quarter an inch taller.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that true?
it's true. Yeah.
You malnourished? What happened?
No, I actually.
That's what's
weigh more
up.
Than him though. Like I got like 2 or 3 pounds
Appreciate
on
you
me.
coming by.
Okay.
Always good to see you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we're very much alike.
Okay.
I think.
Are your wives both like same hair
Probably
color
not.
or same-
I got what I wanted out of you,
didn't know they were
bish.
doing that, yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, they'd probably say the same thing. Like they talk about us. Like if we get in an argument or something, it's like they go to each other. Like, oh, he does the same.
Not
thing.
at all.
Yeah, it's like
Interesting.
same personality, same everything.
Okay. All right. Roll the Alex Jones clip. Go for it.
And then I had that debate Saturday in here with Zero Hedge folks, great people, with the leftists they brought in. And man, I realized they're not intellectuals. They're not informed. They just act
Oh, we're
crazy.
just getting started.
We're sitting here before we go live, and there's like a bzz, 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 bzz.
Pretty good so
I said,
far,
"You guys got
I
text
must
messages
say.
Coming in, your microwave relay is getting into the wire. You need to keep your phones at least a foot away from the wire. And the Destiny guy, in his fake name, blue hair, goes,
I have blue hair on me.
3 minutes to be in live. He goes, you crazy person. Sitting right here. He goes, that's not a microwave oven. And I said, it's not a microwave oven. I said, it's a microwave relay, and it interferes with the equipment. And he started laughing and laughing, and I pulled it up, and he wouldn't even look at Wikipedia that cell phones are microwave relays. They don't know anything, people. They're stupid, but they just act confident. They're not fit to clean toilets.
Was this the totality of his reaction to that debate?
I think so.
I don't think he said much else about it. It's kind of interesting that the largest criticism that he had of what was being said was before the cameras were rolling. That
Yeah.
wasn't related to anything at
Right.
all.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, but although I don't know how you didn't know about the microwave relays. Like,
Who, me?
yeah,
Oh.
How did you know that?
I'm going to be honest. As soon as he started saying it, I just completely didn't believe him at all.
I didn't.
I felt the
tuned
same way.
I didn't look it up.
I looked it up immediately, and I'm like, this can't be true. And then like, oh crap.
That's kind of true, yeah. I always tell that's one of the things I give to people is that like I like to write down my biases before I go through like a Joe Rogan video because like I know that I'm primed to disagree with everything this guy says. So if he says something and I'm immediately I need to look this up
Yeah,
because I might
yeah.
say something dumb. Yeah.
Well, and like when a conspiracy theorist starts talking about microwaves, you
My
immediately.
my every
Like
red
the ta-
flag ever is
Yeah.
going off. Where it's like, yeah, that would be a good strategy. I think if you're a conspiracy theorist, you should.
That actually
learn
scared me.
esoteric
Jesus
facts on
Christ.
Physics or biology that like nobody would really
Leave
know.
me,
And then when
leave
you
me
say
alone,
something, and
doggo.
people want to fight with you and end up being true.
Don't
You're
give him any ideas.
like, true, exactly.
I
There you
don't
go.
want to kill you, but I will.
Good one. Thank you. The ugly truth about cell phones. Thank you. I don't think it was the cell phones that were interfering with the cables, though. I think it was noise manipulated somewhere else. I will stand by that. Okay.
Kitties.
Let's see. Tim Pool on Destiny versus Alex Jones. I don't think we do that. Bonus joke if it feels appropriate. Load it up. What's the bonus joke? You guys said Tim Pool was pretty friendly off camera.
You know, like, so Tim's cast was really friendly. Tim's a really serious guy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we talked. He was friendly, but he wasn't like everybody else was like joking around and stuff, and he was just stone cold, like super serious.
Oh, okay. I feel like on the shows I've gone on with him afterwards, I feel like I get along really well with him.
Yeah.
But I'm very similar to that. To where like when the camera's off, my demeanor's about
Yeah,
the same.
yeah. I mean, you were pretty serious coming in, Alex.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, this guy looks pretty serious.
So even when the show's over, me and him
Yeah.
were like, yeah, like what do you think about like this guy and like
Yeah.
you know Sam Cedar from the Majority Report? I don't like this guy. I'm like, oh, I understand why. Yeah, because I'm like the same level of like
Well, Tim Pool tweets that I'm evil like every other day.
that you're evil.
Yeah, so like I don't know if he actually thinks I am, so maybe he was just serious.
Yeah. So Ian's actually on Tim Pool. He was the moderator for Alex Jones.
Yeah.
We went out for a drink with him after the show, and we had a really I thought it was an interesting conversation with him that we had. I was talking about like, are we living in a simulation and just random stuff like that, and it was a good conversation. I think Brian said, just tell Tim to stop calling us evil on Twitter, and so again, Tim like a few days ago said, this is why I call you evil, and he was something about, I don't even remember what it was about.
Yeah, it's just something stupid.
His Twitter is really extreme, but I can't criticize anybody for that. So my Twitter is very extreme. Where are center left people online? Are they anywhere? I feel like I can find far left people who make up like 2% of the Democrats, and all the Trump fans are online. Where are the center? Where are like the Pod Save America people? Where do these people live?
That's a good question. Like there are like I feel like we were like in with that left group before our suspension, and now we're more like the center left group, and they're few and far between. There are some, but they're not like huge accounts.
Yeah.
I guess it's hard to really build an account being center left, just like it is being center right. Center right, center left is hard to like get followers, right?
Yeah, but it's different because like there aren't when it comes to far. It depends on how you define. The paradigm breaks down a little bit when you bring in like elements of anti-establishment and populist thought. But if we can, do you consider Trump? Let me ask this: do you consider a Trump supporter to be far right?
No, I mean there are people that are far right that are Trump supporters, but not. I mean, there's what 40%, 35% of Americans aren't far right.
Okay.
I mean, Trump's his own thing. Like MAGA is his own.
Yeah, that's his
you know, like, it's really. I mean, I think they are whatever Trump says they are. Like Trump could say, you know, abortion is okay. I think a huge percent of them would go along with that. You know, go ahead.
On that note, I don't know where I think we were talking before the cameras were rolling, before the show, about my mom is from Cuba, and my parents had incredibly strong feelings about like Russia and China and all of that. And watching them change over the course of Trump, to think, like if you would have said before Trump, I could have said almost anything about Russia, and my mom would say it's probably true. They've got a bioweapons program. They're trying to kill innocent. I would be like, yeah, that's the Soviet Union. Of course they're doing that. And then after Trump, it's all Russiagate. It's all conspiracy. Like Putin doesn't care that much, and blah blah blah. And watching that change from my parents, like, no shot. This can't be. You were like the most Red Scare people. They were both in the Air Force during the Cold War. My mom flew on. In the U.S. Air Force, it was called the Looking Glass mission. So it's where you're looking for like nuclear weapons being launched, and so she was like the most like Red Scare person ever. And to hear her just not care that much about it anymore, I'm like, just because Trump said it, I'm like, how is that possible?
It's crazy. Yeah, I see that all the time, like online, like and yeah, I think maybe the left overblew the whole Russia stuff a little bit, but there were actually ties to Russia within his campaign, whether it was Paul Manafort passing documents over to these spies, basically. There's Roger Stone was connected with WikiLeaks to Russia. So I think that the right will use, oh, it's all Russiagate, it's all a hoax, but it wasn't. There were ties, but I think the left did probably overblow things with like the PP tape and all that.
Possibly.
But
I
maybe,
do
it
agree
might
with that.
exist. It might exist, but
If
who-
a Manafort would have been in Hillary's like campaign, and if Hillary would have gotten elected and pardoned him,
Oh yeah, exactly. They
do you
would
remember
be out.
Uranium One,
Yeah.
where Hillary was accused of selling all of our uranium to Russia? Like, oh my God. Do you think? I agree that Trump is a cult of personality, and it seems like he can lead the Trumples basically wherever with
Yeah.
whatever he says. It obviously everybody's prone to this a little bit. Do you feel like Republicans are a little more prone than Democrats, and if so, why?
I wouldn't say Republicans. I would say MAGA.
Well,
You know, like
but I mean, like 80% of Republicans are ready to
yeah,
follow Trump.
yeah, but I mean, the rest of them are the opposite. So I mean, I think you do have to draw a line there, right? Because the ones who aren't MAGA but are Republicans, like the John McCain, Mitt Romney, Nikki Haley type Republicans, of course they would be rhinos now, even though
Yeah.
I mean that's the old party. Like I don't know how you can say they're Republican in name only if that's what the party has always been until Trump. I think most of them are, yeah. Like I think most of them. Well, go back to the
are
question.
they more prone to?
Yeah, are they more like? So if a far left leader came, like if Bernie Sanders somehow was like anointed president, I don't think 80% of the Democratic Party is following Bernie Sanders. I think it's going to be stuck at that 25-30% mark no matter what. If Biden were to start saying tomorrow we are going to become a socialist country or start making really crazy declarations, the majority of the Democrats would abandon him.
Yeah.
The majority of the Democrats right now, well, I don't know if it's the majority, but you've got, I think, Ezra Klein and a bunch of other people like writing articles about like, Biden's too old, he's got to go. We're like so self-critical as Democrats. And then meanwhile, like on the Democratic side, you've got Biden is too old. Maybe it's time for him to throw away the incumbent advantage and nominate a totally new person. Maybe Gavin Newsom needs to run like a completely ahistorical event because he's too old. That's what the Democrats say. And then on the Republican side, they're like 91 indictments. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, give us more. Like, did Trump lose to this exact same guy? Don't care. We're running him again. Like, it's like unstoppable. The force, like. If it was, again, if the parties were switched, like, are we really going to run the same candidate that already lost against this guy a second time? He's now staring down the barrel of 4 different lawsuits, 2 federal, 2 state lawsuits, and 91. No way. Why? What makes them more to...
Like, what if Trump was a Democrat, like, and said everything that Democrats wanted in 2016? Can we really say for sure that Democrats wouldn't be doing the same thing with him?
I guess it's hard. How much do they... It seems like they were so critical of Hillary on everything. Like,
And I don't think Democrats would. I think Democrats would throw him away. Like just imagine if Joe Biden was indicted for anything.
Yeah, but
So many-
Republicans would have said the same thing.
Yeah, but
before Trump.
it's something about Trump. It's something.
Yeah, it's exactly something about Trump. So I think, like, you can't say that.
But would Democrats actually fall?
Like if Trump was like pro-choice, if Trump was just towed the liberal line for everything, and he also attacked Republicans like he does Democrats now, and attacked the right-wing media, and like I don't know, maybe it's his personality, and people just he's like that figure that I don't want to say, but he's like a cult leader, right? Like, and maybe Democrats, if he was towing the Democratic line for the last 6 years, 7 years, maybe Democrats would still be following him. I can't say.
I feel like if Monica Lewinsky happened under Donald Trump, I think most of his supporters would clap. Because the Stormy Daniels stuff got zero
Yeah.
play. Nobody cares about the Stormy Daniels thing
Yeah.
for Trump. If anything, when Stormy Daniels comes up, it makes them like him even more because that's just a Democrat attack on Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah.
Or could you imagine if Obama had like 3 wives, a foreign wife, kid, like was cheating on his wife? Like, oh my God, I can't even imagine. Or he had the Kushner as a stepchild in the White House that
Yeah.
was making positions for him. Like,
Yeah.
sorry, Jesus.
No, I agree. But so Trump is such a horrible candidate, right? And Republicans still cling to it. Like they could have nominated Nikki Haley or even Ron DeSantis, and that person would have a significant advantage to Trump against Joe Biden. Like the poll showed, like Haley versus Biden, she was up like 3 times as much as Trump was. It was like 7 or 8%. Trump was like 2%. So I don't get it. Like if you think your candidate's crap, then vote for somebody else. But Democrats are kind of doing the same thing with Joe Biden, right?
I can at least understand with Biden because 1, he's already beat this guy. 2, yeah, the incumbent is just huge. And then 3, he did get more votes than any other president in history. Although it's questionable, was it a vote for Biden or a vote against Trump? But I'm very warm to the incumbent advantage.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and I agree. Like that's why I was more leaning towards Biden is because you have the incumbent advantage. You have somebody that already defeated Trump by a significant margin. So I don't know. I mean, I think a Newsom versus Trump. I think Newsom would blow Trump away. I think Biden is going to be close. It's going to be a close race.
What is this? Wait, what did we watch this yet? I see a girl's face. Is this about to be real dumb? This is a big person. All right. On the 6th, oh, nice. No ad account. I did my debate with the Krasensteins. Krasenstein?
Oh, these guys like plenty of times.
They actually said that.
I do with single skin.
Nope, I don't want to watch the rest of this. Okay, go to the next thing. Go to the next thing. I don't know what I'm going to say. Something cringe. Okay, close it. Okay.
I don't want to hear it.
You can play 20 more seconds. We did the debate. We talked a little bit prior to the debate. When we were talking prior to the debate, they both seemed like they were pretty informed on stuff, which was surprising to me because my expectations are always very low for debate partners. As we got through the debate, I realized they were very informed on stuff. I was incredibly pleasant.
I kept feeling like he's like bad. Would have made it more exciting.
When I showed up, you said you read that J6 commission.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
I didn't read it. I listened.
Or listened to it. Sure, yeah. I'm curious if you guys had this experience. When I went to study for this debate, there was a lot of stuff about January 6th that I completely did not know. Yeah. I didn't know anything about that elector scheme. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I was somewhat familiar with it just from like tweeting about it, but yeah, like the details about it, and it like that. I think that part hit me the most. Like wow, like that. This is a crime.
That was like Civil War tier. Like if Pence would have literally said, "Sorry guys, not counting these because I got 2 sets," and half those sets were like manufactured by the Trump camp.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how many people, because I think most of my fan base also wasn't aware of it, but I feel like we were so inundated with January 6th stuff that we were fatigued by it. So by the time the commission and everything came out, I remember watching like 2 days of it on YouTube, and I was like, this is boring. I'm done. I've already seen so much about this. I had no idea about that whole set of things. And then the Eastman, all the internal communication, everything. Like, well, this is wild.
Well, like, so you didn't know about it, and so many people on the left don't know about it. What about all the Trump support?
They also didn't know about it.
Nobody tells them about it, right? Like if you watch Fox News, they're not going to tell you about that. And it's like horrific. And the first defense that a Republican says, like, oh, they weren't fake electors, they weren't fraudulent electors, they were just alternate electors. And they did that in like 1960 with JFK versus Richard Nixon. And it's if you read the facts, it's completely different. The whole scenario where this was like Trump's own campaign setting up these electors outside of the norm to just be ready to send in these fake certificates, whereas JFK was like the 2 actual legitimate sets of electors, sent them in at the same time, awaiting the court deciding.
This was this Hawaii?
Yeah, Hawaii. Right? Yeah, awaiting for the electoral college to decide who actually gets the votes.
One thing that was incredibly frustrating to me, I don't know how much you guys bet people on stuff, but I used to think that a lot of the people, this is why I think the people that do the content are a little bit more disingenuous than they know, but they kind of have to cater to an audience. They're not like full-on grifters, but they're definitely audience captured, and they know a little bit more than they let on. Is I was able to get another debate with Greenwald afterwards, because I hate this guy. I hate Greenwald with a fiery passion. And I wanted to have a more extensive conversation with him over J6, because this guy's like literally his background is constitutional law. How can you possibly defend this? And something that blew my mind that was very frustrating is during our debate, he rolls out all of the ordinary conservative talking points, which is funny because like even the guys at the top, they sound like the guys at the bottom. It's just more talking points. And he brought up that like, well, they already did this before in the 60s in Hawaii. They've had this exact same thing. And as soon as he said that, there's like a lot of stuff I researched on. And I'm like, what? This wasn't even remotely close. Do you even know what happened in the 60s with Hawaii? And he goes on to explain it perfectly. And he's like, yeah, it was a bit different. Like, wait,
I gotta pee.
Was it on the off chance that I didn't know about
Motherfucker,
that?
come
And he
on.
decided to list this example? Because like you said, I think the votes were off. It was like 134 vote difference.
Yeah,
It was
and it
incredibly
actually
close.
flipped. It
I
actually
think
flipped.
it did after
Yeah.
recount. Yeah. So it was within recount, and then both people were authorized by the state to transmit their electoral votes, and after the recount, they would choose. But it's not at all comparable to a presidential candidate making a fake set of votes in 7 different states.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's funny. Greenwald texted me after that, and he's like, "Oh, it's a good debate. Good job, guys."
I want to get mine
You
tagged.
were just like, it's just like it's like all a show for a lot of people, I think. And like Greenwald, he obviously has a history, and like I feel for him, some of the stuff that happened to him. But I
Wait,
mean,
what is
so
the negative?
the whole Edward Snowden thing that went through him, like all that.
Yeah,
All
okay.
that's so I mean I think that's where he kind of got his name from the most.
For sure. But you said history.
Yeah,
Wait, did he get like super
his,
screwed
his
on that?
husband passed away. He has
Yeah.
he has a couple kids, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a sad story. So I mean, obviously that shouldn't distract from things he parrots or says in a debate. But
Who do you think is going to win the next election?
I think Joe Biden will. I think it's going to be very close, and I think we're going to have a lot of problems again.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close. Like, if I had to decide right now, I'd say it's about 50-50. But I'd probably say, like, maybe 54% chance Biden, 46% Trump.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think Biden is going to clean sweep it.
Yeah.
Wait, start preloading the clips, like, so that we can just roll them.
Are you not worried about the polls? Like, the polls at this point in time?
I think the polls are. This is my thought on it. My thought is that if you went like 6 months ago,
All right, give me 2 seconds.
or like a year ago, or a year and a half ago, I think that inflation was a significant problem in the economy. It was real. It could be seen on paper, and it was felt emotionally. People were talking about it, and they felt like they felt it. And then I think as the months went on, I think it became not as real, but people still had the feelings about it. And I think that going forward from there, the only concerns I think that Biden really had coming into the next election are the economy and maybe the border. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And I think of the economy, it seems like it's just going up. It seems like it's just headed in one direction. Like all the indicators are pointing that way. As long as the economy continues to improve, unless something dramatic happens, like the continuation of the Israel-Palestine stuff, or some crazy event happens at the border, I only see things staying the same or getting better for Biden, but I don't see an opportunity for things to get better for Trump. He just has his indictment stuff that he's putting off. He's got like all these other random civil cases that he's facing. He's still like pulling that same like stolen election chain over and over again. Republicans, I think, are a little bit tired of, kind of the whole Trump thing, even though they're still like very ardently supportive of him. I think the energy is different than it was 7 or 8 years ago. So yeah, I guess that's my feeling. I feel like it's maybe not a clean sweep, but I feel like things can only get better for Biden from here, and I don't see how they improve for Trump. But
I think if you ask me the question now, like as I see it now, I think it's close. It's gonna be close. Biden will win, but it's gonna be close. But if you fast forward, say 3 months from now, and Trump's convicted in Manhattan, I think that's gonna hurt him more than a lot of people realize.
maybe.
I think it will, because I think that it's gonna drive home, hey, this guy's a felon. Like even if you love Trump, it's hard for an independent to vote for somebody that's a convicted felon.
Maybe, yeah. Even if it's, have you guys gone through like the New York case against him?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not that significant, right?
It's kind of
Like,
dumb.
Like, I really wish that they would be the cases in Florida, and of course the January 6th case.
Largo one is good. The Jack Smith
Yeah.
January 6th.
Like, I think those are the two ones that are the most damning to Trump. But I don't have too much faith that we're going to actually see those before the election.
I do. It does upset me that from an objectively external point of view, looking at the New York case against Trump, I think it's legitimate. Like,
Yeah.
even if it's like, is it really worth it? This is a presidential candidate, ex-president. If it was a Democrat, the Republicans would be treating it like a huge case.
Yeah.
If Bill Clinton was paying $100,000 of hush money to a woman that he banged behind his wife's back, and he was using like campaign funds to do it, I think that would be a huge story that I mean, how much do they talk about Hunter Biden?
Yeah.
He's not even
Yeah,
elected
exactly.
anything. Yeah. That is, the double standards. But what are you going to do?
I mean, it's still a crime, right? If he's convicted, it was still a crime, and he still broke the law. So I mean, it's not like as bad as trying to overthrow the government and appoint yourself president. But
I think have you read through the indictments for the Mar-a-Lago case?
I read through a lot of it. Yeah,
That's bad.
it is.
God, there's so much stuff that I didn't know until I started reading through.
Yeah,
That's why I
like how he
encourage people.
hid it and he like the sprinkler system
to hide it and bring it up to my house. We're gonna fly north.
Yeah,
with it.
and they flooded the room, flooded. And
Yeah, because I thought it was just like he took some shit and he was like doing Trump
Yeah.
things and moving around, but no, it was a lot more malicious and a lot more intentional than
Oh
that.
yeah.
It's very hard to see a way out for him. You know, I can't see how he can actually get out of that.
No shot. Especially, and that's just what's in the indictment. If there's anything else, like even with this, and like, oh my god, and it sucks because it's like it's got to be like the worst client ever. Like, okay, well, you had classified information. The mens rea for this crime, though, you have to do this knowingly, right? You didn't say anything like that, and then he's like, this could have been declassified, but it's not. I'm not supposed to show this to you, but I am. I'm not supposed to have it, but here it is. And it's like every element. It's like he was reading the criminal code while reciting exactly what he needed. Oh my god. Yeah, jeez. What's our first Trump v. Biden clip? Roll it. Under this section.
Well, you did say at the beginning of the podcast, I wrote it down. You said, you know, approach versus policies. You liked some of his policies. But
some of his policies.
it's his approach you don't like. It's because of his approach that you're not going to vote for him.
All right.
That's a big part of it. There are
Fixing to beat this dude, and then we're fixing to beat this
Which kind
game.
of divisiveness do you like less? Public or private divisiveness?
Define each.
I tell you to your face, I don't like you. Versus I tell you to your face, I like you so much, but I go behind your back and tell everybody how much of a whatever you are. Which one do you respect more?
I respect the public.
I do as well.
Right.
Yeah, that's what half the American people respect. Half the American people kind of respect the fact that he's not telling you something publicly. And, you know, if he doesn't like somebody, he's going to tell you. We as Americans, for whatever reason, you know, as an immigrant myself who came here from another place, we're super skeptical. Super skeptical. And for me, I think Jay-Z said best in one of his songs. He says, don't tell me what somebody said about me. Tell me why that person was so comfortable to tell you what they said. Right? Okay.
Before you went on to PBD show, did you guys do like any research? Was this your first big show that you went on?
So that was, I mean, we did pool before.
Okay.
But so they messaged. Were you on PBD or no?
Yeah, but it was mainly to argue with another person, which I don't remember. Yeah.
So they emailed me like the day before, like this book. It was like, I don't know, like 30 pages long of like all news articles, and it was like small print. So I had no idea. Like it was like just every news story in the last like week.
Mm-hmm.
And so we had no idea what they're going to talk
And
about.
I don't think they talked about any of that. Like maybe one thing out of there they talked
It
about.
was mostly about Trump.
So there wasn't really much to prepare for. Like we had no idea what the questioning was going to be.
You're never worried that you'll show up on these shows. Okay, this is what I mean when I say you guys break the mold on a lot of these things, okay? Because you're coming from Twitter, you don't have a lot of experience doing this type of thing. You're not worried at all that you'll go on a show like this and they're going to bring up stuff and you're like totally clueless. You're like, oh God, I don't know. I didn't ever even heard of this thing before and I was like an idiot. That's just not a thing you guys ever worry about?
I mean, like, if there's something I didn't hear about, it would have to be... I mean, I'm pretty up to date on the news, so it would have to be something, like, pretty obscure, and then I'd be like, oh, well, I didn't...
Yeah, like, I think Tim brought up some stuff, and I just questioned him, like, okay, did this happen, and, like, do you know that... Like I just question it and get him to answer, like, okay, if this person was raped by this person, did somebody see it happen? And if he can't answer, then it's like I kind of have an argument,
basically.
make a point. Yeah, I mean, so if I don't know about something, I just don't know about it.
Yeah, I mean, Tim Pool has asked us to come on the show a couple times about topics, and like, I don't even want to talk about that, you know, like transgender stuff. Like,
or like gun rights and stuff like. I don't really have too strong of an opinion on that. I don't think it's gonna make it for an interesting conversation. So I'd rather not even, discuss it.
You guys say that you don't like watch anything on like YouTube in terms of political content creators, but
not much YouTube. No, I mean, mostly like X, Twitter, and just news. You know, like I don't watch too much YouTube really.
I don't even watch the news. Like I just watch clips, like highlights.
He reads headlines,
and then I research it. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say because you don't watch anything online. You do the Twitter thing. What is like your media diet like? What do you guys?
So I use Reddit a lot. I use like the politics Reddit, the news Reddit. I use like CNN, Fox News, New York Post, MSNBC, or NBC. And just look at the headlines, read the articles, and
Are you using do you go on these sites directly, or you just go through the sites? You have
I just have I have a million tabs on my browser.
Okay.
And I just click CNN tab, Fox News tab, and
Interesting enough, if you use trends on Twitter, you get a pretty good feel for what's happening at any one time. I think it's pretty all-encompassing. I think.
yeah, and like politics subreddit, and filter it by new. You see
Oh,
the
God.
stream of the new stuff.
Yeah. Are you a big Redditor?
I wouldn't say big. I don't really post. I mean I post every now and then, but I browse different topics that I'm interested in.
One of the things I really don't like about Reddit, it got really annoying, especially around 2015, 2016. Do you remember the Donald subreddit?
Yeah.
I feel like around then, every single subreddit started to take a bend in an extreme political direction. So you had conservatives and kind of weird people fighting for a lot, and a lot of those subreddits ended up just getting banned. And then you had very far left people like socialists and communists fighting for other things, and now they have a large control over a lot of different subreddits. So
I feel Reddit's more left leaning.
very left leaning, kind of where you're at. Yeah,
It's very hard to get a moderate take, and that's what I look for. I don't want to read far left, far right, because it's gonna probably skew my opinion in a direction I don't want to go.
yeah. Okay. That was just about your preparation. We talked a little bit about this. The divisiveness. Do you think that's important for a leader to be publicly or privately divisive?
They shouldn't be divisive at all, right? I mean, both sides says the other side's divisive. If you talk to people on the right, they're gonna say, "Oh, Biden is divisive." Talk to people on the left, they're gonna say Trump's divisive. Trump's definitely divisive.
Do you think it's equally true on both sides?
No.
Okay. Trump's literally known for giving people nicknames, derogatory nicknames, and they try to compare that to Biden.
Biden is probably one of the least divisive politicians I've seen.
He tried because I see myself in him. Okay, I'll talk about politics, and I hedge. Even if we have a personal conversation, I hedge a ridiculous amount. Even for relationships, a girl's oh, do you think we're gonna be together forever? But I don't know, it's possible. I don't know, maybe I hedge everything. It's I don't know if I'm about to be quoted and how this thing usually gets me in 6 months. Even when Biden is doing speeches and stuff, and he's not all Republicans are MAGA Republicans. It's just some of them who are doing this, and people are Biden says all Republicans need the guillotine, the red background. It's the most evil speech ever. I don't know how many tweets I've seen from Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool where Biden just gave the most fascist authoritarian speech ever. And it's what about when Trump literally on Truth Social a few months ago was saying he wanted to suspend the Constitution to go chase voter fraud?
I mean, Trump's called the media the enemy of the people.
Yeah.
He's also called Democrats the enemy of the people. So when he's calling Democrats the enemy of the people, are you saying that every Democrat is the enemy of the country? I mean that's pretty divisive to me.
But then they have the caveat where it's oh, well, you're supposed to take Trump seriously, not literally. And it's what?
Yeah.
He's either sarcastic or he can never be wrong. He didn't misspeak. He was just joking around. He can't even misspeak about something because it has to be a joke because he's so perfect.
Yeah. Do you have an opinion about when people say he's honest and people like it when a guy's honest?
Honest? I don't think he's honest.
Or he tells you what he's really feeling. That's why he's willing to be mean to people.
But he's not. Yeah, he tells you what he's really feeling, but a lot of the stuff he tells you isn't true.
And why is he feeling that way? So why, the things he tells you what he's really thinking, but what he's thinking is not okay for a president to be thinking.
Okay, I hate this quote because I feel exactly that way. We'll get a guy who will come and honestly say things, and I feel like a guy could come out and say yeah, I really want to do murder every single person in my neighborhood, and it feels like if he's running for president, conservatives are well, this guy's really honest, and I can respect that, and it's why don't we actually evaluate what he's saying? It reminds me when I go on, I debate a lot of people on the right, and I'll go on the show, and I can have cordial conversations, and the entire comment section is, wow, it's so amazing that these guys can talk together. It's amazing that we're having these types of conversations. It's okay, well, comment on the conversation. Stop talking about the fact that we're talking to each other.
Exactly.
That he's honest, and he tells you what he really feels. Okay, well, what he feels is horrible. Why did you get credit for that?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I hate that. And then the other thing brought up was policies. The thing that I don't know if any American cares about policies anymore. Are there some policies or things that you would align more with either Trump or the Republicans in general versus Biden or the conservatives in general? Or I'm sorry, Biden or the Democrats in general? Or
Like for me, social issues definitely I lean more to the left. I think like let people be happy. If they're not bothering you, then why are you bothered by it? For more towards the right, I think some economic policies I might agree with, but less and less as of late. I think, especially like the way the economy is kind of turning out, and I think if you look towards the future and where things are likely headed with AI and all of that, there needs to be some sort of way to, and I'm going to say distribute money from these corporations to people that need the money, and not communists by saying distribute, right? But yeah, I think there needs to be more so in the future. I think there needs to be things to even the playing field, and if you look out 10 years from now, there's going to be a bunch of corporations that are running these large language model AI, and they're going to start accumulating all the wealth, and where does that money go to? Stock buybacks, dividends, the shareholders. And yeah, we all have maybe 401ks, but the vast majority of shareholders are people that are super wealthy.
One of the most like exasperated feelings I have is arguing, not to be classist or elitist, but it's really strange arguing in front of a bunch of people who are making like $42,000 a year, talking about how we need a flat tax or more tax breaks, and I'm like, what? Like, why? Why are you guys arguing for this?
Right.
This is so stupid. You're destroying your lives.
Well, yeah, they don't understand what a flat tax would actually mean for them. You know? Like right now, they're somebody making $42,000
Probably almost has zero tax liability for the federal government. Yeah.
Yeah, or like the people who say, "Oh, that's socialism. That's socialism. That's socialism." But I mean, what's the police department? Isn't that socialism? What are our roads? Isn't that socialism? The way you define socialism, we already have socialism.
Yeah, there's like a Schrodinger socialism where depending on what you're talking about, it is socialism, and then depending on what you're not, it isn't. Like Norway and Sweden and all of these things get brought up as being socialist all the time, but they're not.
No.
And then
they're the happiest countries on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like democratic.
Fuck you, bro. God damn it, man.
They're not socialist. Like socialism is where the government actually is the producer in the economy. They produce everything in the economy. Whereas what these people believe in is just more distribution of wealth. You know, helping people with Medicare. But I mean, that's not really socialism.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like how every political term has been redefined to mean whatever. Like that.
Yeah.
One of the ideas I have when I talk about a lot of stuff online now, I don't want to get into the Israel-Palestine stuff too much, but a lot of words feel like they're borrowed for their moral gravity, and then if you disagree with the term, then you must agree with the other thing on the opposite. So for instance, for Israel-Palestine, people will say like Israel right now is committing a genocide. And it doesn't seem like there's an acceptable place to be like, I don't think this is a genocide at all, but it's really horrible that so many civilians are dying, and the Israeli military is probably being too reckless in a lot of the stuff that it's doing. But as soon as you said that, like, I don't think it's a genocide, they're like, oh, so you think it's okay? You want more people to die? You want more dead babies?
I hate the Israel-Gaza argument. I hate Palestine argument. It's like something I don't even want to touch, because no matter what you say, you're wrong.
Yeah.
It's like one of those. I don't know what your thoughts are even on that, but it's just like I did try and stay away from that as best I can.
It's a minefield for sure.
Yeah.
What's the second clip? Thoughts on this? Do you think? Go, load it up. Why did this annoy Destiny so much? Are Kyla's notes on this? I didn't say that.
It's time.
Ken?
No,
Oh,
it's probably a matter of like, what do you care about, right? The guy might not give as much a fuck about his appearance. The woman might have just spent $300 getting her fucking hair done, and she cares more about the way it looks, right? So if you insult something like that, of course they're gonna care about it, right? Whereas if you talk to a woman and you know she's like having trouble moving.
Okay. He said, Adam. He brought up that thing. God, I hate it when men do this. I don't know how much you do like dating or red pill circles or whatever, but when men do the thing where it's like men are like these stone cold, stoic, rational, logical figures, like men like Trump because he tells it like it is and he's honest, and women can't deal with facts. I feel like it's the dumbest thing in the world. I think there are certain things that will trigger certain people, and I think the examples I give there is that, like, if you make fun of a dude's hair versus a woman's hair, like if the guy doesn't, like if you make fun of my hair, I don't care. I brushed my hair today, okay, and that's more work than I normally put in. Whereas like if a woman, you know, does like a $300 trip to the salon, is like 4 hours or whatever, yeah, she's gonna care more.
Yeah, exactly.
But then there are certain things for guys, like the example I give is that if a woman can't reach something or if a woman can't do something in the kitchen, like she can't move a particular thing or whatever, and you're like, wow, you're so weak, like she's not gonna care.
No.
But if you were to tell a guy that he's weak on something, I feel like men will break their
Yeah.
backs to prove
Yeah,
that
that's true.
yeah. So I felt when the needless like gendering of the like, yeah, men like Trump because he's about logic and facts and reason, that just triggered the ever living fuck out of me.
Yeah, I think that would trigger
Definitely
me
more
too.
men like Trump.
Yeah. The third one, I think we went over this, is people speaking their mind. I think that there's value in people speaking their mind, but you should then evaluate, obviously, we agree,
Yeah,
what
for
they should say. What are your feelings on right now? It feels like both sides feel like the other person hates the country or hates America. You guys are more on the left. When you view like the average conservative who supports Donald Trump, and they're talking about their views on how they think that like immigration needs to be severely curbed, or they're talking about how like the elections have been stolen and Fauci and the FDA and the CDC are all against us and blah, blah, blah. What do you think are like some of the biggest things that are pushing conservatives in that direction? Like, why do you think they think these things? They have no trust in any of the country, yeah?
I think I think they play on fear a whole lot, especially with immigration. Like they're pushing this whole narrative that these immigrants are coming in, asylum seekers, whether they are or not, they're coming in and killing people and committing violent crime. And if you actually look at the stats on that, it's actually the opposite. Like immigration, if you look at the stats, these immigrants are sometimes, I think it's like 200% less likely to commit a violent crime than a U.S. born citizen. Yet Republicans, every single time there's a crime committed by an undocumented immigrant, it's flashing across Fox News, right? But like I said, undocumented immigration should actually be making it less likely for an American to face violent crime per capita, because you're having more people coming in, and out of these people, they're committing less crime than the populace that's already here. So I think they're just pushing fear. They rely on fear to get people to go vote. And I'm not saying that left doesn't do that in some cases, but I think the right does it a lot more. And
I can think of a super comparable one, what you're talking about. I always tell people that if somebody's like trying to make a big deal out of one or two stories, it means the data's probably not on their side. And conservatives, I think, rightfully pointed this out with BLM, because the impression was that like cops are just murdering, you know, black people all over the country for no reason. When you actually ask a person, how many unarmed black people do you think died last year? To the cops, usually you get an answer in like the thousands or tens of thousands, and the answer will be like 13. But then I think that if you go to the conservatives who are like, yeah, well, we pointed that out because we're so smart. It's like, how many people do you think are getting murdered by illegal immigrants like every year? Like, do you think this number's in like the thousands or tens of thousands, or like, yeah?
Well, and like the same thing with transgender, right? Transgender people. It's like, have you ever seen a transgender person in the men's room? Have you ever?
Yeah.
Has my wife ever seen a transgender woman in the ladies' room? No, right? Like, I don't think transgender individuals should be able to play the sport in college that they identify with. But is it really a huge problem? Like, how many athletes are actually doing this? Like, is this actually a problem that we should be voting for president over? Like what's the point? Like, how much is that really going to affect you if, you know, Biden or Trump is president and Trump is against it and Biden's for it? Like, is that really going to affect your everyday life?
Yeah, like your single issue voting on trans people
will probably never affect you or your family.
And it's something that the states are deciding, and the federal government has very little role in stuff like that. So
I thought it was really telling that a YouGov poll came out, I think it was a year and a half ago, where I think conservatives thought 22% of the population was trans. And I'm like, oh my God. Maybe they just think all Californians are or something, but yeah, geez.
When you get this dynamic online that if you at all like support somebody that's transgender, you're automatically a groomer or a pedophile. And so like it prevents people from speaking out in favor of them, you know? So it's like the people use social media to bully anybody that will actually support somebody that's transgender, even though that person's not impacting anybody else's life at all. So I just think it's just like one of those things. Oh, you're fearful of what, you know? Like how manly are you if you're fearful that this transgender person is going to be a danger to you?
And it's also weird too, because I think all of us at this table have kids. People will be like, oh, well, I don't want this rapist going to the little girl's bathroom. And it's like, hey, I have a son. I don't want a rapist going to my son's bathroom, okay?
Right.
7 minutes girls like, oh, look,
Yeah,
like, what a weird
exactly.
answer. Like, yeah.
Well, exactly. I mean, if I let my kid go to the bathroom, I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. Usually, I'm going into the
Yeah.
bathroom with them. Once they're like 7, 8, 9, like somebody can go to the men's room and do the same exact thing.
Yeah, but it's such a weird. It's not like there's
Yeah.
predator's gonna stop because he sees the
Yeah,
screen and, like,
or that transgender people are rapists, but straight normal people are not. You know.
Yeah.
I don't want to say normal, but
Yeah, I understand
whatever.
what you're saying. Cisgender.
Yeah,
so
cisgender.
yeah. The yeah, and then it always makes me. I feel like too. There was somebody posted this on my subreddit a while ago, and I kind of agree with it. And it sucks and it's kind of sad, but I think the hot take is I think a lot of it just comes down to passing or not. Because when you start asking people about passing people, I think that their answers change dramatically. Like someone's like, trans people need to go to the bathroom that they're biologically assigned to. And it's like, okay, would you want to be standing in a stall next or behind your 4 or 5-year-old going to the bathroom and like Blair White walks into your bathroom? Like, is that what you think is appropriate for like? I don't think anybody would say genuinely, yeah. Or Buck, who's the Buck Angel, yeah. If you were in the bathroom with like your daughter, whatever, and she's in the bathroom, and Buck Angel walks in, would you feel comfortable in that world? Are we gonna have like the genital police outside, like checking everybody coming in?
Exactly. Well, and the other thing is, what about changing rooms? Like if you go to like the Nike store and want to try on some clothes, most changing rooms, they have stalls and they're unisex, right? Like the women and the men go in the same changing room, go into an individual stall. How is that any different than going to the bathroom and going into your individual stall?
And it's really not that big of a deal. It's funny because like conservatives will look at women sometimes and they'll be like, why are you saying all men are rapists? Like, why are you saying that all men are like this? It's not all men. This is a very small minority of people. And then you bring up the concept of like unisex bathrooms, and they're like, bro, if we all go to the same, it's going to be a rape fest. Okay, everybody's getting raped if we have unisex bathrooms. Like, I've been in Sweden a lot. There's a lot of unisex bathrooms. Nobody's killing each other in the bathrooms. Like, it's not really that dramatic. My God. Yeah, Jesus.
Why are rapists going to bathrooms?
Yeah, what's it? Yeah,
like what?
What's going to a restroom that somebody can walk in on you at any time mid-rape?
Yeah,
like
Jesus, true. I can understand people have strong feelings about it, but like you said, the fact that like I felt like 2 years of political discourse was taken up on like just trans stuff, which personally I think means conservatives don't have a strong policy platform and they are just like debating random stuff, and it's not even traditional single issue votes, because like as much as you might not like it, I think that I can understand people being single issue voters on things like abortion. If you truly believe it's a life, or if you don't and you truly believe women should have a choice, I can understand being single issue and stuff like that. But like, yeah, how many trans people are seriously impacting you on a day-to-day?
I don't think I know one single trans person that I know of. I probably do. Maybe I know of them, but I don't know that they're trans. So like I think most Americans fit into that. They're like, well, what is the concern? I don't get it.
Do you when you guys talk to conservatives in real life, what are the things that you find that you like agree the most on and disagree the most on?
That's good question. So I think the immigration issue is something I definitely disagree with them on when it comes to the reasons why we have the problem. But I agree with them on that we do have a problem and that we need to do some things to fix the problem. So I think that's kind of a two-sided issue. I
think immigration is something I can see why it's a concern for some people, or in some ways. Like at some point you have to say everybody can't be coming to the country to seek asylum and then just stay here, overstay their visas or whatever.
Yeah, but like they don't understand how complicated an issue it is. They think it's just, oh, you can shut the border down. Just shut the border down. Okay, so what do you mean by shut the border down? Do you mean line up the National Guard on the border and shoot them when they come over? Because once they step foot in America, they have rights to be put before a judge. So you either have to stop them from actually getting over the border, which means you have to kill them or shoot them, or you have to find other ways to deal with it, which is more judges, more lawyers. It's so complicated, and they simplify it so.
And building a wall is not going to stop people from coming in through the legal courts. That's how they seek asylum. They come in through. Most of them aren't just sneaking in. Most of them are coming in, going up to Border Patrol and saying, "I seek asylum." And that's how they get in, and then they had to be put before a judge.
Yeah, I'm embarrassing for me to say, But I just recently started doing like deep dive research on immigration because I want to have like a more complex understanding when people bring these issues up. And because there are some things before getting into it that just sound really dumb. I'm like, okay, catch and release. That does sound like a really dumb law. Like, is there? So I'm like googling, okay, what is like the catch and release law? What is the catch and release policy? And like you said, it's actually like it's an amalgamation of a lot of really complicated things, and they exist for certain reasons. Like you said, when somebody comes to the country, you can't just shoot them. Yeah. And if somebody is an asylum seeker, you can't just deport them immediately because we've got different procedures for that. You can't throw them all into detention or holding because we don't have the room for it, and they have to be processed by a court, but it is going to take some time. So what do you do? It becomes really complicated. And then Trump, I think by executive order, he said like get rid of, or he gave like a directive. He's like get rid of catch and release, and he gave that directive, but like nothing changed because nobody actually had any policies to actually change.
Well, what people don't realize is Biden actually gave a directive. Most people don't realize he gave a directive when Title 42 ended.
Oh yeah.
And that said that you basically, if you were going through Mexico to get here, so if you're coming from like Guatemala and coming through Mexico, you had to first seek asylum in Mexico.
Those countries, yeah.
And the court said no, this is illegal. So like the things that Biden even tried to do, the courts aren't going to allow. So they need new laws to fix
like,
them.
and the executive order isn't just the president saying I'm making a new law. It has to be in line with the current laws, or it's going to be challenged in the courts and probably overruled.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's the one issue that I get so frustrated over because people think it's so simple. Like it's so, if it was so simple, we would have solved this issue 50 years ago.
And then also just like think about it. Like how many Democrats are truly like, we should have open borders. Yeah. I like illegal immigration.
Like, I don't even know what an open border means. Just like, just anybody can walk in at any time and do as they choose. I mean, I don't like if we have open borders now, we definitely had open borders under Trump too.
Yeah.
It's not, nothing's really changed too much.
Yeah. What is this under debating conservatives? What's our first clip there? Play it. We got two more of these and then. Yep. Would you be willing to date like far left people if they invited you on and wanted to have a debate, or have you ever reached out?
No,
or you said you don't reach out to other people.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open for it. I mean, I think, like, I think the extremes of both parties go too far in that direction. I would like to I would like to talk to somebody on the party, but I imagine that I probably have a lot in common belief-wise with them, but I probably differ. Like I'm sure I differ in so many respects as well, especially when it comes to like, some of the economic stuff. But I would welcome it. Yeah.
Come on in.
I had somebody. It was a pretty large account on Twitter. They attacked me because they found out that I had a rental property. And it was like the end of the world. And like, I'm like, wait, is this a joke? Like, okay, I own a property and I rented it out. Like, is this person really mad at me? And it was like, so many people like were buying into what this guy was saying. Oh, the Krasensteins own rental properties. And like, why am I even defending myself?
The landlord rhetoric. Oh no.
Yeah, it was like he's a landlord. So it was like that like showed me, that kind of opened my eyes. Yeah, there's some people that are also on the left that have these extreme views, and you're never gonna satisfy everybody. Somebody's gonna always find fault in your ideologies.
Do you think, as people that have lived in Florida for longer than I have, do you think it's possible to flip Florida for the next election? Biden's announced that they want to try to.
I think because of the abortion issue, I think there's I mean, I don't see it flipping, but I think there's a chance it could flip, just because that issue is actually, the single issue is on the ballot. So people are going to have to go and vote. Okay, do I support pro-choice or do I support, abortion? I think it's after the law's like 6 weeks or something, right?
Yeah, it's 6. They made it 6 weeks.
So I mean, you're gonna have to go and decide on that. So there's gonna be so many people who probably wouldn't go to vote in a Biden versus Trump election, going to vote on that issue, and the vast majority of them are obviously gonna vote for Biden instead of Trump.
Yeah, I think it will draw out some pro-choice people, but I think that the extreme of the law, 6 weeks, I don't think there's any other state that's any lower than that. I think
it's basically a ban on abortion.
Yeah,
right?
it's basically an all-out. Like most women don't even realize they're pregnant at that point.
Yeah, I looked it up. It was like, I think 4 to 8 weeks or something. There's like some window in there is when you even first realize that. So you would have to like get a test really quick, rush to an abortion clinic. Does Florida? I don't even know this. Does Florida have weird laws for abortion, where like you have to look at a video of the fetus swimming around and you have to get like a
I
pamphlet or
don't
any of
know.
those.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Some states do really. I think Texas might do weird things like that, where you have to talk to somebody first to tell you the pros and cons or something. Yeah.
I think there's gonna be a lot of money put behind that amendment, and I think that it could draw out enough people to maybe allow Biden to sneak through with a win in Florida.
Okay. All right, roll this clip. What is this?
Come on in. We don't.
Yeah, but it's not like that right now. So the border is as secure as it was in Trump under Trump, except for the fact that they don't have the Remain in Mexico policy. Can you name one policy that's different, or one initiative that's going on?
All I know is I've been seeing all the hearings of Mayorkas and all the charts and all the stats is that it's at record numbers right now. And
That's such a good question. I don't know if you realize this, but wait, which one of you was that?
Yeah, it was me.
That was you. Are you the debater guy? Have you gotten any credit? No, I'm just kidding. It's such an effective question, and it shuts down so much conservative stuff when you're like, people will say, Trump did so much for the middle class. What did he do?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's the policy? What are we even talking about? And then the answer is like, well, he was almost going to say, like, I've seen a ton of, I think he almost wanted to say tweets or headlines or TikTok videos. And then he's like, all the stats. Which ones? What
Yeah, exactly.
Do you, when you're arguing with people like that, do you have, where's your line for how much of an asshole you want to be on holding somebody to a point?
I think I should do it more often. Like, I don't think I do it enough. Yeah, I think I kind of let them get away with it sometimes.
Yeah, and usually these discussions, it's like they're so fast paced and there's more people involved, so like somebody else jumps in and it quickly transitions to another topic. So it's not always easy, but I agree with that. Like I think we should try.
Like slam my fist down and be like, no, I want you to answer.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I did that with Alex Jones a little bit.
Yeah.
But he was he was somebody that would do it to me, so
it's lost with Alex Jones because he's so over the top, like talks over, yells and shouts.
There are definitely, I agree. I feel like I need to do it more sometimes, but there are definitely times in debates where I'll be like, I'll ask the same question 2 or 3 times and they keep rambling and I'll cut off like, listen, you can finish, but I want to re-ask the exact same question when you finish because you're not answering. Yeah. But it's a really you look really aggressive and everybody becomes very hostile towards you because you're trying to pin them down a lot. But it is really frustrating when you're in shows where these guys are like informing large audiences and you keep saying Trump has better policies. Trump is, okay, well, what did he do? I think I brought this up to Ben Shapiro. It's very frustrating that 2 things. One, it's frustrating that we've had like decades where a Democrat has to come into office cleaning up the mess of the chaos left behind. Whether it was Obama coming in on the heels of the housing crisis or Biden coming in on the heels of Corona. It's very frustrating that when you talk to when you talk to conservatives, rightfully so, and I agree with them, they'll be like, you can't really blame Trump for his last year in office. And I was like, okay, I can kind of get behind that. It was a monumental event. I still think he'd be really critical of how he handled it. But then how am I supposed to judge Biden when all of his presidency is in the wake of COVID-19?
Exactly.
Because inflation, worldwide shipping, supply stuff, everything was heavily impacted by COVID-19 around the world. And then when people bring up immigration numbers, they're very quick to bring up, oh, well, Trump did this and blah, blah, blah. And it was Title 42, I think, that allowed him because of COVID-19 to shut down the border completely. Biden tried to, again, and they wouldn't let him. You can't use that anymore.
Well, and the thing with that, Title 42, so Trump, I think he had like 900,000, almost 1 million confrontations at the border or whatever you want to call them. And then Title 42 was encountered. And then Title 42 was put in place and it dropped way down to like 200,000. But he still had that 900, almost 1 million the year prior. When Title 42 was in place for, I don't know how long it was a couple of years, right? The backlog of people, it just kept building and building at the border. So when Title 42 was taken out, it had to have been taken out. It wasn't a national health emergency anymore. When that was taken out, you had this backlog, and that's what we're seeing right now. Combined with other like geopolitical things in Central America and South America. But people, of course, ignore that and they blame Biden. And Biden hasn't really changed anything. Like what Remain in Mexico, I think that kept 70,000 people out, in 2 years.
Yeah, it's always good to push on numbers when people cite certain policies. You don't want to be the guy in a debate being like, source, because it sounds shitty. But like, yeah, people will cite a policy and like, what about this thing? Like he did that. And I was like, okay, what was the actual impact? I remember, I think it was for Vancouver in Canada. I'm going to butcher this. I need to look this up so I can remember. But they did something to where they made it illegal for foreign owners to not rent a unit out because people were blaming Chinese people for buying up units and never renting them. So they got rid of that, or they increased the tax not to make it really hard to do. And I think like in the entire city of Vancouver, it brought like 100 units online. Like it was like basically there's like millions. There's like no impact whatsoever. And yeah, people will cite certain immigration things. Like, what about this or that? And it's like, this barely affects anybody.
Right.
Like you said, I think the majority of illegals in the United States, I think, are still majority here based on overstaying visas. Yeah. Right? Or people will talk about like drugs and stuff that come into the United States. I haven't like done my deep dive research on this yet, but like I know a lot of it comes in via like air, via sea, and via ports of entry, like disguised as other stuff. Like, are the majority of drugs in the United States really coming through people, running through the desert over through a porous border?
Right, because like how much can you carry on you?
Yeah.
Like it's in trucks and or
I guess on planes,
So-
maybe not drugs.
So going back to where you said Trump doesn't get the blame for COVID, the job numbers that crashed, the stock market that crashed, but inflation is blamed on Biden. Most of these people have no idea how that whole economic system works. Do they realize that inflation is a global event that's taking place because there was no supply, and because when everything reopened, the demand spiked when supply was at record lows? Like, if you know basic economics, it's where supply meets demand, and supply and demand. If there's not enough supply to meet that demand, prices have nowhere to go but up. And then they say, oh, Biden gave the stimulus check, so he pumped all his money into the economy, and that caused prices to go up. Didn't Trump do the same thing? I think Trump actually made sure that his signature was on those checks, taking credit for doing the exact same thing.
For the 1400, right? And I think PPP was under Trump as well, right?
Yeah.
The PPP loans.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating that usually when a bad thing happens, usually there were incentives leading up to it, but leading up to it, usually it's really awesome.
Yeah.
Being obese sucks, but becoming obese is awesome because you get to eat a ton of horrible shit and be lazy all the time. That's amazing. And it was frustrating. This is especially true under Obama. Like, the Democrats in the economy under Obama had to deal, that was in the wake of the housing crisis, and people will be critical of that. Or maybe if they're really fair, they'll be like, okay, well, we can't necessarily blame Obama for that and like all this. But then you also have to keep in mind, a lot of the credit that you get for Bush's economy was the run up to that. Or for Donald Trump having his monumental, growth in the economy, that was also under historically really low interest rates, which also plays into inflation and stuff. Yeah. Donald Trump was literally tweeting out, threatening, what was it? I think it was Powell, right?
Yeah. He wanted negative rates for the first time ever.
How can you enjoy all the growth and the benefits here, and then when things crash, one, it's under a president that can. Another great, not to dig too far into foreign policy. Are you guys pretty familiar with how the Afghanistan pullout and everything came to be?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, those rounds of agreements in Doha that were signed between the United States and the Taliban that completely excluded the Afghan government. And we're all done on Trump's timetable. All of that was set up in his presidency, and then Biden comes in. Well, what's he supposed to do? Surge troops back?
Exactly.
And then
there's no winning for Biden. He couldn't have won that situation regardless. And it's like going back to the economy. You can always pick and choose economic stats to make the economy look good or bad. There's so many stats. But the one stat in Economics 101, the first thing you learn, the true measure of the economy is real GDP per capita, which is the amount of GDP your country's making in real dollars, not in, taking inflation into account, per person who lives in that country. And right now, I believe it's at record highs. If not record highs, it's definitely higher than any time under Trump's presidency. So that's the stat. That's the one stat that is a real true stat of economic performance.
Sure.
Inflation
might not encapsulate all the individual people in an economy.
Right. Exactly. There's always, like, every individual, there's always going to be people struggling. There's always going to be people flourishing. During the Great Depression, there were people who were flourishing, right? Like, people were doing really good during the Great Depression. That doesn't mean the economy is good.
Sure.
And there's always the anecdotes that people can come up with.
Did you give any credence to the vibe session theories that a lot of people, even today, I'll see people in my chat will say like, oh, Destiny, you're out of touch. You don't understand. Like, milk is like, $15 a gallon, and eggs are still like $20 a carton. Like, you get like all these ridiculous prices. Like, okay, well, when you look at the data, it seems really hard to find a lot of this. Like, there is inflation for sure, but wages are growing too. Do you think that when it comes to Americans' views on the economy, I don't know where you guys live, do you think that people are genuinely having huge problems? Do you think a lot of it is just like a reflection of the media they consume, or do you think it's a mix of both?
I mean, wages so whenever there's inflation, it takes a while for wages to catch up, but they do usually. and inflation went up. These people aren't making as much money, so everything's more expensive for them. But over time, I guarantee you that within another year or two, wages are going to probably surpass what we saw, surpass the inflation, and people are going to be doing
Well, they
better than
already
they were
are.
before.
I mean, I think last month, March, I think wages increased 5.1% year over year, and I think inflation's at like 3.2%.
So it's going to catch up where it's going to be on par. Like the total wage growth and total inflation will be about the same, probably wages slightly higher.
Do you think there's any way for Biden or the Democrats to take credit for things without seeming out of touch?
I think they need to do that more. Like my biggest criticism of Biden is not doing that, not bragging about his successes, but also pushing back against some of these lies. Like the whole immigration issue, like I feel he's dropped the ball, not in his actions to stem immigration, but in his actions to inform the public what he's done and why he can't do the things they think he can do.
How do you counter the narrative, though, that because the issue you run into is when he tries to do that, or when the Democrats do this, it feels like they might be out of touch. So, for instance, if Biden says, well, actually, the wage growth and the inflation is looking a lot better, and people are like, oh, you just don't understand. You don't know. It reminds me of when Hillary Clinton tried to counter that Make America Great Again by saying, America's already great. Keep America great. And everybody's like, you don't understand how bad it is.
Yeah, and it is a problem, I think. Like, it's hard to say, oh, the economy's good, because there's a percentage of people, whether it's small, large, a medium-sized amount of people, are gonna be like, you have no idea what I'm going through. Like, and that's for any economy, under any president, there's always that risk. So it is hard, I think.
Yeah, especially the economic issue, but even the immigration issue. You say something about, but immigrants aren't really committing more crimes than U.S.-born citizens. But what about this person who just lost their son? How can he be so heartless? And you get that all the time. What can Biden do to? I don't know. I think it's a tough one, especially with the economic issues.
See, Trump's allowed to do that stuff.
Yeah,
I really don't like the different rules. It's very, very, very frustrating. That the name of the guy in the Senate touched the woman's boob like 20 years ago. This happened.
Oh, Al Franken?
Yeah, a guy like that basically resigns on whatever. But then you've got like people like George Santos and stuff who are. When I heard that guy was still in office, I was like, I thought this guy like resigned like a year or two ago. There's no
he's
way.
Gone now.
Yeah, now, but when the stories are coming up, I was like, why are people even talking about it? Like, oh my God, he's still in Congress? Like, or the people like like the Marjorie Taylor Greens or whatever. It's what do you agree that there's a double standard between how Republicans and conservatives, or between how conservatives and liberals are treated in terms of lawmakers or in Congress or leadership? Or
I think there's a double standard, but if you ask, if you ask each side, they're going to say there's a double standard. If you ask somebody, in my mind, there's definitely a double standard. There's standards that Democrats have to adhere to that Republicans don't even have to get close to adhering to. I mean, like, if any Democrat did even 1% of what Trump has done in regard to anything, any of the negative stuff, like they wouldn't be voted in. I don't think.
I can't imagine a Democrat saying what Trump said about McCain and prisoners of war.
Right.
Do you remember the Kerry boat stuff?
No,
John Kerry and the boats in Vietnam. All the time, or the draft dodging, or the or people forget. Like, do you remember Trump's big first foray into the political world? Do you remember what issue it was on?
No, what was it?
He was the guy that pushed the birth certificate thing.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Sometimes I don't even remember that. Somebody emailed me, brother was like, "Oh yeah, that's so wild."
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, oh my God. Or if with the Hunter Biden stuff that comes up, I get so frustrated because I'll ask a conservative about, what do you think about the Burisma stuff? And they'll know like every fucking investor this company has ever fucking had. They'll know the registration number for the country. And I'll be like, okay, what do you think about like Jared Kushner's deal with Saudi Arabia? And they'll be like, who? What country? Like, you don't have any idea? Like, you know every single thing? Like, you can give me the millimeter precise measurement for the bottom of Hunter Biden's dick, but you can't tell me anything about Kushner or what he's been involved in?
Well, I mean, or the fact that foreign governments were renting Trump's property in Washington when he was president, or like Jared Kushner. It wasn't just the Saudis. I mean, he got a loan for that 666 Fifth Avenue building that was partially paid for by the Qatari government. So, it's like there's so much, and then Ivanka with the trademarks. as Trump's dining with the Chinese president.
Yeah, that's wild to me. I don't know, the double standard stuff, the being able to take credit for stuff, that's really frustrating. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any hot takes or strong thoughts in the upcoming election? Are we gonna die in a civil war or what?
I think it's gonna be close. I think Biden's gonna win, but it's like right now, unless Trump is convicted, I think it's gonna be closer than it was last time.
I think that even though I think things are gonna get kind of crazy, I don't think anything's gonna happen like January 6th. I think that, thank God they have prosecuted over 1,000 people. I think that that's hopefully going to be a lesson to a lot of these people, where they're going to be like, yeah, well, I mean, even though they say they're political prisoners, nobody wants to be a political prisoner either, right? So, so that, like, I think that they're setting a standard that, yeah, this is wrong and this is what's going to happen. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of media craziness. I think that there's going to be threats of violence, but I think that we'll get through it.
And probably October surprises, like, Biden had sex with somebody.
I feel like we would have heard about that by now, but yeah.
Well, that's what we thought before the last election. I mean, he was senator and vice president, and all this stuff comes out.
That Tara Reid stuff was wild. There's a whole bunch of. That's a whole other topic.
We have like a huge history with her.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, like we covered her so much. And then, what was it? Like, we were in Twitter spaces with her. She made up all these lies saying that we called her and threatened her. So I called her out on Twitter space. I'm like, okay, you said you recorded it. Post that recording. And she didn't do it. And then finally she does. And it's some completely different voice.
Yeah, like, wait, that's not me.
And we kept saying how she's tied to Russia. She has these Russian ties.
Doesn't she live there now?
She moved to Russia. She defected to Russia.
That whole story was it was like 60 years ago and something.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I was actually just on InfoWars yesterday talking about it.
Yeah?
I was talking to Owen Stoyer, and he asked me a bit about Tara Reid, and he's like, well, Biden's screwed now, right? Because you got to believe all women.
Wait, what? God
It was
damn it.
never believe all women. It was listen, hear out all women, and then see where the facts actually lead. And the facts led to Moscow for Tara Reid.
Yeah. And her whole history, not to play into the perfect victim narrative, but her history for scamming people and breaking.
Like, we interviewed her employers, like who she like stole a horse or something from. She stole from them somehow, and like, I mean, we did like probably like 4 like deep dive articles right when that came out, and she threatened to sue us. It was just crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you think that if Biden wins the next election, do you think Trump will run again?
No, I don't think so. I mean, did you see that the American Conservative published an article saying how Trump should be able to run in 2028?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, I mean, will he live that long?
I mean, if he isn't president, then these other trials are going to actually go to trial, and I think he'll probably be.
What the
convicted.
fuck?
At least-
Mar-a-Lago
Are you kidding me?
J6 is up in the air just because of the novelty.
So like everybody talks about Biden having dementia, like all these people on the right, but people don't realize that Donald Trump's father actually did have dementia.
Okay.
So I mean, it could be in his genes, and I don't think 2028 would be. I think he'd be pushing it up there in age.
Yeah. Biden definitely has slowed down a bit. You can tell for sure. I think Trump has noticeably slowed down a bit from where he was like 8 years ago. I think he's still. I think
This
Trump
is a
probably still
joke,
sharper than Biden
right?
On stage, but he's noticeably older.
But
And
he's sharper on stage. Like he can speak better. But I mean, we don't know like when it comes to examining foreign policy. Like I feel like Biden's a good thinker.
doesn't matter. I don't think anybody cares about that at all.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't. That's the problem.
Absolutely no care. Yeah. Okay. Well, are you guys? Do you have a book or anything you're promoting? Link. Where can people find you if they're looking for you?
Just on X. I'm at Ed Krassen, and he's at Krassenstein. He got the good name.
Oh
I
no.
stole the last name. Yeah.
Ed
you're
Krassen, just Krassen with Ed in front of it.
and you're just at Krassenstein.
Yep.
Okay.
Krassenstein or Steen?
Whatever you got. You said it didn't matter. Okay. Don't hold me to that now. I want to do another shout out. Thank you so much for Ground News. They are sponsoring this episode, so make sure you guys check out patreon.ground.news/bridgespodcast. And there should be a referral link or some kind of code or something there for a discount. Yeah. And thanks a lot
How much
for
bullshit
Kyla's
is
not here. She wasn't
this,
able to do it
dude?
today, but she
It
helped
just
put together a lot
fucking
of the questions and the
puts
videos
me
and the tips
back
and
30
everything.
minutes
Thanks
because
a
it
lot, everybody.
decides not
Thanks
to
for you guys for
auto
coming back. I
save.
really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Hopefully we get to do a debate or some other thing in the future, and yeah, it'll be fun times.
You don't like debate partners though, so
True.
maybe
I'm trying to
debate.
I'm trying to end the episode on a nice note, okay? Mate, listen, you guys were good debate partners, okay? Yeah.
Welcome to the Reason Roundtable podcast, the libertarian podcast brought to you by the magazine that's been always looking on the bright side of life. For more than a half century now, I am Matt Welch, joined by Nick Gillespie, Peter Suderman, and Catherine Mangu. Ward, happy Eclipse Day, everyone.
Howdy.
Fuck that.
Happy Monday.
Catherine, what kind of teaching moment are you going to do at
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like.
I warned a certain content creator 2 years ago about why it's irresponsible to take a BetterHelp sponsorship. I'm seeing posts about this pop up, and I'm sorry to the people defending him in the comments, hoping maybe he will know. But BetterHelp has had multiple scandals involving the quality of their therapists, data breaches, etc. Not to mention they supported genocide. No, brother. Are they saying that people sought therapy, expressed their feelings to BetterHelp, and talked about their interests or something, and then they gave that data to Snapchat so they could push ads on them? That is scummy, if that's real. It seems like it's real if they find them $8 million. That's crazy. You guys know Ted Nevison got... Have you guys seen that? I'm pretty sure it's Ted Nevison anyway. Ted Nevison girlfriend. Yeah, not that girl. Hold on. This girl. I'm pretty sure she's calling him out on Twitter right now. This is the Twitter Shaylin, followed by iDubbbz. This is her, right? That's definitely her. Unless this is like a fake account, but it's got 7,500 followers, so I assume this is her, right? So Ted Nevison is one of these dudes that he makes like the funny video essays. They're kind of good. I didn't actually watch this much of that one, so I don't know why it's saying I did. I don't watch videos about Barbie. I'm a real man. But he makes like pretty typical commentary videos you see from like, I don't know, Drew Gooden or something, like Eddie Burback, right?
Okay, so
Hey,
TikTok
man.
live streams have gotten worse, I think. About a year ago, I made a video on the wacky world of TikTok live streams and what various
Hey, man.
entities and creatures roam within its musk.
And he also does a podcast you guys probably recognize called Chuckle Sandwich with Jay Schlatt. It's got a million subs, pretty big podcast. They get pretty good views. Doing pretty good.
Hey, man.
Hundreds of thousands of views on every single podcast. That's pretty good. Good voice. Yeah, he has a very interesting voice. It's kind of, it sounds like he's got peanut butter in his
Should I
throat.
show the outfit today? You want to
I
see
don't
the outfit
necessarily mean
today?
that in a bad way.
that bit is old. Alright, I'll show it. What's this? White pants!
I'm not even engaging with you this time.
He kind of reminds me of that giant Jewish actor Ron Perlman. You guys know Ron Perlman? He was in Drive. He was How War Crew. Yeah, this. Ron Perlman aggressively confronts videographer after being spotted in a wheelchair. This guy.
But we did get a Hellboy that I enjoyed with David Harbour. Did you guys see the film? Did you guys enjoy the most recent Hellboy film? What were some? I did see it. I wanted to know. Ron, you did not see it. I'm a black and that's probably a good thing. I could still.
He reminds me of like just like it's like Jake the Giant Jew type thing, you know? Is Ted Nevison Jewish? Not. I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic or whatever. I just feel like he would be a giant Jew. He's 5 foot. There's no way he's 5'8". There's absolutely no way he's 5'8", dude. He's got to be like 6'3". Come on. How tall is Ted Nevison? There's no way he's normal. 6'3"? Yeah, that would make sense. There's no way he's 5'8". Come on. That's like getting in Turkey Tom territory, okay? He would be shorter than me with 5'8". There's no way. Well, anyway, this girl named Shay is calling him out, who I believe dated him for a while. She's been tweeting about him a lot. I don't know what her problem is. If you're an abuser who also hasn't taken accountability for your own actions and you're sending condolences to victims that have come forward with their stories looking like a good guy, absolutely you. She's going a little crazy. I once dated a guy who point blank told me, my mom says I'm emotionally intelligent. Now you guys aren't going to believe this, but spoiler alert, he was not even a little bit. In fact, he was actually emotionally abusive. So, yeah. I don't know if this one's about Ted specifically, but she's been tweeting things like this, which I would guess are definitely about Ted if I had to guess. As someone who knows all too well the stark contrast between the image a creator projects online and who they really are behind closed doors, still processing the trauma from that, yay. The trauma, bro. Everyone's experiencing trauma these days. Please, please, please stop idolizing creators. You know what they chose to show you. That's not to say I haven't met many creators who I believe to be kind people, but after speaking with so many women in the space sharing unique stories with eerily similar underlying themes, you can't say with 100% certainty he would never do that, because they do. Well, what did he do? Why the constant vague post? I warned a certain content creator 2 years ago about why it's irresponsible to take a BetterHelp sponsorship. I'm seeing posts about this pop up, and I'm sorry to the people defending him in the comments, hoping maybe he will know. Maybe he didn't know. He knows. He's been fully aware for years, and yet goes without saying, but do not use BetterHelp. I know mental health services are not easily accessible as they should be, but BetterHelp has had multiple scandals involving the quality of their therapists, data breaches, etc. Not to mention they supported genocide. Oh, brother. They supported genocide. How? Do they offer treatment to Israel? BetterHelp Israel. Let's look it up. Israel offered free therapy with BetterHelp. Okay, so it's this. Israel criticized your brand collab with BetterHelp. Is Israel a brand? This is an actual tweet from the nation of Israel. Man criticizes Israel's collab with BetterHelp amid conflict between Palestine and Israel. Is BetterHelp really that bad? Can anyone outline to me how BetterHelp is? Because I remember the controversy from them years ago, but I can't remember them being like horrible. I think it was like there were a few cases where their online bot or whatever wasn't working, and it was like people were like, I'm idle, and then BetterHelp was like not responding to them with a chat bot soon enough or something. What's it as bad? What is it bad for? BetterHelp was terrible. Is there a good video about this I can watch? It's not real therapy. Well, if it's online, maybe not, but don't they give you like an online therapist at some point? Like you can have calls with them or something? Sensitive Society did a video. Okay, I feel like this is a very complicated issue. Maybe a Sensitive Society video isn't going to be. Okay, he made a video about it. This company makes me sick. YouTube's worst sponsorship is back. Yeah, I remember the sponsorship years ago was like a controversy, and I think Memology 101 was the guy who kicked it off, wasn't it him? I think it was Memology 101 who started the BetterHelp scandal, but I think his original channel was deleted or something too. Why YouTubers are depressed, legitimacy of BetterHelp. Philip DeFranco is BetterHelp debacle. It's not at all like therapy in person. Gotcha. Well, let's watch the Sensitive Society video.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Visit betterhelp.com/Padilla because sometimes existing is exhausting.
More than my subscribers, you're my friends. Let BetterHelp connect you to a therapist who can support you, all from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/Jack or choose Jack's Films during sign-up and enjoy a special discount.
To be clear, whatever my opinion is here, I've never had a therapist. I don't honestly feel like I need a therapist, so whatever my opinion is on this is going to be slightly tainted by the fact that I have never had therapy. I do know people who have said that therapy greatly benefited them and they enjoyed it, but yeah. Where's the other Smosh? Ian Hecox is still around. I think he works on the Smosh channel. Didn't they say they were coming back? They admitted they were all unlicensed therapists. Did they do that? Is that true?
if I don't.
Who said that?
There's a few reasons why I'm making this video on BetterHelp. One of them is that there's a few YouTubers talking about it, and I am intrigued by that, and I think it's important to talk about stuff like this. The second reason, and this was really the inspiration behind this video, this morning I woke up, I go on IG, and if you don't follow me on Instagram yet, please do. Link in the description. Thank you. And I'm catching up on the stories of the people that I'm following. I'm watching.
Why does bro sound autistic? He's just Mexican.
Some reels, and over the last 3 to 4 days I've seen more and more BetterHelp ads, and this is one that I took from this morning. You can see the time 11:14, and BetterHelp already doesn't have the best reputation. We all know they're extremely shady past, and even the news of their
What is their extremely shady past though? Why isn't that explained here? What's the best video about their shady past? Because I mean, no offense to Memology, but he doesn't usually go in depth with this. Rewired Soul. Okay, I'm gonna look up BetterHelp Exposed. Bro said we all know. Yeah, I don't know. I remember this controversy, but I don't really remember what even went down with it. YouTubers need to stop promoting BetterHelp. The Cavernical. Isn't this guy like Cabos' brother or something? Why do I remember this guy?
they're doing, which is borderline illegal, and that's the reason why they got fined over $7 million. But we're gonna get into that. And I don't
They got fined $7 million? BetterHelp fined $7 million. FTC gives final approval to order banning BetterHelp from sharing sensitive health data for advertising, requiring it to pay $7.8 billion. The FTC alleges online counseling service shared customers' sensitive data with third parties after promising to keep it private. They finalized an order requiring online counseling service BetterHelp to pay $8 million and prohibiting it from sharing consumers' health data for advertising, resolving allegation the firm shared customers' sensitive health data with third parties such as Facebook and Snapchat for advertising, after promising to keep such data private. In an action first announced in March, the FTC charged BetterHelp using disclosed consumers' email addresses, IP addresses, and health questionnaire information to Facebook, Snapchat, Criteo, and Pinterest for advertising purposes, despite promising consumers that it would only use or disclose personal data for limited purposes. So are they saying that people sought therapy, expressed their feelings to BetterHelp, and talked about their interests or something, and then they gave that data to Snapchat so they could push ads on them? That is scummy, if that's real. It seems like it's real if they fine them $8 million. That's crazy. They just use cookies? Is that it? Or were they like disclosing? I guess we'll get into this. That's dystopian. It sounds dystopian. The $7.8 million that BetterHelp is paying as part of the order will be used to provide partial refunds to customers. In addition to the prohibition on disclosing health data for advertising, the order, among other things, also bans BetterHelp from sharing consumers' personal information for retargeting. It also requires a company to obtain affirmative express consent before disclosing personal information to certain third parties for any purpose, put in place a comprehensive privacy program that includes strong safeguards to protect consumer data, detect third parties to delete the consumer health and other personal data that BetterHelp shared with them, and limit how long it can retain personal information, health information, including according to a data retention schedule. After reviewing 123 comments received in this matter, the commission voted 3-0 to finalize the complaint order and send responses to their... Just a little data maxing. I mean, it seems pretty if they did that. Was it just general data like age, sex, and location to give personalized ads? If it was that, probably wouldn't care because every company does that. I mean, that's another problem. We can talk about personalized ads in general. But if the therapy is free, what else is their business model? Well, I think it's free for a certain amount of time, but then they start charging you or something is the way it works.
want to come across as a hypocrite. I've taken sponsorships before, never from BetterHelp. I just want to put it out there. And I don't have a problem with people taking sponsorships. I think if you can make money doing what you love, and on top of that, people want to pay you to promote a video game or a product or whatever, as long as you're not harming anyone or scamming your fans, go ahead, go crazy, you know, collect your bag. And the thing is, I draw the line at certain stuff. BetterHelp is the point that I don't want to cross, and especially when it's something as important as your mental health. Your mental health is as important as your physical health. We all gotta go through therapy sometimes, and that's completely fine. On top of it being expensive, we're gonna get into that. It's just a weird company with very shady practices. Just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. And I'm not saying that BetterHelp...
How expensive is BetterHelp? $65 to $90 per week. I mean, if you want to pay for that, I guess that's your prerogative. How expensive is typical therapy? Isn't that like $200 a session or something? Okay, so this is from Maine, where I live. Average cost of individual therapy in Maine is $100 to $200 a session, which I live in a relatively high income area, so I would assume it could be lower other places, but a week? Yeah, can't afford that. Weed is cheaper and better anyways. Yeah, great plan, bro. Just shove all the emotions down and cover it all in that stinky green, bro. That's really gonna help you out.
Has never helped anyone in their entire lives. I'm sure some people have been helped, and that's awesome. Which the idea is good. Don't get me wrong. Therapy.
They shared and sold user data. Well, that's very if they did that.
online from the comfort of your home. It sounds good in theory, but in practice, and once again, with the stuff they're doing behind the scenes, what are you doing? You had a good thing going for you, but greed just completely took over and, they fumbled it. So let's start with the obvious one, pricing. Now, put myself in the position of a teenager, of a young adult, someone between 16 to 19, 20-ish, where they don't have a lot of money, so they don't really have that much money to burn. And it says the cost of therapy through BetterHelp ranges between 85 Canadian to 110 Canadian, which is around $66. So that's just a good halfway point between 85 to 110. But if you want to go to 110, that's around $80. So definitely on the pricier side of therapy. Like, I know people in Canada that,
Is that on the pricier side of therapy?
they've gone to therapy and it's like $90, $100. It's not that more expensive than real.
Well, that's Canada. Wait, is that expensive for therapy though? Is $100 a session expensive for therapy? I thought it was typical to be pretty. I mean, I guess I looked it up and it said 100 to 200. Average before insurance is 100. So with insurance, does insurance pay for therapy? I would assume they pay for a lot of it. Health insurance typically covers therapist visits and group therapy. The level of coverage will depend based on your provider. Most health insurance plans cover therapy and counseling because of your particular plan. If you have a diagnosed medical condition, typically covers therapist visits and group therapy. Okay, I guess it varies. For like an hour, yeah, I would imagine they'd probably cover, because their typical therapist session is like an hour a week, right? My therapy with insurance is 30 per session. Okay, I was 25 each session. Is Canada even real? No, it's not. It's not just about the coverage. Also, the therapist can suck. Well, that's a bigger issue, but I mean, it's up to you if you want to pay for this service, right? That's kind of your prerogative.
In-person therapy, so it's like, what are the benefits here? You know what I mean? If anything, this is
The problem is like if the advertising is misleading, I guess.
opinion, all right, but I think this is more harmful because going to physical therapy, you gotta get there, you gotta get in your car, but you physically need to leave your house, which is good, right? If you're depressed, if you're sad, putting on some bangers, driving, you might stop at the supermarket, get a few snacks. You know what I mean? It makes you want to leave your environment, your room, your house, whatever. And with BetterHelp, not only is it more expensive than traditional therapy.
I mean, I agree that's good for you, but I mean, some people just don't have the time or something. If you're on a busy schedule, you'd rather get therapy at whatever time you need and schedule it on your terms instead of relying on the therapist. I mean, having therapy at convenience is probably pretty beneficial for some people, right? That seems like one obvious benefit of BetterHelp. I don't know if the therapy is going to be as good as an in-person therapist. It's probably not, if I had to guess. This is not based on any data. This is just my intuitive genius mental level brain, okay? But realistically, like, there are basic benefits, I guess, to the service, if you want to talk about it that way.
It's also, in a way, kind of keeping you inside. And I don't want to go full conspiracy mode and be like, well, they're trying to trap you, so now you signed up for the yearly plan and now you're going broke. And you know what I mean? I'm not trying to get into that. But, getting out the house is always good. Like I said, I'm not saying that BetterHelp has never helped anyone. I'm looking at the BetterHelp reviews. Courtney is a compassionate and realistic therapist. She also helps me think.
That's your therapist, bro? You should need some therapy of her own, maybe.
Think about things in a worldly manner and remember that I need to respect myself. I enjoy therapy with her so much and I would recommend her
Why's she making that face? She looks like she smelled something really bad.
to anyone. Review written after work.
She looks like she just smelled your... She looks like you just walked in the therapy room and pulled down your pants and took a giant on the floor and smeared it in the rug with your bare feet.
With Courtney for 4 months. So that's always good to hear. Here we have another one.
This is my therapist. I'm gonna kill myself. Yeah, dude.
Wonderful therapist. She is so attentive, listening to all my needs and concerns and provide
Betty Cousins.
solutions that work well. Review written after working with Betty after 1 year and 10
Why do they all look like...
issues.
They're not even trying to
And you might be
smile.
thinking, well, this is kind of a positive video for once. Well, what's the issue with BetterHelp? Well, I think it's better if I show you the video that's going kind of viral right now that pretty much kickstarted all of this movement. I like money.
Considering they had unlicensed therapists was probably bad for the money you're spending. Okay. BetterHelp unlicensed therapists. Is there news? This is from 2018 Polygon article. Okay. The company describes BetterHelp as the largest online counseling program worldwide, geared toward helping people dealing with issues such as stress, anxiety, relationships, parenting, depression, addictions, eating, sleeping, trauma, anger, family conflicts, LGBT matters, grief, religion, or self-esteem. The company's FAQ section on its website clearly states BetterHelp's app and counselors shouldn't be used for people dealing with a severe mental illness, like schizophrenia or bipolar, or for people considering self-harm. Instead, the app prides itself on having licensed therapists and mental health experts available to help people via text, phone call, or video chat. That's what many YouTubers who have accepted sponsorships from the company often say in their own videos, where they speak on the stresses in their personal lives and feelings bordering on anxiety or depression. Bobby Burns, Elle Mills, Philip DeFranco, Heath Hussar, Boogie298, Shane Dawson, and Chandler N. Wilson are all creators who have videos sponsored by BetterHelp. Many of these creators have spoken about mental health issues in the past, but as burnout becomes a bigger topic within the community and mainstream world, sponsorships involving BetterHelp have increased despite the app not being what the creators are touting. Okay. The issues with BetterHelp. Getting into the nitty-gritty here, okay? We're going to get the actual info on BetterHelp and why it's evil. or something. We can find out why Shay decided to call out. I assume this is about Ted Nevison. Did he take a BetterHelp sponsorship? Did Jake the Giant Jew do a BetterHelp sponsorship?
Confused, shocked.
Oh, it's right here. Okay. March 2nd is when this was. And she tweeted this on March 19th. So maybe it's not about him. Or maybe it is. Where's the sponsorship, actually? Nobody in the comments seems upset about it. BetterHelp. Here we go.
So we now know that there are intelligent, speaking, and sentient animals in Barbie's canon universe, which is a little bit weird. That's pretty much all we know so far, so let's keep going. Before we continue on, though, this video is sponsored by BetterHelp. As I've mentioned in the past, I have ADHD. And since I have a job that requires a lot of
I have ADHD. What was this other tweet she made? Sorry, but this is too ironic not to post. This man woke up one morning and unprompted told me, I don't think you have ADHD because you have an easier time getting started on tasks than me when I was struggling with mental health and trying to pinpoint a potential cause. Advocate my... Like, sir, I work in corporate America and have a boss to answer to. If I don't complete my tasks, I get fired and don't eat. Okay. Why isn't she naming him, first of all? And secondly, vague tweeting about a relationship when... I mean, unless she makes a new allegation where she's like, me. I feel like why out private details from the relationship? Even about the sponsor. Like, it's not your responsibility to deal with this. You dated him for years. You're not his mom. Even if you were his mom, who cares? Make a video or something. I don't know.
It can sometimes be a way to my own personal mental health. I know I'm a YouTuber, okay? But I also get overwhelmed every now and then. And even though I've been kind of living as me my whole life and I know how my brain works, there's still room to grow in there. Oftentimes it's helpful to speak to a therapist if you don't have the right tools to deal with the struggles you go through just kind of living life. And sometimes you might not have the network or feel comfortable talking with friends and family about what you might be dealing with. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful, unbiased advice. First, you go to their site using my link at betterhelp.com/TedNivison. You answer a few questions and BetterHelp will match you to a professional who has years of experience helping people with struggles like yours. You can do it all from your phone or computer, via phone call, video chat, messaging, however you feel most comfortable. It's the easiest possible way to start talking to a therapist. You'll be matched with a therapist usually within 48 hours so you can get started fast. Visit betterhelp.com/TedNivison or choose my name during sign up and you'll get a special discount on your first month. Thanks to BetterHelp for sponsoring, and let's get back to the video.
These people that share details without exact names just want the clout without any accountability. Some of it is clout, but the bigger thing for women is women need to be heard. Women need to scream their emotions at the sun, and they need everyone to hear it and validate them. They need that. They just do. And to an extent, that's a very human thing in general, because people, when they have an emotion that they want to express, you know, they like to have it heard. You know, it's a very human thing. It's hard to bring before. You know, it's nice when you're a human to reach out and feel flesh gripping yours and feel like there's someone else in this with you and express your emotions. I will say, tweeting about your like ex-boyfriend, about your problems with them, and your kind of public Twitter account is so cringe. Like, just talk to your friend. Why do you need to tweet about it, dude? Why do you feel you need to tweet about it? I don't understand. YouTube's business model allows for transparency over the monetization issue. Sponsorships like ones involving BetterHelp are an understood aspect of the business. But in ad reads for the app, YouTube creators describe a product that more and more people are expressing concerns over. Chandler and Wilson told his viewers the app was full of psychologists who could help people going through a tough time. Gabby Hanna used the word professional to talk about the mental health experts available to talk to people. The company's terms of service tell a different story. The terms of service explicitly state the company can't guarantee a professional or even licensed professionals. We do not control the quality of the counselor's services, and we do not determine whether any counselor is qualified to provide any specific service, as well as whether a counselor is categorized correctly or matched to you. Well, in that case, it feels like it's a problem with BetterHelp's advertising department. The advertising department needs to do a better job of telling YouTubers what they can and cannot say and catering what they say rather than letting them spew off the The terms of service also acknowledge that the full responsibility of authenticating the person on the other end of the phone falls on the individual who signed up for the app. While we may try to do so from time to time in our sole discretion, you acknowledge that we do not represent to verify and do not guarantee the verification of the skills, degrees, qualifications, licensure, certification, credentials, competence, or background of any counselor. It is your responsibility to conduct independent verification regarding any counselor that provides you with counselor services, whether through the platform or not. And we strongly recommend that you will conduct the certification prior to communicating with any counselor through the platform on a continuous basis as you use the platform. So in that case, I feel like the service is kind of... None of this information appears in videos that are sponsored by the app. Since then, BetterHelp founder and CEO Alan Matas has taken the credit to defend BetterHelp's concern YouTube bans numerous customers who have reported terrible experience. YouTuber Destroma even uploaded a 7-minute video detailing her horrible experience with BetterHelp and added that she shouldn't speak to the experience of others. I couldn't in good conscience after doing the trial recommend it to you guys. There's nothing I can say other than there's no way in hell I could recommend them to you guys. Why is that video removed? Who is Destroma? This is from 2018. Who is Destroma? Why can't I find this video? Who is Destroma? Destroma, there are the 10 schizophrenia channels to follow in 2024. Who is Destroma? Who the f is Destroma? Destroma schizophrenia. In fairness, I mean, they did say that they don't treat schizophrenics, but who is Destroma? I just can't know. Did they get like exposed and leave the internet? Now, in wake of concerns raised by YouTube creators like Memology 101, who produced a 9-part series on the BetterHelp controversy, Matas is going on the offense. I don't have any response to the video because it's plainly bizarre. You're welcome to go to our provider directory and see the credentials and licensing information of each one of our providers. If you find a single counselor who's currently active on the platform but isn't a qualified professional, I will personally donate $500 to a charity of your choice. I respect everyone's opinion and happy to truly listen and learn. This is the opposite from PR. So this is an old Philip DeFranco video about this? Or is he sponsored by them?
Sup, you beautiful bastards?
Man, this is an old video. So it looks like this is just sponsored by BetterHelp. Phil DeFranco, BetterHelp. Are the creators not allowed to talk about it because of like a non-disparagement agreement or something? Looks like he was just sponsored by them. PewDiePie video. BetterHelp turns out to be even worse than what I thought. Classic PewDiePie. The golden era. Holy cow, I actually enjoy watching something on the stream for once.
Good evening. I'm Poppy Harlow, here for your special news.
Oh my god. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks. Poppy Gloria, Poppy Harlow. Dude, I'm getting flashbacks to 20... What is this, 19? Damn.
Any YouTuber mentioned in this video is just for context. I am not...
Remember SourceFed? Yeah, SourceFed was like the weird project that Phil DeFranco had that got shut down in like 2018 that everybody cried about. I don't even remember why it was good and I never watched it.
Tagging these people. It's just for context. Full disclaimer, guys. What am I talking about? Well, of course, BetterHelp. You've already heard about it from your favorite YouTuber.
BetterHelp.
BetterHelp. BetterHelp.
View BetterHelp.
BetterHelp. BetterHelp. BetterHelp. BetterHelp. BetterHelp. BetterHelp. Better.
You guys remember Bobby Burns? We just saw him. He was mentioned in the article too. You guys probably remember Bobby Burns. He was a guy who made like the I hate Shane Dawson video. Remember that? Shane Dawson's 100% innocent. Is this the video? Yeah, is this the one? What's the like one video he made that he hated? And then he did a bunch of collabs with Shane, and then he fell off, and I think now he does like OnlyFans or something. I'm drunk as fucking watching Felix. Definitely brings you back in a bad way, like returning to Vietnam. Yeah, for real.
The biggest artists of our generation, with over 50 million monthly listeners every month on Spotify. Billy creates all of her music with her brother Phineas, and they...
He's schizophrenic in that. It's like he's got a problem. Bobby Burns, Shane Dawson. I'm kind of getting off topic here. You gonna cover what happened with Ruby Frank? I already covered it, and she is going to jail. Confronting my hater in person. Is it this video?
Guys, today's video has been made possible by our beautiful, incredible, fantastic YouTube and has
Let's see.
always created whatever content people wanted to see. His channel
Not this video. Is it this one?
Today, I am going to be
Shane's video.
genuinely watching and responding to a hate video by a YouTuber.
manipulating people and making terrible,
Oh, it was terrible. It wasn't hate. It was terrible, terrible, terrible.
terrible content.
I mean, I think we could all agree that your content isn't terrible. You put more effort than most into your content.
Well, feel free to tell him that when he shows up at our door in an hour.
You invited this man to your house. Are you crazy, Shane?
This is a crazy saga. And Shane Dawson, he got his own little cancellation or whatever, and he now is, oh, he's actually posting again. 3 million views. But he has this other channel where he does like a podcast. Is it on the Shane 2 channel he does it? Yeah, he does like a podcast with like his mom and all these weirdos.
So different colors. And listen, I'll get to the technical.
Can you imagine they're watching together? He's like, 5 kids. That sounds like her.
You just made it unsafe for a lot of women to watch this with their husbands.
Well, speaking of viewer,
The soy council will decide your fate over here. DeFranco, one of the biggest creators on the platform, issued a 3-part statement. I've been made aware that there are people calling out one of our sponsors, BetterHelp, a scam because of what has been highlighted as concerning wording in their TOS. I reached out to BetterHelp's founder for a statement to hopefully clear up the matter. DeFranco tweeted, including a screenshot of his response that can be seen below. Additionally, they've acknowledged people to go to betterhelp.com/counselors to scrub through the counselors and check their credentials, which are listed on their profile pages. Now, all of that said, on a personal note, they've invited me to their office to see and understand their team's full process and procedures in person. Even though I trust and believe them, until I do that and they reword their TOS, which they say they will, I'll be putting VH sponsor spots on a temp hold. DeFranco is one of the more outspoken creators, but his sentiments are echoed within the community. Boogie298 said that although he used BetterHelp for 2 months before being sponsored by the company and found it helpful, he was going to take away from sponsorships for the time being. I recommend it to viewers after that and continued to use it. Now that some people think it's shady, I'll gladly back off until it's proven otherwise. Interesting.
Help. BetterHelp.
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 BetterHelp. BetterHelp.
There is a list of over 100 YouTubers who have promoted this website. It's been all over Reddit. My own subreddit, I always see these ads. Try online therapy. Try online therapy, and you too can grow a magnificent beard, just like
Is Ant Venom invited to the Soycast? He's the president of the Soycast, actually.
this guy. Well, what is BetterHelp? Well, it's been marketed as cheap, affordable, and private online therapy with a professional. That's right. Hooray, professional. I discussed BetterHelp in a previous video where I first heard about it, and I was cautious about calling it a scam because I've seen not just YouTubers, but actual therapists shilling this service. You're a sociopath. By the way, this video is sponsored by online therapy. So what's wrong with BetterHelp then? You can have online therapy without leaving your house. You can have therapy at home. That's great. That sounds almost too good to be true. Well, yes, because it is. With BetterHelp, they have attempted to mass produce therapy. They pride on
What's your opinion on Fent? Certainly better than BetterHelp.
having 4 million users. And they've gathered this many users by saying this. If you sign up for BetterHelp, you'll pay only $65. Whereas if you go to an actual therapist and meet face to face, you'll be paying $250. So look.
Does insurance cover BetterHelp? Does insurance cover BetterHelp? BetterHelp cannot submit claims to Medicare, Medicaid, or any health insurance plan. It's not covered by insurance. Okay, so no.
Look how much money you are saving by using BetterHelp instead of face-to-face therapy. However, in their own terms of service, they acknowledge that if you are using this site, it is not a complete substitute for face-to-face examination and for a session by a licensed
I feel like that should definitely be in the ads for these YouTubers. Like, you should say, like, hey, I'm
Let me
recommending
see your
BetterHelp.
beans.
They're paying me to do this video, the sponsorship, or whatever.
Bean toes.
However, it's not a replacement for face-to-face examination.
Beans.
And you also need to vet the therapist in question.
Beans.
I mean, I feel like that would be fine to say, right? Maybe BetterHelp wouldn't like that being in the sponsorship. Maybe they wouldn't let you do it. I don't know.
Beans.
Yeah, I feel like that should definitely be in it, right?
So it's marketed as a cheap
Can you recreate the I'm Gooning clip? Only if I start Gooning.
substitute for therapy, when in reality, it's a luxury. It's an addition to therapy. Look how much money you are saving by not going to therapy. Also, by the way, you need to go to therapy. When you subscribe to BetterHelp, let's say you pick the most popular one, $65 per month, but you're billed monthly. So when the 7-day trial runs out, you're immediately billed $260. So let's say you sign up for BetterHelp for a 7-day free trial. As soon as that trial ends, you are charged immediately with the full price of a month, $260. And even if you immediately cancel, you are still charged the full amount for a month that you will not use. And there's a lot of reviews that reinforce this. BetterHelp says,
I mean, in fairness, that part is kind of just on you. If you sign up for a subscription that tells you, hey, you're going to get charged after a month if you don't cancel, and then they don't cancel, like, that's kind of the user's fault, right? The other criticism that Felix is giving them is actually pretty good. Like, not a substitute for real therapy. YouTubers should disclose that. Like, that's pretty true, but it's like every service does this. If you sign up for Netflix for the free trial, like, and then you forget about it and they charge you, like, that's just what they do. Like, just set a reminder on your phone for get rid of my subscription, take out my card info, cancel it.
how long will I use this service? Just as long as you need it. You can cancel the subscription of the service at any time. We'll just charge you for the full month anyway. Now, I've seen comments saying that if you contact them, they will pay you back. So if you lost money signing up for this, please do reach out. BetterHelp also says that we'll find you an online therapist. We'll just do this quick question here and we'll find the right person for you. But in their terms of service, they also say, we cannot assess whether the use of the counselor is right and suitable for your needs. So what do? They don't take accountability for anything. You can find a therapist that does phone calls or texting by yourself. BetterHelp says themselves that they give no warranty for their willingness to give advice. They make no warranty whether what they say is even relevant, useful, correct, relevant again, satisfactory, or suitable to your needs.
So basically what BetterHelp actually is, I mean, they claim they don't even the guy, the CEO back then in that Philip Frankel statement was like, well, if you have a problem with our therapist, you can personally let me know and I'll donate $500 to a charity of your choice if you find some kind of, therapy scammer, right? But apparently in the terms of service, which the Polygon article pointed out, and Phil wanted to change, they claim they don't actually verify the therapist themselves. You need to do your due diligence, right?
So they don't take responsibility
So really what they are is they just like are a website where if you're a therapist or a not real therapist, you can go sign up, I guess. And then if you want therapy online, it's not a substitute for real therapy, then you can go and use the service. It seems like just kind of a service.
for anything.
I guess I do know it seems like not a very good service.
On review sites, it says that BetterHelp is 69% positive and 21% negative. So if someone says BetterHelp really worked for me, that's because they had a good therapist, not because BetterHelp provided a good service.
Yeah, true.
Because they don't take accountability for any of their counselors, which then leads to a lot of people having bad experiences. They say themselves that they don't diagnose. The platform is not intended for diagnosis. But then you have really questionable videos of YouTubers saying,
I suffer with binge eating, which I do want to talk to you guys about because I was officially diagnosed with binge eating disorder by my therapist.
I was officially diagnosed by their therapist. Okay, who diagnosed you?
If you guys have ever heard of BetterHelp.com.
Oh, really? You were officially diagnosed by a therapist. Therapists should not diagnose you that way. And BetterHelp themselves say that, but still, apparently, it happened.
I never actually received any therapy. We just kept setting appointments, and he just kept missing them and not giving me any warning or any real reason, and was really unprofessional in his messages.
I feel like if you're a company like this, BetterHelp is dealing with as important and pressing of a service as mental health, then you have to be able to verify the therapist. And you can't, you need to downscale your business so that you actually can. You need to have like a limit on how many people you can take on, right? Because basically the business model, the way it's set up, is like to get the most amount of people possible on the website, to get the most amount of therapists possible on the website. But then the problem becomes basically that these therapists are not necessarily verified, and then people like this apparently are not getting the therapy they need, right? And then the problem on the YouTuber's end is like they're not being given the proper information to represent the company, or they're outright lying. Maybe it's their fault, right? I mean, you can blame either party, right? Maybe it's the YouTuber's fault for not doing the due diligence of researching this company they're being sponsored by. You can say it's BetterHelp's marketing department for not properly communicating everything about the website, clear about it to get more people in the door. But it seems to me like it's kind of a silly service.
So I'm seeing BetterHelp everywhere, and I'm getting flashbacks.
Obviously, if you meet a therapist face to face, you can still have bad experiences. But if BetterHelp themselves doesn't take any accountability of finding you the right therapist or any accountability for the actions of their therapist, then what's the point? What do they do besides charging? It just came to my attention that I missed a portion of the terms of service. This one is deeply concerning. And guess why I missed it? They deleted it just a few days ago. How convenient. This one says that they don't guarantee the verification of the skills, degrees, qualifications, certification, credentials, competence, or background of any counselor. With BetterHelp, you'll be talking to professionals. Just beware that it's your responsibility to determine whether they are or not.
Yeah, that's very silly. It's very silly. In fairness, in person, you should probably be vetting your counselor too. But there's probably less of a risk in person of them conning you or something, or not having the proper credentials that you think they do. Tom, you'll pick a side in the conflict 1,000 miles away. There's no effect in your life whatsoever. Yeah, I'll really take into account that big conflict when I'm eating my chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A.
It's your responsibility to determine whether they have any degree or qualification or...
Chick-fil-A is anti-LGBT, but goddamn, their chicken is good. Imagine how many gay people have been helped by getting to enjoy a chicken sandwich after their orgy.
Certification.
Or their, consensual interaction with their boyfriend.
Holy sense. What does BetterHelp do besides selling you a product that doesn't
That's such
exist,
bullshit,
that they
bro.
don't sell? A lot of reviews have spoken about this, saying that their counselors was really questionable, with all kinds of crazy stories. And considering how little the actual therapist using BetterHelp gets paid, it's obvious that you're not going to get the best service. People even saying that they most likely just talk to another person.
I've had 7 or 8 counselors. The first one didn't show up for a scheduled appointment. The second one left in the middle of an online chat. The rest were rude and unreasonable. The last one I had sent me kind of a mean message.
their therapist just changed throughout the year, and they don't even know who they were talking to anymore. Now, I can't vouch that these reviews are legit.
True. I would like to see some evidence or receipts for these people.
Obviously, they're anonymous reviews, but I can, if you want to do that argument, neither of the good reviews are legit either. If you go to BetterHelp's own website, their testimonies, they are filled with testimonies. Most of them starting off with text saying Joel was excellent, referring to their therapist. Alex has been so helpful. She is very understanding, referring to their therapist. Jerry is empathetic. Well, you scroll down and you find this guy.
Julian says that BetterHelp.com is a reliable online platform to receive therapy. It can be easier and safer to communicate with a licensed psychologist from home than online. A therapist of theirs, Lauren McCoy, is attentive, does ask the right questions. You need it.
I guess if you're going to use this service, just make sure you're talking to these specific therapists instead of... Although I guess they match them with you, so it might not even be us. That's another problem there.
Stay alone.
Jesus, you needn't stay alone. And notice
Did you say the word of the PewDiePie Gamer Bridge? You never know what's going to happen when you get frustrated while gaming.
how he says Julian says.
Julian says that BetterHelp.
Who's Julian? His therapist is Lauren. Is he Julian? Is he referring to himself? Is he reading the script so badly? What is this site? What is going on here? The cherry on the top here is that in their terms of service, they can share your data. And anything talking about mental health related, that's really not a problem if that's public information, right? I mean, the whole idea of having online therapy with an online footprint is just a bad idea in general. Why is my action so wrong? Now, this is some of the reasons that I found out that BetterHelp is not what they are saying it is. There's a lot of more information and a lot of more crazy things that I don't want to bring up, but there's a lot of suspicious activity, to say the least. For me, where this whole thing gets the most messed up is the market. When I first heard about BetterHelp, I was immediately skeptical because I've been approached by a similar app a year ago, and a very few selected people told me, this app is not what they are saying it is. Luckily, the app didn't cost any money, and luckily, I didn't take the money for the promo. For some reason, I recognized that it was a bad idea taking money for a mental health issue, and how so many YouTubers fail to recognize this is just beyond me, or maybe shouldn't. There's over 100 YouTubers who have promoted BetterHelp, but the most concerning thing about this is not that they're getting paid to promote it. I think that's fine, but they are paid per person that signs up to BetterHelp. And not just a little money either. It's been confirmed that YouTubers have been paid $200 per person that they get to sign up.
That's a lot. Interesting. Well, if that's the case, what is the recent update? I started the Sensitive Society video not even understanding what the prior stuff was. So now that I know the prior issues and have some concerns around BetterHelp, which I would basically obviously agree with the concerns. What is the new stuff Sensitive Society is going to bring up?
Money as much as the next guy, but putting people over profits in this way, the way the company is doing it, and violating their rights and their own TOS is disgusting to me.
The co-founder of BetterHelp ensured they would never do anything as crazy as secretly sell private mental health data from their users. We called it a far-fetched conspiracy and a gross violation of federal laws, state laws, HIPAA regulations, and their own terms and privacy.
And then they got fined $8 million base.
Which is why they were fined $7.8 million by the FTC last year for doing exactly that. Yeah, so the FTC proved that they have been sharing private mental health data of their users, as well as their IP addresses, email address, with companies like Facebook and Snapchat. This mental health data included answers to very personal questions such as sexual orientation, specific reasons for wanting therapy, possible eating disorders, and so much more.
This is so gross, and I already knew this going in.
What is that disclaimer? I cannot verify.
Orientation, specific reasons for wanting therapy, possible eating disorders, and
Can I verify if all these questions and answers were shared with third parties? Well, why even put that in there, though? Because you just said that they were all shared, and then you're saying you can't verify it. I don't think this notice from Sensitive Society. This is from the original video, right? Soggy cereal.
Hey, my
if you can't verify it, why even put it in? You need better help, client side.
So much more.
This is so gross, and I already knew this going in, and I still can't believe they genuinely did this. The people are trusting you with this information, very intimate information.
Wait, but if you're gonna make that allegation, why not verify it? Like, if you're gonna put it in there, I feel like you need to verify it. Who's this girl, man? Get the girl out. No more girls. Only boys.
And so many more. BetterHelp is 24/7 online therapy. They promise easily accessible therapy with licensed therapists for an arguably cheap price.
I feel like it's a pretty easy gotcha. Why the need for the sensationalism and then also the disclaimer of like Also, disclaimer of like, well, I actually can't verify any of this, so I'm just gonna leave it in. Like, just take that part out.
And the reason why these companies such as Snapchat, Facebook, and others want your information is so you can start seeing ads that match what you're saying. You know what I mean? So if you say, you know, I'm a straight person and I'm here for X reason, right? Let's just take with a straight person, but you choose when you log in, when you sign up to BetterHelp. It's all for advertisements. They're gonna be like, okay, let's not market LGBTQ+ to this guy because he's straight. What's the point? I'm trying to simplify this as much as I possibly can. The reason why they collect your data is they can start showing up on your IG or your Facebook. If you still use Facebook in 2024, if you do, please delete that. That's the reason why they want the data. That's the reason why they're being sued, and they lost $7.8 million because they were giving the data that you gave BetterHelp. They were selling them. And every website does this, but a therapy website should never do this. This is what kills companies like these. It could have been a legit service that I and millions of people could have used, but now this is confirmed. These are not rumors. They genuinely just sell your data, and on top of that, their email address and their IP address, so you can market to their specific location. It blows my mind. They could advertise that's around your area, so you're most likely to buy. It's disgusting. And once again, I'm all about that bag. I love money, okay? My whole thing is, as long as you're making money and you're not hurting anyone else, go crazy, right? No real therapist would ever do this. And if a therapist ever shares exclusive information or super intimate, they could get fired. If BetterHelp has helped you, that's great. I'm glad. That's awesome. But you also gotta be aware, doing some very shady stuff to something as important as mental health, and it just pisses me off.
Of course, when they were asking those questions, they ensured that they wouldn't be sharing it at all, except with their therapist. Oh boy, can't wait for that Facebook is gonna show me now that they think I'm an anxious unemployed widow with sexual experiences, eating disorders, and headache. And as for BetterHelp, oh man, and those are just the lies they were calling for. And I mean, they've been lying about these ones for years.
When a news site revealed in February 2020 that BetterHelp was sharing users' health data with third parties, people complained to the company. As one person put it, "I've not given any consent to share my information with anyone, especially ads targeting my mental health weakness." How did BetterHelp respond? The FTC says the company doubled down on deception by falsely denying it had shared consumers' personal info, including their health information with third parties. I feel like $8 million is kind of a low fine for that, right? I think it's kind of low. I feel like it probably should have been fined $50 million, $100 million. Who knows? Put them out of business or something for that one.
But you know, poor startup multi-billion-dollar company can't apologize for their actions. It's not their fault that they try to abuse goodwill of their users for personal corporate gain.
They got fined $7 million, but
why even put why put allegedly there when you don't need to when they did do that, and then why put the other qualifier when you couldn't prove that other allegation? I don't understand. This guy, Soggy Cereal being a silly Billy.
That's nothing to them when they have hundreds of thousands of people, not millions of people using their services. It's like 7 million to them. It's nothing to this huge corporation when they're making hundreds of millions. I think a way to rival real therapy would probably be like lowering the prices and stop selling data of the people who are trying to get help for whatever issues they might have. Another thing that pissed me off was this goofy chart that says BetterHelp versus traditional in-office therapy. And then I hate all of these check marks and all of these X's.
Probably seen enough from that. Yeah, I don't know. YouTubers probably shouldn't take a sponsorship from BetterHelp. They seem like a pretty shady company. Okay, now I know that. Now I know that, and I've learned it. I learned it with you guys. Which in the beginning I didn't know. I remember the controversy, but I didn't remember what exactly it was about. So now I'm glad I know. Now we learned. Holy learning. This is an educational stream, ladies and gentlemen. Favorite timeline in fairness. Do I say that a lot? I don't say that a lot. People should start reading terms of service before clicking accept. There's no way I'm gonna do that. Dude, this terms of service is like 80 pages long. I'm sorry. I'm a normal person. You think I read books? What am I, gay? You think I'm gonna read the terms of service? What am I, a murderer? Every pyrosexual incident? I'm gonna put that on not interested. Damn. Well, people probably deserve to get called out for sponsoring BetterHelp then, but I don't know why his ex-girlfriend of all people is doing that in regards to Ted Nevison. She seems like a salty, spiteful, bitter ex. I don't really need to hear from her, but you know what? If YouTuber wants to call her out, based. He's gonna beef with you again? Yeah. You think BetterHelp will be ruined after this whole situation? Probably not. They didn't get ruined last time, and the controversy was way bigger, bro. Do you know how many videos were made about BetterHelp in like 2019 or 18? 6 million views. These are all recent videos. This one, by the right opinion, has almost 1 million views.
Yeah, man, fuck off, bro. You just pulled my headphone out.
What I learned about the conversation from the CEO.
No, out.
Welcome to my scientifically informed insider look at mental health topics. If you find this video to be interesting or helpful, please like it and subscribe to my channel. Hello, this is Dr. Gade. Today I'll be answering a number of questions concerning a company called BetterHelp. We see that on YouTube recently there's been a lot of drama, specifically.
You get the annoying static noise out of your audio, bro.
Around this platform. It's
how many views? Yeah, 6 million. It does seem a little high. A lot of views. 6.3. Jeez, getting up there.
Platform that connects mental health providers, mental health clinicians, with clients. There have been a number of questions, and I'll go over these separately, but to give you an example.
I like the guy. This guy's pretty cool. I've seen a bunch of his videos that explain complex psychological disorders in 20 minutes or so that have been pretty useful for me. I've enjoyed the videos.
Some of the questions we see is claim that BetterHelp is a scam. I'll be talking about that. Claims that BetterHelp is not effective. Claims that the clinicians aren't qualified. And a few others. So a variety of claims we've seen on YouTube channels and other social media. And I'll be discussing these in detail. Now,
to be clear, this is before this guy blew up. This is an old video. He used to be not that big. What we see now, his views are much better. And he's made some pretty good videos and I've enjoyed quite a bit. Another signs a child might be a psychopath. Chris Watt, psychopathy, narcissism, rage, infidelity, and murder. 10 ways to manipulate a narcissist. Keeping the peace with a narcissist. David Icke, coronavirus conspiracy. Peterson critique philosophical views.
To start with, I want to no financial or business relationship with BetterHelp. I'm not one of their clinicians. My channel is not sponsored by BetterHelp. I spoke to the CEO, Alon Matas, to prepare for this video. There were a few emails before that just to line up that.
No wonder I 26,000 views. The audio is horrible.
Conversation, but other than that, I don't know anybody at BetterHelp.
If BetterHelp was canceled, I would see absolutely every other video.
For those who watch my channel regularly, you know that this channel is about scientifically informed content about mental health. But I don't offer anything but my reasonable interpretation of evidence and sometimes my opinion. So for example, I don't engage in personal attacks on people, including other YouTube content creators. Also, given the nature of this particular video, I want to mention that if you search my name on Google, for example,
when I see YouTubers do the BetterHelp promotion, I always think to myself, at least they're getting some money, and I know better than not to use it, but I'm not truly letting people don't know. Yeah, I think I got an offer from them. I think it was pretty good, but I think I turned it down at some point. Actually, I know I turned it down. Yeah. I mean, even outside of the clear ethical process, it seems like it's very
you'll see that I'm the current president of the Delaware Board of Mental Health and Chemical Dependency Professionals, but I'm not operating in that capacity.
Don't care who you are.
So to answer all these questions and concerns, and to add something meaningful to the discussion, I reached out to Alon Matas, the CEO of BetterHelp. He agreed to talk to me, which I thought was very generous, and we had a conversation that lasted about 90 minutes. I also looked at their website, I looked at a number of other websites related to this issue, I consulted the research literature, and talked to some other people that were familiar with BetterHelp that had experience with the service. So there's a lot of information to present here, and there's different strategies, of course, for organizing information like this. But I decided to organize this in terms of concerns. So I'm going to go through each of the concerns individually, and some of them, of course, have some overlap, but there are pros and cons to any way you organize information. So I thought this made sense for this type of video. So first, the concern of the YouTube drama, and this specifically refers to what's been referred to as the BetterHelp scam. These accusations or claims that BetterHelp is a scam and not a legitimate business that's here to help people. So this all started because BetterHelp sponsors some YouTube channels, which is a fairly normal activity for a company like BetterHelp. A feud broke out between originally 2 YouTube content creators, and then BetterHelp was dragged into this, and then other content creators started making videos about this topic, but they offered little in the way of new evidence. I refer to this as chasing a trend, and this is fairly common on YouTube. I don't really have a problem with people chasing trends, but I worry about when they chase these trends and don't have anything meaningful or interesting to add to the discussion. And that's what seems to have happened here. So we see that a lot of information in these videos was presented as factual, but there's not a lot of evidence to back this up. Now, under this concern of the BetterHelp scam question, one of the main issues was about the terms and conditions you see on the BetterHelp website. Specifically, a reference has now been eliminated that indicated that BetterHelp was not responsible for verifying licenses. Also, there were some other passages that were singled out because of poor grammar, because they weren't clear, and because they seemed to be repetitive. So this is certainly poor wording. I read the terms and conditions both before and after the change, and I think it's a good point. If we think about terms and conditions, we would expect economy of discretion and clarity, and really we don't see either one of those in these terms and conditions. Now, I talked to Mr. Matas about this terms and conditions issue, and they were working to improve the terms and conditions, and they took out that piece that bothered people, that piece that was featured in those videos. They're trying to rewrite them so they're more friendly, and they're really looking.
Well, if that part about the terms and conditions about how they don't verify therapists and it's their responsibility is true, then it doesn't really matter whether they take it out or not, unless they're going to improve the review process for these clinicians and actually strengthen, make it much more rigorous, right? I don't really want them to take that out. If they're going to lie about it, or unless they're going to change things. Right? Tom's the type of guy to deny the haircut allegations. I feel like I can't really deny it at this point. I feel like it's kind of screwing through.
Looking at every clause. He also noted that because they made the effort to change the wording that was attracting attention, it almost made them look guilty, like they had something to hide. Now, really, when we think about terms and conditions, I compared their terms and conditions to many
All
others.
right, I already know about this. I'm curious what this guy thinks about text therapy.
Indicated. The next issue is the issue of text therapy, and we see a lot of different concerns around this. We see claims that it's illegal, that it's unethical, and that's ineffective. So these words can get thrown about kind of loosely. It's important to understand that anything can be illegal, unethical, or ineffective in inappropriate context. For example, somebody could say that surgery is illegal, unethical, and ineffective.
For a tiny shot? We're setting the new shirt standard is going to be $200. Okay? We can't do it for 100 anymore. We're not a slut. Okay, that's the new requirement.
And they would be right if it's conducted by somebody who isn't a licensed and qualified surgeon. So can text therapy be all those things? It can be, but it's not illegal and it's not unethical when it's delivered by a licensed and qualified mental health clinician. Now, in terms of the ineffective claim, there are really mixed results here. We see some evidence that it can be effective, and we see some evidence that there may be some difficulties with it.
I assume what he's going to say now is that therapy in general can be ineffective. Here's the artist to draw your icon. I can't remember their name.
But really, with this piece, we need more information. We really don't know
It's probably in my channel info.
about the effectiveness thoroughly, like we do about traditional face-to-face therapy. I brought this point up to Mr. Matas, and this was one of my primary concerns, one of the reasons I really wanted to talk to him. And he indicated something that actually surprised me. With BetterHelp, there is no option for just text therapy.
I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for BetterHelp. Nobody else would take me. Interesting. Can I expand on that, Aaron?
They offer and prefer.
Does anyone in chat enlighten me as to has anybody in chat used BetterHelp? Can you talk about your experience with it with me? I'd be really curious to talk to someone who's actually used it. It'd be good to get a positive and a negative experience so I can get a real view of what's going on.
The clients use text amplified therapy. So they use the text therapy if they want to, but they also use the video conferencing, the online. So I found this somewhat reassuring. And again, I have my doubts about text therapy, but I found this to be reasonable. One thing in particular that Mr. Matas indicated about this that I found really interesting was that BetterHelp, in a good way, is actually the least innovative platform. They're there for convenience, and they're not trying to reinvent therapy. We see other attempts being made in some other places to use AI, machine learning, and to really rely on peer support. And all of those are certainly interesting, but more controversial than traditional therapy. So we have a mix here of technology with the online component and traditional therapy. Now, given all this, I still have my concerns. My primary concern is that text therapy doesn't run too far ahead of what we know from science. But it does take somebody, like BetterHelp or some other companies, to try text therapy. Researchers aren't going to found companies to test out this modality. Somebody has to try this, and then researchers have to jump in and study it. And Mr. Matas was clear that he supports research on text therapy and on online therapy in general. So what can we learn from all this YouTube drama? And
Yeah, I could use some backup, you motherfuckers.
Guaranteed the therapists are just telling these people either basic things to make you feel better or tell you what you want to hear since people aren't therapists. I mean, some of them are, but some of them aren't. But if it's a real therapist and they're a licensed clinician, I imagine they're probably going to do a good job and probably have some sort of ethical imperative, right? They're probably going to feel that to actually do a good job and give people advice, which, I mean, generally I think it can be pretty good. But it's probably pretty hit or miss as well. Like there are probably, when you get someone who's unlicensed, and you end up getting that, and then in that case, it's probably pretty
wording on the terms and conditions, and a few other minor things. None of the negative claims against BetterHelp seem to be founded in any evidence. And I think this actually speaks more clearly about the nature of social media as opposed to anything about BetterHelp. Social media right now seems to be like the Wild West. How we get and process information is changing.
Nobody local would accept patients without insurance. None of the other online services are taking into those too high risk of algorithms and stuff. I'm curious.
Rapidly, responsible behavior and critical thinking don't seem to be keeping pace with how much growth.
They're the second largest spenders on podcast advertising behind Amazon, I think. Is that real? Biggest podcast sponsor. Top 30 podcast sponsors. Number 1 is BetterHelp. Number 2 is Shopify. Holy shit. Okay. So they're actually the biggest right now.
At any time. BetterHelp, you can. In office, you can't. Wages capped, phone sessions, video sessions, easy scheduling, blah, 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 blah. You get the point. And here,
my therapist has been fantastic. She's given me the skills I need to deal with my past and my lifelong depression. Well, hey, there you go. That's a positive experience. I guess it'd probably be better if they were to update all the terms of service, update their process for being rigorous with these people, and then also probably good if they rebranded so they don't have all this ask. Any other questions, Tom? Just ask. I guess I'd like to talk over the phone, but one of the question would be, how did you verify your therapist? Did you do it yourself, or did they do it and you just trusted it? Or like, how did the verification process go for whether or not you should trust your therapist, Brandon?
Just because a video or a post or whatever has a lot of views doesn't mean it's true. We know that if somebody's seeking views, there's a real incentive there for drama. And these large YouTube content creators run multi-million-dollar companies. They're competitive, they're sharp, and they really know how to get people to click on their videos. It's a high-stakes game. Largely, there's no disincentive for inaccurate information or for drawing conclusions not supported by the evidence. So think about this from a perspective of somebody serving on a jury. If you were an engineer and you were accused of using bad calculations to design a bridge, maybe that bridge collapsed or failed, would you want somebody on the jury that would take into account that you failed a third-grade math test? That's what's really happened here. We see small bits of evidence being magnified into conclusions that simply can't be supported. This isn't science. And really, I don't even think it's good entertainment, but it's out there. And we have to be aware of what's going on with YouTube.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, a lot of the times YouTubers, especially commentary channels, will sensationalize stuff and blow things out of proportion. In this case, it seems like there were some valid concerns against BetterHelp, but maybe it went a little far in some of the criticisms. But overall, the concerns that were valid, and I think they deserve to be criticized from what I've seen. Especially when you're dealing with something like mental health, you need to make sure all of your is completely airtight. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcast and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support.
In the past few years, Republicans across the country have introduced anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion laws in more than 30 states. Yesterday, Axios reported that if Trump gets a second term, his allies are already laying the legal groundwork for the Justice Department to eliminate or upend programs in government and corporate America that are designed to counter racism. So now the question is, well, how potent is white grievance in the ballot box? Tonight, we just got election results in Oklahoma for a recall election of a local candidate who could serve as somewhat of a litmus test here. These are photos from the white nationalist Tiki Torch rally in Charlotte.
And he's close to the action, so to speak.
He's on the stand. Uh-oh.
You had the knife blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah.
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes.
Nobody else. I'll strike back. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
No.
Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple step backwards to get away from the situation?
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
No.
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
No, you didn't, did ya? No. Not one step, no.
Right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Overruled. Yes. Yes.
Nice. Yes. 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 Thank you. This is what I want. Yes.
Fuck my shit up, fam. Yes! Alright, fuck yes!
Oh. Okay, we're back.
Mr. Smestad, would you please rephrase the question?
I will, Your Honor. You're testifying today that you did actually make physical contact with Maddie Cohen, right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
I may have.
You don't remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling, and I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you had been drinking too, so it might have been your breath.
I didn't have vodka and all the other garbage.
My point is, today
Oh,
you
no.
testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right? Correct?
I didn't. I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right? Were you present when Sergio testified?
Oof.
After you pushed Maddie Cohen, only one person ever punched you, right?
From the video?
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened then at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember. I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Start.
You saw in the video that only one person
Yeah,
ever
I'm not asking you what you remember, I'm asking what happened. Well, I can only tell you what I remember, you dumb fucking twat.
Hey, I'm a conservative and started watching you after your debate with Shapiro. After watching a lot of your videos, what makes you a leftist? To me, you seem like a moderate Dem from the 1990s. Okay. I don't know if I can call myself a leftist, like a socialist or communist. It's like it depends on what we're talking about.
He's just one of them good old liberal Democrats. You know, liberal Democrat. Hey, I'm right back at it again. Just like I always said.
Testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife. Okay. You held on to it and you fell down in the water.
Yes.
When Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
Yes.
He was fighting you with one hand.
What is that bullshit?
Never suffered any kind of bruising or cut to your face from this injury, right?
Inside of my cheek.
You cut the inside of your cheek.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
And you never had any bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember. I had a beard I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face.
No, not
Oh, that's
where's
bullshit.
Jistical at? Just because he didn't have a bruise doesn't mean he wasn't hit. He was hit. He was hit. They rushed him. Okay.
Once you're knocked down in the water, AJ Madison comes up to you and pushes on your back, right? We'll play the video. Pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
You are a true warrior. I salute you.
In response, you got up out of the water, right? You take your knife in your right hand, put the blade up, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
This lawyer's earning
Still in my hand,
every
yes.
dollar.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes.
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
Because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up. I look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp 156. You see your knife?
Yes.
How close it is to his jaw, his chin?
Yes.
That's because you stabbed him. Instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
I was falling backwards in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes.
In, pulled up. The last time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
It's
Bullshit,
straight up.
bro.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight.
Sorry for the trouble.
Oh, you asked a question, you can answer it.
I don't know what he was doing.
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
Don't push yourself too hard now.
You stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right? No, it's not. It's not. It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the problem.
You just say like 3 different names?
Martin. Thank you. Martin. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right? Yes. He jumped on top of you. Nobody's picking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself. Right?
Apparently, yes.
I'm going to take a look at the video starting at 155. That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Please come up.
Do you have a strong opinion on this case? I don't think so. I think this guy was. I think he was ready and looking to fight.
Oh, what the fuck, bro? You're just both gonna corner me?
Oh, there you go. your audio is fucked? No, it's anytime the judge talks to the two lawyers, they
At that
they
time,
cut the recording.
I forgot what was going on.
That's the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that? You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you.
From my memory, I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you. Correct? Never kicked you, never pushed you. You turned around and stabbed him. Right?
Together, Kondo.
I couldn't see, I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right? That's what happened.
That's what happened.
When you luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab, so you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you sliced Riley Madison through the left side of her body, right?
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands on you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman.
Oh,
attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir. But
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
Called her fat.
Saying it
damn.
today for the first time.
Inamoto has brought his ship
I
around.
don't remember
Please,
this whole thing.
you must escape to Edo. Never.
After you stabbed Riley Madison,
Oh God.
That's exactly what
Isaac Schumann tries to push you, right?
war will rack the
And he
entire
lands his hands on my throat, yes.
But his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
If you would,
I didn't take measurements. But yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you, you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
this is not over.
He went for my throat, and I defended myself.
Enemy's commander has
Yes.
fled.
Are you saying? We're gonna look at the video.
The Shogun's troops are on the verge of retreat. Let's give this everything we have. Fire!
We're gonna start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch, you might want to avert your eyes. Ready?
Kondo, you should fall back. Look after Brunei. I will stand with you.
We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schumann, right? If you know.
Right.
His left hand on your arm, right?
Right.
His right hand on your chest, right?
Right.
They're not on your throat.
You and the others must now become samurai for a
In
new
that
age.
particular frame.
And your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent.
If you're feeling threatened, you should be brandishing your knife, right? He didn't seem to act defensively at any point. Yeah, that's my big thing. That's what I was asking yesterday. Like, if he didn't have a knife, how do you think he would have acted? I think he would have just ran. I think he would have got away. He wasn't acting. It didn't seem like he was in fear of his life at any point in time, or was like brandishing in such a way to get people to stay away. It seems like he just pulled it out of his ready to start stabbing people. Like,
Right?
Okay.
And you've got the knife in your hand. pushing you,
forces
you
outnumbered
jam your knife up into his
the
heart.
retreat of the shogun defeat was at hand.
Right?
Riding high from its victory,
After
the
he
revolutionist army began
touches
its
my
march
throat
on
and pushes me back. Yes, correct.
In disarray after their defeat at Tobafushimi, the remnants of the shogunate army flee to Edo.
As your
and their
arm is moving up to
commanders
stab him, you actually
Emboldened
moved
by
his
victory,
arm
the
closer up your,
revolutionist
farther up
army
your body
heads to
with
Edo,
your own movement,
intent on
right?
delivering the final blow to its enemies.
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
At the time that this incident happened, you agreed you weighed 248 pounds.
Yes.
Not one of these people that you've stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
Right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Argumentative as to form.
Overruled. Right? You made up that story?
To Brandy? Hart?
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes.
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
Correct.
You're the only person who had a knife.
Correct.
Said earlier that you had waved for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During we're moving back in time now.
Oh, yeah. Earlier you had waved.
Yes.
The video, you said
Yes.
you'd wave to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding.
You can tell 90% of chat or Steven have never been in an actual fight where a group of people mob you. And who the fuck are you, John Wick? How many fights have you been in where it's 1 on 10? You can watch a million fucking videos of people like doing these fights. Nobody is like sitting there in a group where they feel genuinely threatened, like smiling and smirking at everybody, pulling a knife out of it. Can you show me like one other self-defense scenario that looks like this? What are you even what are you comparing this to right now? What are you talking about?
Eating into the river, right? He's standing right behind
Yep.
her.
Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
I see that in the video, yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schumann, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13 on 1, you had a friend there, right?
Don't remind Destiny of his Kyle Rittenhouse thing. If you compare this to Rittenhouse, hold on, I'm banning like 7 people. If you compare this to Rittenhouse, you're permabanned. Your brain is not capable of processing it. I don't know where you're at or what you're lost into, but I don't want to be your dad to pull you out of whatever intellectual difficulties you're suffering right now. Yeah, boom, 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 easy. That's a super easy one. You're so far gone. I don't know where these takes on the internet are coming from right now, or why, or what. Maybe this guy just looked like an incel or something, and you're like, I identify with him against all the Chad, like beach high schoolers. I don't even know what is happening in the mind that you would think you could compare this to Rittenhouse. I'm not sure. Good luck.
Your friend is standing right there. He's in the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
Did you saw him coming? Walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
Katsu is liable to take drastic measures.
Can you elaborate your stance on this? It isn't abundantly clear. It seems like the guy might have genuinely been going to look for a phone, or I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he was so serious. He went to go and look for it. My guess is he tripped or something on the way to the inner tubes, and he put his hand on the black kid. I think was the one filming, and then all the other kids, everybody's like drunk, and they're all like, they just start like shouting at him, and I think the guy with the phone or somebody's like, oh, he's a pedophile, he's looking at girls or whatever, and everybody's just like getting all excited and like shouting and screaming or whatever, and then I don't know if this guy has autism or I'll generously say maybe he's autistic or socially weird or whatever, but he doesn't communicate with any of the kids there. He just kind of like walks around looking for shit, not saying anything, until eventually I think they kind of start getting in his face, and then in the course of like this, like he pulls out a knife and he's got it aside, and then he just starts fucking like fucking V for Vendetta, just like going off on people after they start to like skull. It's just, he had plenty of opportunity to walk away. He had plenty of opportunity to just leave. I don't know why he's walking into a group of like drunk teens with a knife on him, and he's like super in the mode. He doesn't seem fearful of his life at any point in time. Nobody's like seriously laid a blow on this dude or anything. I think one of the kids smacks his face, which you shouldn't. Another kid goes to push him after. Apparently he saw him hit the one girl. That's off camera. We don't know. Or push the one girl or put his hands on her somehow. But yeah, he had plenty of opportunity to leave. There was no reason he needed to be in the middle of this group of kids that were all getting rowdy with like a knife pulled out on his side like he's the fucking Terminator ready to start stabbing and killing people. It was just wild. And then I think that something that could help afterwards is maybe behavior afterwards might help. Maybe I could have seen something. But like the guy literally ditches the knife, he tosses it at like the other end of the river afterwards to try to run from the weapon. When he gets arrested later, he's in the car and he's like, oh, they're like, do you know why I arrested you? He's like, oh, well, I heard there was a stabbing. And then I think apparently he lies and he tells the cops also, they're like, oh, that knife came from one of the boys. It wasn't mine. So I mean, like the dude, I think he was like, I think he was okay fighting and stabbing and whatever at that point. I don't know if he just wasn't thinking of the consequences or I don't know what the fuck is going on at that point. But none of the stuff communicates from his point of view that he was fearful of his life. That doesn't seem to ever happen. Destiny, you're missing the fact that the kids are being cringe. His actions are obviously justified when you take into account. Listen, if he were to say that, then fucking A, dude.
At no point when you stabbed Tony, Riley, and Isaac did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The kids fucked around and found out. I now feel safer on this river. I can't even tell if it's a troll or not. I'd rather be at a river where there are like drunk teens or drunk college kids or whatever than fucking psychos like this who are walking around with knives in their pocket, ready to fucking mass stab like a group of people that he feels is too rowdy. Fuck that. That's wild.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right?
This is fucking dumb.
Right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
Do you think he was looking for a reason, or is he just mentally retarded? He knew they were recording. I don't know. Sometimes there's some things I'm not sure. It's hard to get into the state of mind. I don't know. Like, you do see people around with a phone. Why the fuck would you pull out a knife here and like hold it your side and start like doing? I truly have no idea. I'm not sure. Yeah, I truly don't know. I truly don't know. It's hard to imagine the state of mind for this guy.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times, being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante, and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
Jesus. Did Sergio? Is it Sergio? Did his friend actually testify that he pushed that girl too? Because that kind of also sets off the whole physical chain of events as well, right?
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decide to leave the area. Is that true?
Yeah, Destiny, if I decided to attack an old dude with my friends, why would I expect an adult to treat me like a child misbehaving? This way you don't start shit because you don't know how far they'll escalate. What are you talking about? I feel like... I don't know. Do you think that if like you have a rowdy group of friends, all of you should be ready to die? Like, no, I don't think anything here looked like it. We were in anywhere close to life or death territory. We're in a super public area. There's a lot of people around. Some people are a little drunk and rowdy. Nobody was like getting like angry drunk. Nobody was like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, no, it was just like it was a bunch of kids like shouting and screaming. Like, did anything here seem like shit was gonna be murderous? Or have you guys ever been in groups of friends before where like people are getting like rowdy or excited or I don't know? It just seems. It seems weird that your mind is like go to, maybe because you're used to seeing like a live leak or a world star, you're like, oh shit, I'm watching a video, somebody's about to die. You know that like lots of people get in fights, lots of teens are like shouting, like lots of this stuff happens and nobody kills each other. Nobody's actually like this. You're so dramatic. I'm sorry, you're retarded if you think shoving and slapping a man into the water while surrounded and calling him a pedophile is not a reasonable threat. Like, no, it wasn't. No. And the guy was like staying in this situation the entire time. He didn't feel threatened ever. This guy never felt threatened. You could tell the entire time because if he was threatened, he would have walked away earlier. He had plenty of opportunity to walk away and he didn't. He didn't feel threatened. So even he disagrees with you. That's why he stayed and he fought.
Walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife.
Like this. At Destiny, I'll read this before I permaban you. Sorry, bro, but you have no knowledge of combat situations. One punch, they could knock you out into the water accidentally and you're dead. If they push him, then bro, don't ever go near any water, any pool ever. If you think that like if you're in the water, if anybody touches you, now it's time to start killing people, just don't go to a pool, don't go to any water, don't go to fucking anything. Like with that mentality, you should kill any, like I'm getting on the bus and some dude like pushes past me. It's like, bro, if you would have pushed me wrong and I would have fallen over and hit in the back of my head, I could have died. Would you shoot him in the back? Like, what an unhinged statement. Every single possible physical altercation now is, like, instantly elevated to somebody's got to die? That's unbelievably dramatic, dude. Holy shit. My God.
Right? Tornesto?
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and...
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what he said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your...
Bruv, they did not just touch him. Please be more good faith. Bruv, this guy just said, did you have any bruises? And he's like, I bit the inside of my fucking cheek. Come on, bro. These kids like barely... I don't even know if these kids were tall enough to... They barely got their hands on this guy. Even the guy that slapped him when he was on his back or whatever. Barely, he was like, I think I cut the inside of my cheek. Come on. Destiny, it's obvious that you are just being contrarian / bought in on this. We can tell because you keep saying dumb shit like rowdy and kids shouting when describing physical assault. It's so crazy. I did a 2-hour show with Peter Bokosian. You're like the progressives. You're all the same. I just hope you realize you're all the same. That when a girl comes out of a place, you're like, oh, he raped me. It's like, really? What happened? Well, we were drinking and we were messing around and I gave him head and then he put his finger in me and I was like, oh, I didn't give him permission to, so he raped me. You're the exact same as that person now. Right? You're saying dumb shit like they're rowdy and kids shouting when describing physical assault. The context of everything happening is really important. Like, if you were down a dark alley and a bunch of guys came up to you and they're like starting to shout and scream at you and shit, that's like a what the fuck is happening? Like, we're fighting. Like, now it's like there's some crazy shit. But if you're outdoors and everybody's drinking and everybody's like kind of like shouting at each other and they got phones on and shit, yeah, that's being just rowdy and shouting. The context of where all these things, if I'm in like a bar, if you're in like a fucking club, or if you're like after like at a tailgate party or whatever, yeah, people are gonna be loud and rowdy and shit. And sometimes people fight and stuff there. But that's a way different context than like 5 men in an alley, outside the bar, at night, corner you on your way to your car. Like, that's a way different type of situation, of course. And you can tell just by looking at everything that happened. You can tell that he's not scared. He didn't try to get away. He didn't run. He walked back into it. He didn't give a fuck.
I didn't run.
Because he knew it was just
I didn't run.
I
didn't run.
Didn't care that much.
I
That's
didn't
when that
run.
one guy was shoving in the water. He like reaches forward. He like kind of pushed him. He just backs away. They're just like shouting and whatever at each other. Like it takes these guys like 30 seconds to even realize this dude's been fucking stabbing people. They're not even paying attention that much. Like, you're just fucking retarded. You're so out of pocket here to think that everybody knew this was like some crazy life or death situation, and he reasonably felt like in the middle of all these kids that they were on the verge of executing him. Like,
person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
When I reach the tubes,
I completely agree, but legally, do you think it makes a difference? Yeah, of course. Of course it makes a difference. It's for the self-defense here, it has to be what a reasonable person would believe at the time that it happens. So it does matter. Yeah, of course. If you were in an alley, a dark alley, and 5 dudes are around you shouting at you or whatever, you have a way more higher reasonable mind thinking. Like, it's more likely that a reasonable person here would think like, shit, I'm in some serious fucking danger. I'm either gonna get seriously injured or killed. As opposed to like if you're at a bar or like a tailgate party, a bunch of people are shouting and right, it's a way different situation.
No. When Ernesto came walking up, and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south side.
Yep.
South shore of the lake, of the river, right?
And?
Yes.
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes.
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands, or right?
Sustained.
At some point, you.
And
rinsed
somebody
your
bet, I'm not
hand
betting
in the knife.
1-to-1 on a fucking jury trial. Fuck.
Right?
I don't think I'd bet even on
I don't
Rittenhouse.
remember that. But
Well, what you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
right on the bank, yes.
Just curious, do you think the adult had reason to use force in that situation? I mean, assuming he started throwing punches and paralyzed one of the kids or something like that and ended up in court like this, but instead of homicide, yeah, I think that would be reasonable. If this guy like hit one of the kids or punched him or shoved him away or whatever, I think in this situation, I think it could be reasonable. But stabbing people, that's wild. No.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
Destiny is showing his moral high ground here. If he were in that guy's place, he would stab every person there. He would even stab himself.
No. You walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it, and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
That's so wild. He's objecting
Go
on.
on, Ben.
I don't even know what he's objecting here on. That's such a wild thing that he. Even if he would have tossed it like on the way back to his group, the fact that he walked to the other side of the bank to toss the weapon and then come back, what is he? Why? That's such a wild. I feel like the guilty conscience or whatever there is insane.
To get to the south bank to get rid of it, and then walk back across the river.
Why do you keep saying this? Can you steelman the other side? Are you incapable of it? Yeah, what do you mean? I can steelman any side of this, of course. The guy was walking over looking for his phone or whatever the fuck he was looking for. He tripped in the water on the way to the black kid, and he accidentally pushed him in his legs. He didn't mean it. A bunch of kids started to shout or whatever. He was just looking for his shit. He didn't want to talk to anybody, be bothered. He doesn't speak English that well. He was a little bit intimidated by all the guys around. He's looking for his shit. He can't find anything. All of a sudden, people start getting his face. It's an expensive phone. He doesn't want to just lose it. He doesn't know what to say. He starts talking. The kids are louder. He's getting kind of nervous. He doesn't trust himself to speak English well enough. He's got friends on the other side of the river, so he feels like it's probably fine. And then people start like pushing him or hitting him, and then he gets nervous and he, starts. Yeah, the steelman is easy, but it's still.
River to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
He also lied in the police interview and said he never had a knife. I wonder how much for self-defense. I wonder if you can take into account the stuff afterwards. That's just so wild. that's the stuff after. All the stuff after is so horrible for him, I think. If he had a gun instead of a knife, could he have shot them? I feel like a gun changes things. I'm way more acceptable of a gun being used for self-defense than a knife. I just don't understand the concept of the self-defense knife. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know what that means. What is a self-defense knife? Do people actually carry knives for self-defense? Like, what's the goal here? We're gonna go close quarters, bro. You might kill me, but I'm leaving you some fucking marks afterwards. That's just such a wild. That's such a wild thing to do. Women do? That's retarded. If you're a woman, you're probably better off carrying mace than a fucking knife. What if you can't get a gun? Well, then you're carrying 2 knives.
We're going to play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's
One-on-one in a fight, you don't want a knife? Bro, you have 0 martial arts training. How can you not appreciate that Destiny stuff to me? That is true. You, like, with our special forces in Iraq and shit, you see the IDF as well. When they're clearing building to buildings, Israel produces some of the finest knives known to man. Like, rifles, pistols. Who the fuck is using that? They're using machetes, bro. When they're going building to building and you're inside, you want to be, you want to bring that knife out. That's where your real killing power is at. People in Chicago and shit, drive-by shootings, I sleep. Drive-by guys on Segways, dual-wielding knives, real shit.
recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
People living paycheck to paycheck can't afford a gun. I have a friend who wields 5 knives with him everywhere he goes in Washington. Oh my god, bro. Is this the judge? This guy looks like a nerd. Jesus. I don't know how I feel about a knife either, but if you get how he would have been defensive with a gun, is he supposed to just take the beating he walked himself into? It's hard for me either way. I think in some cases, I think the jury even considers that. You do take the beating. Yeah. If you walk into a really fucked situation and you're kind of like, it's all escalating and you're just like remain there at some point, yeah, you either fight or you kind of get beat up a little bit, I guess. But no, it's not. You can't walk into a situation that seems like it's getting hairy with a fucking lethal weapon on you and then just start blasting away. Like, it's wild. I can't do this. I don't know. How long ago did I take my Vyvanse? I'm really grumpy. It's only 45 minutes ago. Isn't that the same argument they tried with Rittenhouse, that he inserted himself into the situation? Maybe we need to make like a thing. Maybe I just need to make a thing. Shit, I need to get in the habit of just making stuff. Statements down here, I guess. I'll organize these later. This is what I'm if two people, if someone attacks you, knowing you have a lethal weapon on you, it's safe to infer that they know both of your lives are on the line. I think that is an important thing to keep in mind when you talk about different types of self-defense. If I'm concealed carrying and a guy walks up and punches me in the face, then okay, we deal with that. If I'm open carrying and a guy walks up to punch me, I'm killing him before he hits me. There's a huge difference there, because if he's coming up to punch me, I don't know what his maximum intent is. Maybe we're just fighting, whatever. But if he knows I have a gun and he's walking up to fight me, okay, well, you know I can kill you and you're walking up to hit me, so what the fuck are we doing, right? Being able to see that the other person has a weapon dramatically changes the calculations on what both sides are thinking. For Rittenhouse was being chased when he had a rifle out like 100 yards, and then the guy behind him tried to grab the rifle. We'll ignore the dude behind him that fired a pistol, okay? That's like we're fighting to the death, I guess. Like, you see I have a fucking rifle, so I guess we're fighting to death. The guy in the pool here, these kids didn't even know he had a knife until like 20 seconds once the stabbing had begun. And as soon as they see it, they ditch, they piece the fuck out. Everybody starts screaming and backing up. Like, it's, yes. So I think that somebody seeing you having a weapon dramatically changes things. Yes. Okay, then what about the mall prankster video, concealed carry, drew and shoot on the guy? I understand that the jury ruled in his favor. I don't think that was legitimate self-defense. I think that was crazy. I think that was wild. Even though the guys were kind of in his face, I think they might have put their hands on him, like touching him, not hitting him or striking him or anything at all. But they were in his face and they were shouting him. But public area, they had no idea to gun on him. I think that was crazy, that dude completely walked on self-defense. I think that was wild. But the jury disagreed with me there, so yeah, I don't know. I agree with that, but I thought you were saying they shouldn't even enter the situation with a lethal weapon. No, that's true too. Well, that is another point. If you are carrying a lethal weapon, you have a moral obligation, and in some states, it can be a mitigating factor for considering self-defense. Mitigating means takes away from or adds to. Because I think for the jury in Wisconsin, if you think that somebody could have escaped a situation and they didn't, that can be something that they rule against you on that. Would you say mitigating factor here? If you're carrying a lethal weapon, you have a moral obligation to extricate yourself from situations and to avoid potentially escalatory situations, unless there are other factors involved posing significant harm to another person.
Oh, yeah.
So for instance, if you see like 4 people that are kind of like getting a little rowdy, or they're in an argument with each other, they're just like arguing or whatever, and they're drunk, if you carry a weapon on you, you shouldn't go up to that group of people. Just stay the fuck away. You have no reason to be involved in that. Why the fuck would you get into a situation that could start to escalate and get into a runaway situation and now you've got to kill somebody? You don't want to do that. But let's say that you've got 3 or 4 people arguing and like all of them start beating the shit out of like one dude, and you do decide you want to intervene and say like, hey, what's going on or whatever. Well, there another person's life, or at least like there's a grave serious injury possible, right? In that case, you could intervene, right? But yes. Destiny is so out of touch when it comes to boomer versus zoomer, nice. I'm like 99.9% sure, as long as you're carrying a legal weapon, the fact that you're carrying it / concealing it plays no role in the self-defense claim. It's all about okay. Link the thing. Link the thing. Somebody link it. Nah, I should be able to kill anyone that punches me. This is really? Do you really think so? Look at the parenthesis after self-defense. Over. If a woman discloses that she has a weapon to a larger male assailant, isn't it more likely that she will be disarmed if she discloses? Isn't the aspect of surprise crucial to escape given a major strength and speed differential, even if same gender? Yeah, but how does that impact anything here? If the woman is starting to fight, then fuck her. She shouldn't be. But if the guy is attacking the woman or looks like he's going to, I mean, there's, generally speaking, just because of the difference in sizes involved, there's going to be a much larger assumption on the part of the woman that this is going to be something that could potentially be serious injury or life-threatening.
For the client as well.
And here is Judge Michael Waterman on the bench. I do have several more questions.
I'm late, but does Destiny truly not think having a knife deters a potential threat? Most people don't want to get stabbed. Maybe, but the problem is knives are just really bad self-defense weapons. They don't stop people very well. You have to be in close proximity to somebody to use it. I think those would be the two things. They don't stop people very well. You've got to be in close proximity to use it. Yeah, knives are really good at killing people, arguably better than a gun, but they're not good at protecting people because you've got to be really close to somebody, and they might take a while to bleed out. If you don't get a good hit, like, you might be fucked.
I could talk to you all afternoon, but let's listen into the final afternoon testimony today. Nikolai Miu on the witness stand under a withering cross-examination from St. Croix County. Prosecutor Brian Smeestad. Eric, we'll come back to you at the end of the day. Thank you for being with us. The jury is...
I can't understand. Terrible take. Someone with a knife will almost always beat someone without one.
I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Okay.
How can I hit?
Stepping into the room, Miu is back at his defense table, but shortly we'll go back up to the witness stand where he remains under oath. And again, Mr. Smeestad will continue with his questions right here.
All right, Mr. Miu, please retake the witness stand. You are still under oath. Mr. Smeestad.
Mr. Miu, I want to ask you some more questions about the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part?
I argued yesterday with someone that a taser, mace, or brass knuckles would be better. I don't know if I'm retarded or not, but I didn't think about close prox, and if not stopping people, because I know I would stop if I seen a knife, but only if. Yeah, but like the problem with knives, by the time knives come out, people, it's funny because we said this over and over again, like, a lot of people get stabbed before they even realize a knife is in play, right? A lot of people don't even know. You can get stabbed 3, 4, 5 times and not even realize it. And it happened here where you saw a bunch of people getting stabbed and nobody around here even knew that the knife was out until... So like as a self-defense weapon, it was horrible. If those boys wanted to kill the guy and they were all beating the shit out of him as he was like trying to stab, he probably would have died. He might have taken a few with him, but he probably would have died. Knives is not the best when it comes to self-defense. They're good at killing people, but like they don't stop people quickly. And if you don't get a good stab, it might take a while for somebody to bleed out. It's not like you feel the pain of getting stabbed while you're like in an active fucking fight with somebody. I don't like any electricity-based weapons. They just seem super unreliable. I don't know how well a taser... They just seem very unreliable. Brass knuckles, I don't know if a woman or if necessarily like a weak person could use brass knuckles, but if you throw a good punch with brass knuckles, I'm pretty sure you... I don't know if I'd say you easily kill somebody, but you super easily knock somebody out. I think brass knuckles are even treated, I think, as lethal weapons if you get caught... Like, or isn't it like... Don't some states... Isn't it like literally illegal to even have brass knuckles?
Part of it?
No.
You've seen that video here in court.
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
When someone has lethal intent against you, a knife is going to be more effective than mace. I don't know if that's actually true. With mace, I think you run the ability of actually disabling somebody. One, you can do it at range, and two, they don't have to like register pain. Like I don't think you can fight through like mace, like when that system gets overwhelmed with like spicy shit or whatever the fuck is it capsaicin or whatever? I don't remember what the things use. I don't know if you can just like not feel that. I think you might just be fucked on that. But if you, but getting stabbed or even getting shot, like you can move without even realizing that, and then eventually like, oh shit, I'm dying or I'm dead.
What do you want?
I have seen a couple videos where people don't seem to register mace as much, but I don't know if that's just because the people are missing, or it might just be from too far away, or. The guy who I know is a professional boxer is threatening me and trying to punch me. Can I take out a knife or a gun and use it? I guess a gun, but if you're taking out a knife against like a pro boxer, dude, you're probably just gonna lose. He's probably just gonna punch you in the face and kill you.
Not bad at
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
Right, if there's a person
Hi, Dustin, a serial rapist here. I've been mace training for 20 years.
been wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Capsaicin is the stuff from peppers. I thought mace and everything uses like a similar. Isn't that always like? Isn't that the spicy chemical? Like, isn't that the thing that's in all spicy food and mace related stuff? I could be totally wrong on that. Pepper spray is made from an extract of chili peppers. I thought it was always that chemical. Like if you're having a spicy reaction, I thought it was always in response to that one chemical. I don't think you can have an adrenaline reaction that gets rid of that that spicy reaction. I don't think you can do that. But for stabs or gunshots, you absolutely can.
Fair.
Hold on. Sustain.
Well, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch it through at full speed.
Where are your men?
I think I saw a video of a guy high on like ketamine or something, bleeding from the eyes because of mace and still walking. Oh, if you have drugs, can do different things. I couldn't speak to that. I don't know. There might be drugs that you can take that block your ability to, for some parts of the body to do things, right? Like if you smoke weed or something, your pupils don't dilate correctly. Or there's a lot of types of drugs that'll affect like dilation of pupils and other things in your body. So maybe with different drugs, you might be able to, but. What if the person assaulting you carries jugs of milk? Can you justify the initial assault by the kids? And if not, why is it his obligation to let himself be assaulted? I don't think that there is a good justification for the initial assault of the kids. I think that, like, if all of this was recorded and the guy didn't have a knife on him and he walked away after the kids, like, slapped him or knocked him into the water, I think, legitimately, I think the kids have an issue with, like, assault and battery or whatever, 100%. But every type of assault or battery, there has to be some sort of... We'll add this to the thing. There needs to be some sort of proportionality / assessment of the risk when considering how to respond. You guys keep saying just proportionally defend yourself 1v6. At no point is this a 6v1 battle where everybody's like fighting and killing this dude. Like most of them are just like standing back like shouting and shit, the majority of the time. I don't even know if there's ever a time where more than one person is touching him at a particular point in time. The one guy slaps him when he's on the ground. Another guy tries to push his back, and I think a third guy pushes him. Aside from that, I'm not sure if anybody else even touches him. Like, I don't know who puts his hands on the neck when he's trying to push him back the second time or whatever. But you guys are acting like it was literally like everybody's kicking him and hitting him when he's down. It didn't really happen.
We're gonna play part of it but slower, but not the end part. We're ready.
What's the time? What do we do?
This is at the very beginning. Mr. Mute,
What happened to fuck around and find out? I feel like fuck around and find out means that depending on what you do, there are certain consequences that you need to be prepared for. But I don't think it means that, like, get ready to die all the time. Like, if you're running around in some dude's backyard, at least in cities, right? Some guy might come out and get real fucking mad at you, okay? Some guy might come out, you might get in big fucking trouble. You get a dog might try to bite you. But, like, fuck around and find out doesn't mean like we're gonna cut through the corner of this guy's yard and he's like trained on you with a sniper rifle waiting for you to cross it. And it's like your head explodes. Like you know that you're like trespassing, but there's gotta be some proportionality assessment here, I think. There has to be something here. Yeah. In other circumstances, though, I think that your life can be on the line, right? If you break into somebody's house, or if you're home invading in somebody's house, like past midnight, and they're either home and sleeping, and you hope not to get caught, or you're out at the moment and they just come back. At that point, now you're in a lethal fuck around and find out, like, okay, well, fuck, like if these motherfuckers get home, I might be fucking dead. But there has to be some scale of proportionality here.
Left-hand side, full ground, where we start.
I wonder how many of these dipshits have ever othered. I remember back in my day, used cans in that weapon. Yeah, like I remember going. This is fucking retired, but like I went to Crate and Crab in high school West Side. Sometimes you'd like go over after games and shit, and the teachers always try to like look around because after games people are super ass mad. If your team won or if the other team won, like people are mad. And sometimes after games and shit, you could find an area to congregate in where there weren't any teachers or whatever. Yeah, kids would like start screaming at each other, trashing each other's football teams. Sometimes people start fighting, whatever. Like that happened. But it's also like it's a bunch of boys. They're all like shouting. We're not drunk because we're in high school. You shouldn't be. But like the idea that somebody would just like pull out a gun and start shooting and killing people. It's like, oh, well, there were like 5 screaming 17, 18-year-olds where there were 5 or 6 screaming boys. And we're like, bro, what the fuck? We're just here to beat some people up or get beaten up. Like, damn. I don't know. That's just a little wild to me. Like, on the river with a bunch of high school, college kids, and everybody's like kind of shouting. It's not like people are hunting you down or anything. I just don't. The environment just doesn't seem. Yeah.
Where the cursor's pointed.
I can't make out.
There's kids. These kids definitely fucked around and found out. They learned what happens when you escalate a situation around a person you know nothing about. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could argue they did, but I mean, he fucked around and found out as well. So I mean, I don't know. I don't think Destiny has watched the video closely enough. It's really hard to believe. I probably watched it closer than you, dipshit. We literally went frame by frame through this video like 3 times now. How is this first degree murder at all? He pulled out a knife, knowing that he was about to start stabbing and killing people, and he started stabbing and fighting people, knowing completely with the intention of killing them throughout all of this engagement. It seemed to be. But I think somebody was linking and said that mistaken application of self-defense can be a mitigating factor for determining first-degree murder, which might bump it down to second-degree murder. So I don't know.
That you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape?
Does his state have a duty to retreat? No, but the jury is allowed to consider if he could have retreated when factoring in whether or not it was legitimate self-defense or not.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Sustained.
Did you ever watch your high school's rugby team? West Side were dirty players. Who the fuck plays rugby?
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm not trying to pull like real life experience here because like I don't have any fighting. I don't fight. I'm not a fighting person, okay? But like worked at a casino where a bunch of people fought, especially when they got drunk. I was in high school, in an all boys high school. I watched people fight, okay? Destiny. There is no we just wanted to beat people up or get beat up past a certain age, at least for men. That isn't entering the territory of people maybe dying. Grown men and teenagers that size can kill someone by swinging on them. Nobody thinks like this, Chief. This is an internet. This is like an internet guy who thinks he's saying something that real life people believe. This is not how even grown adult men are not thinking this. When people are fighting when they're drunk, people are fighting in bars, when people are fighting outside, nobody's thinking like, they're both grown men. I could kill you in a single fucking punch, because most people don't. They just all fucking day. The idea that somebody even lands a punch clean enough to knock somebody out doesn't always fucking happen, right? But this idea that they're like, well, as men, we know that once we begin to fight, only one of us is leaving the ring alive. Like most people just fight a little bit, and then most people don't even knock each other out. They do their shit a little bit, and they walk away, and it's whatever the fuck. Like that's the vast majority. Like 99% of scuffles are like that, and then in 1% of them, like somebody gets knocked out, and then like 0.0001% somebody dies, which is tragic and it sucks. The vast majority of fighting is not like we're gonna fight until one of us is dead. Christ.
There wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Sustained.
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through.
As part of your legal research, have you looked into the mechanics of objections during trials? A few, but I don't like dive into everything. When somebody says foundation, that objection I think is because they're saying that whatever question I think is being asked, the witness on the stand can't reasonably know the answer to this, and it shouldn't be entered into the record, I think. So when they asked him, like, were there any other body shapes like yours on the river? Like, well, hold on. Does my client actually know? Would he really know? No. Like, objection, foundation. There's a lack of foundation. There's no way that he can honestly answer that question, or can be expected to know the answer to that question. I believe it's like a objection on foundation, I think.
Slowly.
Yes.
I think. Oh my god. No, that's speculation. Foundation needs more steps to get to that question. Oh. Oh, that might be it too, actually. That might make more sense. Maybe what I just said is speculation. Foundation might be we need to watch. Oh no, because he objected to something saying foundation thing. I was like, okay, let's watch the video. So maybe foundation is we haven't like gotten up to that question yet. Oh no, wait. Someone else said I was correct. So fuck you. I don't know. Fuck.
Objection sustained, lack of foundation.
In any event, you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river. You walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar.
The guy for sure retaliated beyond proportionality, but can you really know this is first-degree murder? Him walking all the way across the river to toss the knife is so bad. In my completely uneducated, unlegal opinion, maybe that doesn't matter at all. But I would imagine that that shows really devious intent. That's such a horribly bad thing to do. And then if he did say afterwards that like, oh, that wasn't my knife, that wasn't my knife, that was a knife of one of the kids. Man, that just seems super devious. Let's read this real quick. Sorry. First degree intentional homicide. This is for Wisconsin. Offenses. Except as provided in sub 2. Whoever causes the death of another human being with intent to kill that person or another is guilty of a Class A felony. Except as provided in sub 2, whoever causes the death of an unborn child with intent to kill that unborn child, kill the woman who's pregnant. Jesus fuck. Wait, does that mean abortion is illegal in Wisconsin?
Thank you.
There are mitigating circumstances. The following are affirmative defenses to prosecution under this section, which mitigate the offense to second-degree intentional homicide. Okay, so first degree. Remember, people keep saying premeditate. Premeditate doesn't mean you made a plan the day before. Premeditate it could happen in a second, but we're going back and forth a little bit, and then in the course of this, like I step back and look at you like I'm gonna kill you, and you're like, fuck you, you're not gonna kill me, and then you take out a knife and you're like, let's do it, let's go, and then you fight and then you stab and kill him. That can be first degree murder, right? You know you're killing him, you fully intended to kill him. You pull out a lethal weapon, and now you're using it in such a way to kill him. That's first degree murder. It doesn't mean you've got to plan it out in advance. Plotting doesn't mean that. Premeditation just means you have the state of mind to intentionally kill somebody at the time you do it. Now, if you're scuffling with somebody and you punch him in the face, or during the scuffle the knife comes out and you stab him or whatever, that's different. That might just be second degree murder, or maybe even manslaughter, right? That's different. However, mitigating circumstances. The following are affirmative defenses to prosecution under the section which mitigate the offense of second-degree intentional homicide. Meaning if you succeed in arguing this defense, now instead of first degree, this is second degree. So adequate provocation. Death was caused under the influence of adequate provocation as defined in 939 Adequate means sufficient to cause complete lack of self-control in an ordinarily constituted person provocation is something which the defendant reasonably believes the intended victim has done, which causes the defendant to lack self-control completely at the time of the victim's death. Unnecessary defensive force, so this is relevant to our case. Death was caused because the act of fear to you or another was an imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, and that the force used was necessary to defend the endangered person. If either belief was unreasonable. Oh, so this mitigating factor means that let's say that I try to kill you because I think I'm defending myself, but let's say that the jury looks at it and they're like, no, we don't think a reasonable person would have felt threatened. But let's say you argue that you did, and you make that good argument that, like, I did, then maybe instead of first degree, then fine, you have second degree murder because you did think that even though you shouldn't have, that a reasonable person would have thought that. So that would mitigate your charges from a first degree homicide to a second degree. Offensive felony, death was caused because the actor believed that the force of the village to prevent or terminate the commission of felony if that belief was unreasonable.
Is it over? Please, I'd like to talk with you.
Right?
Yes.
You are
Is that your tube?
amazing. Clearly,
Did you sit down in your
life
tube?
is just fulfilled. Thanks to you.
Eric Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left.
You take care of yourself.
Oh, this was the guy saying that I hadn't watched the video. When you surrounded by a crowd of aggressive people being pushed over into water and then kicked in the face, yeah, at that point I would fear for my life 100%. I'm sorry, Tom Jackson, at what point in which video is he kicked in the face?
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No,
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
Welcome home. I bet you're hungry.
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold, yes.
And you put on your,
No
your
shot.
hat, right?
Yes.
And your sunglasses.
Yes.
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Yes.
Trying to help people that have been.
What is the standard of proof for the mitigation defense? I believe that it's a balance of probabilities. I believe it's the 51% standard. That's my guess, because for affirmative defenses, I think it's 51%. So I think that's the standard that you have to meet.
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Yes.
Trying to help people that have been.
Another thing, by the way, that's not comparable between Rittenhouse and this guy is after Rittenhouse shot the 3 people, Rittenhouse immediately walked to the cops and tried to turn himself in. Or at the very least, he walked to the cops and talked to them and told them shit happened, and I think they sent him home or whatever. But Rittenhouse did not put on a hat and walk away and ditch his rifle and everything. He didn't do any of that. The behaviors afterwards are completely not comparable, which I think also speaks at least a little bit to their state of mind at the time.
Been injured and overruled. You saw that happen, right?
Yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even though there's police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not.
No shot. No shot. Did that actually happen? Fuck, I don't know what happened afterwards. Wait, did he really?
Immediately, we waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So do you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
I don't remember.
All right, do you remember saying, let's go? You yourself saying that?
His hideout must be close by.
Overruled.
I'm sure of it.
I don't remember.
Do most defense attorneys object this much? I don't know what the normal objections are. But I mean, like, this attorney has to work really hard because, at least in my opinion, and I don't know, apparently the internet's fucking weird on this case. In my opinion, this on its face looks really, really, really bad. You got a 30, 40-year-old dude, big guy, standing in the river that just fucking stabbed 5, 6 people. One was a fucking 90 or 100-pound fucking girl. Like, that's a wildly... And then ditched the knife at the end of the river, tried to put on his hat and sunglasses, float away. This is a hard case. So my guess is the defense here is like has to be on the ball like crazy, trying to object to any possibly misleading question, any type of whatever the fuck they can get not in the record to help this guy. That'd be my guess. His age is in the description. How old is he? Oh, 54. Damn.
Let's look for you all.
Ernesto Torres, he's your best friend?
Yes.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
At Destiny, big guy. Most of the teens look like they're in much better shape than he is. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chief, but outside of like fucking animes and shit, that's not gonna matter much. Like if you go and you look at the average bouncer outside of a club, these guys are not like shredded, like 10% body fat, like really ripped. They're usually just like really fucking big guys. They're just big dudes. They're tall, broad shoulders, and they weigh a lot. It's not like they're like fucking shredded. Your average bouncer is not benching 3 plates and pulling 600 plus off the floor because he's like shredded. They're just big. If someone has a right to self-defense and they kill their assailant, but then try to conceal the weapon and deny any involvement in the killing when the police arrive, does that affect their guilt in defending themselves? My guess is it would look bad to a jury. It would make it seem like you have a guilty conscience. That's my guess. And I know some people have been convicted based on actions that they take after they kill somebody, because that will affect your ability to do certain affirmative defenses. The one that I wish I remember the name of this girl. Girl pleads insanity, schizophrenia, kills mom, comes home, college. What the fuck was the name of this girl?
Music to my
Was it Sidney Powell?
Now I'm ready for anything.
Did he in fact ask one of the friends to quote, hold my beer? It might have been her. But I think one of the issues no, not this one. Fuck me.
Seems like his old still isn't back.
Wait, my... Is there not a wiki on this? Teresa Lamb? And beating her with a cast iron skillet. Alright, fuck me. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I think that when the jury was trying to evaluate if she was actually like temporarily insane or not, they looked a lot at her behavior afterwards, and her like trying to clean stuff up and hide stuff like severely impacted their belief about her state of mind during the crime. So I don't know.
I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto.
How much more?
I was afraid for my life and I did this.
No.
I wonder.
You never told Ernesto that I acted in self-defense.
I don't remember talking to anybody.
I was afraid you were going to kill me, these folks.
What makes me want to agree with you is that he didn't brandish the knife and say something like stay back, etc. Yeah, I think that's a big thing too. So like for instance, one thing that would change my mind 1,000,000% on this is if he pulled that knife out when they were talking and he like pulled it up to like his chest or some shit and they continued to escalate. At that point, I don't know if I'm fully on his side, but I'm over 51% on his side at that point. Now I'm like 70, 80%. Like, okay, well you see that he's got a knife out and you kids are still attacking him. What the fuck, bro? Now you're fighting to death. But the fact that that knife stayed down here and like ready to stab and hidden so much. Ooh.
What am I doing?
I don't remember.
What do you think about brandishing versus using? Like people say if you're going to brandish, you should always use it. I think for context, sure. I'm not sure about individuals. I don't know. That's a hard one. I argued this logistical more confidently actually than I knew. I don't actually know the difference between like brandishing like a knife versus a firearm. Like with a firearm, the reason why it's considered brandishing a firearm is because once you see it, you're basically ready to you know what's going on, and people see firearms. So for instance, I believe that you can be charged with, if it's illegal, you can be charged with brandishing a firearm without ever pulling it out of its holster, I believe. That if you're concealed carrying and some guy's like fucking with you and you're like, and you pull your coat to the side and you like show off a gun or whatever, you go down like you're gonna reach for it, I think that counts as brandishing a firearm. I don't think you have to actually aim anybody at anybody with it. You have to threaten with it. You have to threaten to use the firearm. So with a gun, especially once you've unholstered it, well, why the fuck are you holding your gun? That's like, it's almost automatically like brandishing. But with a knife, I don't know as much. Like if you're holding a gun at your side, would it count as brandishing? I feel like it would. But it feels like you can hold a knife in a way that people don't see it anywhere near as much as like with a gun. But so essentially you're saying that if you didn't have that knife on, there'd be no way to stop the attack and therefore he was right to use it? No, if he didn't have the knife, he would have been in that situation. He was only there because he had the knife. He would have just walked away probably. And also, I don't think those boys are ever going to kill him or anything like that. I don't think it would have ever happened. That's wild. Destiny, would this count? No. This is like, I think you're in sneaky position here. Although I've never been like in a heated situation with a knife. Like if I've got something and I'm like looking at somebody eye to eye and I've got something down here beneath the belt, is that like brandishing? Do I know they've seen? No, I don't believe that. This is sneaky. In my opinion, this is a sneaky.
At last, my turn.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schumann, right?
I didn't see that.
Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Oh no, afterwards, acting like you had no idea? Oof. 1 second. Quick break for memes.
Did you use any other drugs that day?
Yeah, I smoked some weed.
By weed, you mean marijuana?
Yes, please. Or, yes.
Yes, sir.
Gunner man wanted to be the one to settle things.
If someone brandishes a firearm and their attackers don't proceed, does that person still have the responsibility of walking away? No, I don't think so. If you've shown a lethal weapon, if someone attacks you knowing you have a lethal weapon on you, I think it's safe to infer that both your lives are on the line. You can infer lethal intent.
Let me bury his all alone.
Lethal intent from the aggressing party. That would be my assumption. I'll write these down as they come to me. We'll look at the law afterwards. My guess is I think most of these probably line up with the law, but
and I yap to chat. I got this great edge streak. I want to call him Gooner Man, and he's a Twitch streamer. And chat said, Stan, you fumbled the bag. Get back to edging. First of all, people hate gooning. You can't call a hero Gooner Man. Who am I? I'm Gooner Man. I came up.
shooting review memes. The comments on this are crazy, saying they shouldn't have shot because he was in his own house. This isn't real, it's AI? Thanks. New body cam footage shows police officer shooting and killing a man in his own home after the officer saw the man holding a shotgun. 44-year-old Trinidad Ledesma was killed after police responded to a domestic dispute call. The Surprise, Arizona police officer. Wait, what does this mean? The Surprise police. Oh, is this the name of the city? That's so fucking stupid. Okay. The Surprise police officer. I'm sorry. Entered the home after the man's presumed partner opened the door and said he's trying to hit me. When the police turned the corner, Ledesma could be heard saying, "Don't come in, don't come near, boss." The officer then saw a black shotgun in his right hand and immediately shot and killed him. During the incident, the officer called it an AR-15. The officer claims Ledesma started moving the barrel in his direction, which is why he shot. Maricopa County Attorney's Office has opened an investigation into the incident. Hold on.
He's trying to hit me. Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come here, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
Whoa!
Come here, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
You got an AR.
Damn. Wait, hold on. Is this standard issue? Does he have a red dot on his fucking Glock? Is that normal? This sight is worth more than this gun, if that's a Glock. feel like I've never seen an officer with sights on their pistol before.
Terminal 23, 99A. I got one male subject down. He has an AR.
Most non-dog shit police departments have them. A lot of police departments are issuing them now. Jesus.
15.
Bro, yeah, someone in YouTube says that cop is cracked. Holy shit. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Jesus.
Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
Whoa, whoa. Like,
sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
bro, he must have like the quick draw perk or some shit. That's wild. There's not really blood in this. You can't really see it. Hold on. Oh my god. Was he already holding it, or did he deholster it that fast? Cops should always have holsters that you can pull quickly from. Sometimes I might have like a release button, but was that a reload at the end? Oh, I didn't even see it at the end. Hold on. Red dots aren't that expensive anymore. If you want a good sight for a pistol for a red dot, aren't you spending like at least $300 or $400? Or can you get them cheap now? Good ones?
He's trying to hit me. Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
When did he even drop the mag? When did he even drop the mag? Who is this guy? Oh, he dropped it right there. Holy shit. No shot.
He's trying to hit me. Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
When did he even drop the mag? When did he even drop the mag? Who is this guy? Oh, for a pistol for a red dot, aren't you spending like at least $300 or $400? Or can you get them cheap now? Good ones?
He's trying to hit me. Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
When did he even drop the mag? When did he even drop the mag? Who is this guy? Oh, he dropped it right there. Holy shit. No shot. This is an insane. This is a field reload after mag dumping this dude. It's a malfunction. Oh, okay, that has to be it. There's no way that he like that quickly. It might have been a malfunction. That would make more sense. That's still like to clear a malfunction after this is also pretty crazy, but. And that is how you clear. Tap rack. Yep. Jesus. He was just clearing, right? Because he technically he didn't fire. He should have 17 rounds, right?
Hey, sir.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, tragic when people die. This is just insanely fast, accurate, quick, crazy shooting. Jesus. Can you slow the video down? I don't know. Can you? A Glock malfunction isn't that rare? Should be. I don't actually know if he's shooting a Glock. I can't tell from behind. Maybe if you're using really, really, really dirty ammo.
Sir?
Oh, it is a malfunction. It's stuck. The slide is stuck back here. You see it's stuck here? So he goes to pull again, doesn't work. Smacks the mag, slide the rack, eject the bullshit round, and he's ready to go again.
That's fucking crazy, bro. I don't see the guy pointing no fucking
Someone
gun
put
at
the
him.
screenshot in the comments. The guy was raising the barrel at him. Was he? I can't even see that if he is. Is this him raising it? It's hard because it's censored. Maybe on an uncensored one you could see it a little clearer, but... Oh shit! I see it coming up. Ooh, yeah. Do you see it? Oh, you see the light catch from the kitchen on the top of the barrel here. Now, maybe he was just moving in a really unfortunate way, but oof, hold on. The cop was reaching first, though, no? Cop should always have his hand on his gun. If the cop... Well, what is the SOP here? If the cop shouldn't already have his gun out, at the very least, his hand should be on it, ready to pull instantaneously. Yeah. I can't full screen because of my stream setup, but, like, you can see the glint on the top of the shotgun here. You can see the glint, I think, with him pulling it up. Unless it's just, like, the light from the kitchen because he's stepping back. Maybe not, but it looks like he's about to swing it up here. Hold on. It's, like, 3 frames. Watch. Wait. See it coming up? Is there a better... There must be a higher resolution video than this. This is so dog shit. Yeah. And it looks like he's almost holding it here, but it's hard to tell because of the blur. Why did this dude walk to get his fucking shotgun if not to shoot/threaten the cop? I don't know why he's holding the gun at all. But I also don't know the call from this as well. It could have been that they got a call and they already had a report of a gun being here, but someone tell Destiny a better video is in the comments.
Reporting a domestic verbal at a private residence. The caller was a minor who was also inside the home. Their voice has been altered to disguise their age and gender. Here is a portion of that audio.
And who's arguing?
My friends just keep on arguing and they're having me up all night and like people.
You sound really muffled, so I cannot make out much of what you're saying.
Hold on. My parents are keep on arguing and they're like keeping me up all night and it's just being annoying.
Do you know if there's any weapons inside the home at all?
No, I don't think so. I think they're just like really arguing, but like.
What? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm being so pedantic right now. She said you're really muffled and I can't hear what you're saying. It sounds like the response, or what she should be saying is like, hey, is it safe for you to talk to me right now? Like, can you find a... What if he's muffled because he's like, his dad is in the other room, Brandon comes like, hey, hello, 911. And she's like, I can't hear you, motherfucker. Speak up. What mic are you using? Go on. Okay. Huh. Give me 5 minutes, kid. Right click your volume thing. We're going to look at your sound settings real quick.
Sometimes they do this and they just get out of control sometimes and stuff.
The following video will show body-worn camera footage from the officer. Body-worn cameras are worn by patrol officers on their torso. The camera lenses are fixed and do not capture everything seen or experienced by the officer. Surprise PD body-worn cameras can be activated by the officer manually or automatically when a firearm is unholstered. When activated, both audio and video recording.
Somebody, I don't know if this guy is a cop or not, but in Kick Chat, it's a DV call that cop DV is in domestic violence. It's a DV call, that cop is 100% ready for shit to hit the fan. DVs are super dangerous for them, so they always show up on high alert. Might be the case. I feel like I've seen a lot of domestic violence. Ooh, did you see, is it on YouTube? Did you see the guy that was stabbing that woman? Was it his wife or girlfriend as she was crawling out of the house? Oh shit, that was wild. That's one where the cop maybe should have shot earlier. Have you ever heard the 911 call when the lady was literally chained to the bed next to the guy who kidnapped her and the operator kept telling her to speak up? I have not.
Turn on. Just after 3 a.m., 2 officers arrived and could hear screaming from within the residence. The officers proceeded towards the front door when
someone said DVs are statistically the most dangerous call for officers to go on.
Adult female quickly exited, stating, "He's trying to hit me." One officer entered the residence, while the other officer remained outside the residence with the female.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah. This changes things a bit, too. Because I didn't know if the woman just like, oh, the cops are here, and she like walks out, or if they're already hearing.
Entered the residence, while the other officer remained outside the residence with the female.
You want a link for larger version of censored video? Oh, thanks, buddy. I think we can just watch this, so they should have it all right. Why would he even have a gun? He knew they were coming. A million reasons. Cop doesn't know when he shows up why you got a gun out already, though. Could be the guy's got warrants. He could have felonies. He could have something like, yeah, like something outstanding. He could have already done something really fucked up. Maybe he raped her. You don't know. And he knows that if the cops come in and start asking questions, he's could be a million different things. Could be drunk, like intoxicated. Could just be an asshole. Could, like, there's a million things that could be the case. You have no idea. Did the kid fuck up by not stating there was a weapon in the house? I would be shocked if the 911 operator didn't ask that question already. I'm sure the 911 operator must have asked, do you know if your parents have any weapons or anything like that in the house? Have been I'm sure the 911 operator would have ran through these. That'd be my guess. He did say he had a gun? Oh, okay, there you go, yeah. You didn't fall for the meme of the alien over the shadow too, right? I did. The alien's supposed to be here sometime tonight. I ordered 2,000 rounds of federal ammo from my Molly's firearm. I'm all ready to go, okay? Okay, yeah, she said he had no weapons now. Sorry, hold on. Sometimes I read chest. I don't always hear everything. Wait, did he say there were no weapons?
Arguing?
My parents just keep on arguing and having a night, and I just keep on.
You sound really muffled, so I cannot make out much of what you're saying.
My parents are keep on arguing and like keeping me up all night, and it's just getting annoying.
Do you know if there's any weapons inside the home at all?
Oh, shit, I was asking.
No, I don't think so. I think they're just like maybe arguing, but like sometimes they do this and they doesn't go sometimes and stuff.
Following.
Oh, it sounds like did he not understand the question? Maybe it's a stepdad? She said, are there any weapons in the house? Like, oh, I don't think so. I think they're just verbally arguing. Maybe he thought she said, are they using weapons right now? I don't know.
Did the residents, the suspect, later in area, out at this time, and called out to Ledesma multiple times.
Oh, wait.
One officer entered the residence, while the other officer remained outside the residence with the female.
Jesus.
He's trying to hit me.
As the female exited the residence, the suspect, later identified as Trinidad Ledesma, was seen walking from the living room to the kitchen area, out of the camera view. There does not appear to be anything in Ledesma's right hand at this time.
Oh, so he went and he grabbed a gun? He could have been holding it with the other hand,
The
maybe?
officer entered and called out to Ledesma multiple times. As the officer turned the corner, he encountered Ledesma facing him with a black shotgun in his right hand. Ledesma stated, "Don't come in." As Ledesma stated this, he begins to bring the shotgun up in the officer's direction.
Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, you see it a lot more clear in this video. Jesus.
It was at this point the officer fired multiple times, striking Ledesma.
Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come in, boss.
Wait,
don't go.
This cop is like a quarter second, maybe? Or a half second from being killed? Holy shit.
Officers attempted life-saving measures. However, Ledesma passed away on the scene. A shotgun was removed from Ledesma's possession as officers attempted life-saving measures.
Around the same time, in any case, there is something, well...
Wait, that was
Here is the body worn.
Let us be on our way then.
Is that a shotgun? It looks like it. This is like the huge feed on the bottom for a shell. Wait, what the fuck is this? What kind? Holy shit. What do they call them? 12, something 12? What am I thinking of? It's not that, is it? Is that a real shotgun or am I thinking of a video game shotgun? What am I thinking of? A Spaz 12? Is that it? Oh yeah, one of these guys. Are these in? These have a. They must have some kind of internal magazine, right? With a pistol grip? Do you think?
Years ago, I worked as a day laborer at Edo.
Also makes more sense why he thought it was a rifle. Why he said he has an AR-15. Damn, this guy's got a
into the employ of a generous noble
semi-auto shotgun with a front pistol grip, with a neck fucking strap. Jesus Christ.
You know, it so happens.
I don't think I've ever seen a pistol grip shotgun in my life. Is it even easier? Is it easier to fire a shotgun with a pistol grip versus holding the barrel? I guess it is. Your hand naturally wants to be in a neutral position.
When you see it.
Damn. Shotguns, KSG. Aren't semi-autos illegal? Semi-auto shotguns? No, I don't believe so.
Let's stop here, shall we? I believe you are.
There are a
already
ton of
quite
Turkish
familiar.
shotguns flooding the U.S. market for 150 to 300 bucks. I mean, these guys seem like they're pretty wealthy, right?
This is
That'd be
the
my
place
guess.
where Lord
I don't know how many poor people have one of these guys in their front lawn. And before everybody in chat tells me they were on food stamps and had buggies. Or maybe this is a totally ordinary vehicle that you drive around in Arizona all the time. I don't, maybe. This whole video screams white trash that won the lottery.
It's my business to know things after all.
They probably squat there. Okay.
A shotgun was removed from Ledesma's possession as officers attempted life-saving measures.
Who murdered him? You see, all this time I've been watching you, testing your strength. So I
Here is
asked
the body-worn camera shown
Who was
in real time.
That UTV is not street legal and it costs $60,000. Why is it not street legal? Because there are no doors or not big enough engine, or why? Link me this UTV.
I will strike you down.
Really?
He's trying to hit me. Hey, sir. Sir?
Don't come here, boss. Don't go.
I can't believe he clears this jam so cleanly too. God damn, this guy's operator's fuck.
You got an AR. Terminal 2399A. I got one male subject down. He has an AR-15.
The officer involved has 6 years of total service, less than 1 year with the Surprise Police Department. This incident is the subject of both an internal and criminal investigation, which will be reviewed by the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Conclusions about whether the officer's actions are consistent with department policy and the law will not be made until all facts are known and the investigation is complete.
He probably hit the slide lock on accident. Anyway, Jesus. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how that's supposed to clear a thing, but when I did the Kennedy and the with Kennedy and Baker, when we did the shooting in Wisconsin, I've been there before. They say that to clear everything, you tap your mag, and then you rack the slide, and that's supposed to clear everything. But I don't know what you tap the mag for. I don't know what that does. The way that I would clear slides, or use clear units before, is if you've got a jam, you do the slide, and you go until everything falls out that's not supposed to be there, and then it's you're ready to go. But yeah. People think the cop is in the wrong. Is this a viral stunt? I don't know. People in chat line. Seems like the cop was pretty within his rights to do what he did. The true crime is that this lady will never call the cops again when she gets abused. Why? Her husband pulled a fucking, or whoever the guy was, he pulled a fucking gun on the cops. What do you expect to happen?
But I won't go down so easily.
Funny how cops have a much lower standard for being allowed to kill than a 60-year-old surrounded by aggressive, muscular guys. The more that I see people type, now I'm wondering if you guys were just like lanky fucking losers in high school, and that's like you see like the decently fit high school college kids, and all you see are like the chads, and you're like, fuck these guys, fuck the chads, oh. Like, because the way you guys are like typing with it, it feels like an erotic fan fiction. Like, this poor Romanian immigrant was surrounded by these young boys. Their muscles are bulging and throbbing underneath their tight, nude skin. You can see the veins throbbing in their muscles as they... Like, it's so fucking weird.
Is this the end?
You remember seeing the video of you?
I remember seeing the video.
Button, you are so weird, dude. You're just sitting there staring at me, and you've been doing this a lot lately.
It solves that problem, and racking the slide gets rid of a stuck or misfired round. Okay, that makes sense. This is why I don't usually tap, because I never, ever insert a magazine incorrectly. Ever. I don't make mistakes.
Before you got back to the end? Sustained. Did you see the video or not?
Wonderful.
I said I did.
Not that it matters, seeing as I've lost.
When you got to Village Park, your group
Let
exited
me
the
ask
river,
you one
right?
thing.
Yes.
What
There was
are
multiple
your
police
true
in the area,
feelings
right?
about Lord
Yes.
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
Right.
You didn't approach that
Two
officer.
of you may be on a different path.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid
time.
you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by,
Open up
right?
a used bookstore and then continue peddling information on the side.
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
And?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that.
Do you believe him when he says he doesn't remember anything? Nah, he's not like compelled to incriminate himself. He doesn't have to. But I'm curious. I'm guessing if you're doing an affirmative defense, you probably almost always have to take the stand, huh? Because you have to give testimony to say why you did what you did, right? Could be my guess. Or it's probably pretty hard to do an affirmative defense if you're not willing to testify on your own behalf.
Whatever bridge, the little bridge.
I don't know why Xena came here and left, but okay.
Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer,
What do you want? What's up, Xena? Okay.
hey, there's a guy over there with a bat and that's concerning me. Can you do something
That's
about
okay.
it?
No.
I know you saw me shit posting in chat for a while.
sure to make
I felt bad to keep pushing it. I know that you're seeing the message. I do it too. I see the message and ignoring it. I don't want to fucking deal with this asshole right now. But you've exposed yourself for some reason. Why? Why would you do that?
Well, if you want to join, I just want to be in the room. Sometimes I forget that I'm not in there.
Okay. I feel like there was two things recently you said that were maybe I just don't understand. We were talking about the Apple River thing, and what was the other one?
I don't know. The one where we just watched the lady with her husband. Did she get killed by the cops or what? Rittenhouse or?
It's fine. Apple River one that's good enough. I feel like I think I disagree with you on everything, and I'm not trying to be contrarian. I think the difference that we have is. So let's start with you think he should have first-degree murder? Yeah.
First or second? The first one is harder. I'm not sure. I'm like less than 50% on that. But the second degree, I feel, yeah.
First, I think that's totally outside of the question because I think the most important part of first-degree murder is the premeditation. Now, I couldn't find anything specifically stating how much time needs to pass for something to become premeditated versus.
Well, I mean, it's whether or not when he's stabbing them, is he pulling these out knowing that he's stabbing them with the intention to kill them, basically. And I feel like when you've got a knife and you're...
that's not premeditation. Premeditation is like, do you have a plan to kill them? Are you thinking about...
No, I don't think so. Premeditation just means that you're acting with lethal intent, knowing that you're going to kill the person.
No, it's not. It's about setting a plan, a time, what weapon am I going to use, etc. Versus I have a knife on me, and I think I'm going to have to kill these guys right now. That
Okay.
I feel like that's like reflecting, basically. Well, I mean, we can look at like what the definition of
Sure,
first.
you can go look it up. I already looked it up. That's not premeditation. That's what a lot of people think it is from like movies and shit. Premeditation means you're like making a plan and shit, but it's not. Like lethal intent or premeditation can be done in seconds, depending on, like, if me and Melina are like in a huge fight, and then I go into the other room and I grab a pistol and I come back out and I start shooting and killing her, like that can happen in the course of 5 seconds, and that's premeditation. That'd be first degree murder. Xena, you have to say something or I'm banning you. Why do you keep joining and leaving over and over again? You're triggering the fuck out of me.
By accident, because I swiped out, but I was gonna ask a question when you guys are done.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
About Myron's recent tweets.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm just
Okay.
waiting for you guys to...
Okay, you're
then
fine.
I'll derail.
Okay, gotcha. Also, both of you are very quiet, but I'm not changing your volumes anymore, so good luck. But go ahead.
I shouldn't be quiet at all. I haven't changed my shit in the slightest.
Okay.
Is it actually silent, or are you like trying to troll me? Actually, it won't work on me like it works on you. That's fine. Okay.
I'm gonna leave to get on with my computer since my voice is silent. So I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
Is she the anti-Semite ex-Nico one? Just so I know.
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, was she Oh, because she fought with that one Jewish girl. Yeah, I guess if that's anti-Semitic.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, I've been gone for a while, but these days are fucking everything gone. I don't know why there's been such a long reign of these people in here, but the time has come. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Premeditation. I don't agree with you.
To find you here.
And I think,
you're a friend of
can you show me any cases where someone gets charged with first-degree murder, where they basically have gone from not wanting to kill someone to killing someone in the course of 5 minutes or less?
Some connection to the
That doesn't involve like other statutes. Like I know it's automatic first-degree murder if someone's robbing a store and you kill them. It doesn't matter, like, you know, whatever. Like that you it just happened in the start. Like I'm not talking about.
No, I don't think I know any murder cases like off the top of my head.
I don't either. But I don't think they're. I think it'd be hard to find them, and I think that they would be rare to have that case. Now here's the second. Okay, so there's that part. I don't think it's first-degree murder. Here's the second thing. On brandishing, because this is a challenging thing. I think he's using a knife in this case, but we can imagine another world where he's using a gun. So you are, in some cases, the idea of brandishing a pistol and not using it could possibly be used against you in a self-defense case.
Because it shows that you don't have, well, you're asking true or false. Obviously, the answer is going to be unintuitive. And I'm going to say false because you're not even using it. How could that be used against you? But then I'm pretty sure you're going to say, well, true, because technically if you're brandishing a firearm but you're not using it, that means that you're threatening with a gun and you don't truly feel like your life is in danger because you didn't actually have to use it.
Yeah, so that's something I think is like a really strong point to make about like, okay, so why didn't this guy just like say, hey, I have a knife, you come here, I'm gonna fuck you up, I got a knife, look how big it is. By the act of doing that, basically takes away that he wasn't in fear of his life. Like if he did that, he's brandishing. Okay, if you had enough time to brandish, you had enough effort to go and kill, essentially, right? That would be the line. Right? If you pulled out your gun and you don't shoot someone, then you basically can argue that your life isn't in danger because you didn't kill them at that exact moment.
Sure. Although I think it probably depends. Like I think we've seen videos of people brandish a firearm to threaten somebody away because they felt like they were in danger, but then they didn't.
The other thing that's more interesting is it's almost not based on what. Because should it be that some fat fucking guy on the river that has a pocket knife in his back thing can totally kill someone because like a bunch of teenagers are kind of fucking with him, and he probably knows his life isn't in danger? The answer legally should probably be no. There should be a way out of that for him. But legally speaking, I feel like the act of him having the knife makes every confrontation that he has become a deadly confrontation, because if he loses control of the situation and they get the knife, then they have a lethal weapon on him. And that's kind of the catch-22 of carrying a weapon or carrying.
Yeah, but I think the law kind of reflects that. I think the jury is allowed to deliberate. They're allowed to factor in, if he brings a weapon with his intent, his obligation to, or his ability to retreat from the circumstance before deploying the weapon.
Yeah, so that's the other issue, is in the specific cases they're at, how much of it is a lot of them, for whatever reason they have done. You can just be like, I have a gun? Yeah, no, sorry, I say I have a gun. If you have a gun on you, and there's a bunch of people that start fucking you, the law just says, hey, fuck you. You know, you can just pull out and fucking flash them, even if they're kind of hanging around. And that's the law. So
wait, hold on, wait. Say what? Say that again?
Okay, so let's say I have a concealed weapon on me, and then you and Mr. Mizzen and Lycan all start fucking with me, and you start pushing me and slapping me and punching me. If I pull out my gun, if it's escalating a little bit, if I just pull out my gun and fucking pop all three of you guys right there, that would be, to an extent, justified by the act that I had the weapon, and if I lost control over the situation, you would have the weapon. So
I think a lot of that depends on like who's escalating or who's starting shit, or what was like the circumstances leading up to that are going to start to become pretty important, I think. Like if me and Mr. Moon are kind of like going back and forth and we're kind of like doing whatever, we're messing around with each other, and then you come in and have like we're both saying, like, me and Mr. Moon are like, yeah, like Israel, fuck that country. We know Israel sucks and fuck him and blah, blah, blah. And look at our kefayas or whatever the fuck the Palestinian dumb shit is. And then you come over, you're like, well, fuck you guys. Actually, I think this is base. And then you kind of, things are getting into a heated argument, and then we start getting into a fight for whatever reason, and then you shoot and kill us. I think the fact that you entered that, I think the jury, I think they would consider that in part of
when
your...
When you mean by entered it, so like, okay, let's say like the two of you guys are talking shit, and I walk over and be like, hey, you guys are fucking retarded, you know, and then you start like punching me. I think it does go to that line. It is something that, it's like a very asked question. If you look on, like, you know, the Gravy Seals type of forums and things like that, people wanting to know, hey, if someone punches me, can I pull out my gun and kill them? And people are always like, you probably shouldn't do that. You should probably run away if you can. But legally speaking, in a lot of states, yes, you can pull out your gun and kill them if they do punch you. Like, that is the law.
I don't know if that's true.
I was just about to say, you can here too. Like, if you get attacked, that's what, like, on your private property,
I'm not even talking
on
about
private property, it's different because you don't have you are allowed to defend your property. You don't have any kind of duty to retreat or retreat at all.
There might not even be any duty to retreat at all in some states.
Sure, but people are going to keep. But the jury is allowed to consider how easy it would have been for you to remove yourself from the situation before you started to use lethal force. And if it was really, really easy for you to walk away and you choose not to and things continue to escalate, I think that'll weigh against you if you're using a self-defense claim.
Juries are allowed to hear if you could have walked away from the situation.
Yeah, so it was either the jury instruction or something related to Wisconsin. The jury is allowed to consider, like, in Wisconsin, you don't have a duty to retreat, but I think the jury is allowed to consider if you have a lethal weapon on you, how easy it would have been for you to remove yourself from the situation before it got to that level. It's not again like those instructions and like that thing again. Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel like the... Sorry, let me take a step back. So you think this guy should have been charged first degree murder, basically, or at least second degree murder?
I think so. Yeah.
Do you feel like he could have walked away easily at any point?
Easily, he already was almost. Yeah. Somebody emailed me and they gave me a good. Somebody emailed me and they gave me a good guideline for this, and I kind of agree. When you're considering lethal self-defense, I think what you should consider is like, what would or a question to ask yourself is, what would the person have done if they didn't have a firearm on them? And I think that's an interesting question, because like if the answer is like, fuck, I guess they would have gotten their ass beat or they would have gotten like fucked up, then yeah. But if the answer is like, oh, they could have easily gotten away with it at any point in time, then I think that is a way to think about it. Like that.
What the actual fuck, bro?
Is that one punch can kill you? Right?
That's nobody thinks that way. Legally, socially, nobody actually thinks that. That's retarded.
Right, but you're allowed to use that as a
no, you're not.
Legal defense. You are. Like,
no,
if
you're
there's
not.
3 guys and one of them punches you, if you fall back and hit your head, it happened recently to that fucking dude who was protesting against Israel. He got pushed and he died.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to be in an altercation with somebody and like, oh well, if they punched me right, they could have killed me, and that's why I pulled out a gun and I shot and killed this dude that said he was going to hit me like outside the bar. You can't just start shooting people because they could punch you and anything could kill you.
I think. Listen, this is a very debated topic. It's not solved. I'm pretty sure in many states, if I come up to you and I punch you in the face, you can pull out a gun and shoot me.
I don't think so.
On private property in stand your ground law states.
Sure, but that...
You can't do that like at a restaurant.
Zena, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
First of all, hold on. Wait, hold on, wait. To be clear.
I legally got a charge for
yeah, Zena's literally a felon that has stabbed somebody. So I feel like of all the people with like experience in the system and talking to lawyers over criminal.
No. My felony was a white collar crime. I'm talking about the actual battery charges, like the alleged stabbing and all that. I have these charges, so I do know what you're talking about. I was getting beat on. The videos of me getting dragged out my car, pulled by my hair, and beat on, and I stabbed someone, but guess what? I still got in trouble too. We both got arrested. So no, the jury doesn't give a fuck. Why? I wasn't on private property, so no, I could not cause bodily fucking injury. Thank you very much. But since you're so right, why don't you contact my fucking judge, Gola, and tell him he was wrong for convicting me? The
Okay,
fuck?
I'll probably do it because you probably had like a fucking 15-cent lawyer who didn't know shit.
Okay, hold on, wait.
Robert Trackman and Jerry Carrigulo, Google them.
Okay.
Those were both of my fucking lawyers, over $60,000. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So again, you're wrong.
But
Bob
also-
Vila.
Okay,
No,
but also, wait, Zena, were you convicted for the stabbing or was it something different?
No, I was convicted for battery, but because they couldn't find the knife for the weapon at hand, it got dropped from misdemeanor. Yes, they were charging me for attempted murder. I was given some sort of got dropped from felony into the misdemeanor of battery because they couldn't prove anything. Whatever, it got dropped. Robert Trackman got it all dropped.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't even know how I'm supposed to comment on this when like nobody knows the details of this specific case of.
Sure.
what
I'm
ever
just saying that,
happened
like,
with
I don't think
guess.
ordinarily, I don't think somebody punching you or hitting you is grounds for lethal self-defense. Now, if it's like an adult male, depending on the altercation, like, yeah, but it's not. But the self-defense.
And you have a firearm on.
Sure.
you,
Yeah.
To be clear.
But the self-defense thing there isn't like, well, one punch could kill you. It's that for self-defense to be enacted on a lethal level, you have to feel like there is a fear for your life or fear of severe injury. And obviously, an adult man attacking you can cause severe injury or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think in many states, well, we can probably find out pretty clearly, but I believe in many states, if you have a weapon on you, concealed or not, and someone comes up to you and punches you in the face, I think that you have the ability to do it. You don't have a duty to retreat. You have a duty to defend yourself.
You don't have a duty to defend yourself. I don't know what that means. You can defend yourself. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You don't have a duty to run away on that case. If someone comes up and punches you in the face, and yeah, absolutely.
Just because you don't have a duty to retreat doesn't mean you have a duty to kill every single person that hits you, though.
I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm saying.
Or that you can kill somebody that hits you.
Would you necessarily be found guilty as a result? And I think that is not a settled piece of law, where you would say, oh yeah, you're definitely going to either be innocent or not.
Well, found guilty, that none of that can be settled because these are decided by juries. But I mean, the likelihood of a guy walking up and like he just punches you and then you pull out a gun and shoot him. I mean, without any other aggravating factors here, I think people aren't going to look favorably upon that. Like, oh well, he could have killed him because it's a man punching him.
Yeah.
But I mean, who knows? I guess we could try to dig through and find cases and see where it's worked or hasn't worked. Or why is this?
Dan, can you first? Oh, sorry. That's down at the end. I'm being wrong on premeditation. He's wrong. Okay. Premeditation. In fact, when you look up on it, it says reflect for a period of time. On the end.
Reflect for what?
Go find some.
Are you sure it doesn't say any period of time, or that it can take any amount of time?
Okay. Let's find some stuff that supports what I think. And then, yes. Okay. Premeditated generally means the defendant reflected on the act or planned ahead. In other words, the defendant specifically intended to kill the victim and rationally, purposefully took steps to culminate in the victim's death.
Yep.
And then there's differences of that versus second-degree murder, which is using weapons that are already at your disposal, using the behaviors, sorry, not the behaviors, but the environment in your versus creating something new.
It's all a bunch of bullshit.
Premeditation is what sets first-degree murder apart from all other homicide charges. Premeditation refers to the defendant taking the time to think ahead and plan out the crime beforehand.
What are you reading from? Whatever you're reading from is not true. What is the source on that?
Oh, okay. Well, this is lawinfo.com.
Link it. First-degree murder is the act of killing another person with malice aforethought. Malice aforethought, or aforethought, sorry, means with the intent to kill. Each state has its own definition and penalties for murder. There can also be different degrees of murder charges depending on the circumstances. Homicide could be murder, voluntary manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, first-degree murder. Okay. First-degree murder is typically defined as the unlawful killing of a human being that is premeditated, deliberate, and willful. State laws on the exact terms used, but first-degree murder usually requires premeditation. Premeditated is what set first-degree murder apart from all other homicide charges. Premeditation refers to the defendant taking the time to think ahead or plan out the crime beforehand. Planning and plotting seems like a long, drawn-out process, but premeditated murder does not have a fixed amount of time. Premeditation can occur over a short period of time, even minutes. Okay, never mind, this is correct. Instead, courts look to see if a reasonable person had time to second-guess their initial thought to kill before carrying out the act. If there was time to think about their choices, then generally enough time has gone by to count as premeditation. Yes, okay.
So timing is one of them, but also using resources around you, right? Like choosing a different weapon, bringing something forward as a result. Like you said, as your example, going into the other room and grabbing a gun or something along those lines.
Yeah, that would be because it would show that malice aforethought.
Like you changed your environment. And
exactly, so that you could, like, because you're trying to deliberately kill somebody, yes.
But I feel like if you're standing in one place with the weapon you already had at one point, I don't know if you can ever make that argument for something being premeditated. Like if I stand in one space and I have a gun, okay, or a knife on me, and I don't do anything else. I'm not moving. I'm not going into another room to get a gun. I'm not like, changing anything else. And you are, the oppressed, not the oppressor, the aggressor in this situation. I don't see how you ever say, like, what are you gonna say? Like, oh, you were thinking in your head, like, oh, I'm gonna stab him in the stomach or something on that case. I don't know if that's gonna be enough to really do it.
Isn't premeditated still considered over a course of time, though? Not a course of moments, like within minutes, though? Like first degree would be within minutes to a day, whereas premeditated...
It can be minutes.
Hold on. The time part is incidental. You're focusing on the time part, but it's just like, could a person have thought otherwise, or like, are they planning on intentionally doing something, right? Like if you're fighting with somebody in a scuffle, in the course of that fight, you pull out your gun and you shoot somebody, that's one thing. Okay, that might happen over the course of 5 minutes, and you might say, like, even if it ends up being murder, it's not like first-degree murder. But it could be like, let's say you're fighting with somebody, and this guy's pissing you off, and you finally, you break away from it, and you run inside, and in the course of like 5 seconds, you run inside, you grab a pistol off the shelf, and you come back, and you start shooting and killing him. You're first degree. You absolutely know what you're doing. You've got the total state of mind. You're grabbing a lethal weapon, you bring it back outside, you're deliberate. You're like, that's one. What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, that would be first degree, whereas premeditated would be like you get in a fight at the bar, right, with somebody. You go home, you think about it, and then you plan out your murder, and then you come back and...
What I just said was premeditated. It can happen in the course... It theoretically could happen in seconds, but it doesn't... But generally speaking, it's not going to be seconds, but the time is incidental. It's not like planning out like a time thing.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
But I think the biggest factor in this one is that the guy... Did he move? He didn't leave, or he just stood his ground?
He kind of walked away and then came back, but once the fighting started, he just stayed in the same area.
Yeah, I think that's rough to make the first degree there. Like, can you really put premeditation on someone who's just there?
Yeah, he pulled out a knife. He's standing with it out the whole time. He's like arguing with these kids, knowing that a fight's about to start. Yeah, I think that's why they argued a little bit about like how he stabbed the first kid too, because it's not even like he just like stabbed the dude. He like stabbed it and then fucking gutted the kid. That's why he was arguing, well, no, I didn't pull it up. I just like fell back and that happened. But
I think like maybe second degree if you could. I mean, well, that would be the default, is you would charge him with that. Like, in fact, I don't think any competent DA would ever charge a case like this with first degree, just because it's gonna be such a high burden.
They just
with a second degree.
They just charge down the line. They charge him with everything. I think first, second, and third. And then you see how high you can prove.
Can you hold on? Maybe this is my non-law brain, but I was under the assumption that you couldn't just be like, hey, I'm gonna charge you for everything and see what sticks, and that you had to quite specifically charge them for something.
You can charge. I think you can charge down the line for lesser clauses of the same crime or whatever.
I don't think so.
You absolutely.
Because one killing, you wouldn't be committed for. You can't be guilty of both of first and second degree murder.
No, you'd be guilty of the highest charge. Some states don't allow you to do that. Like I think the one that OJ was in, I don't think doesn't allow you to do that. But in certain states, you can just charge down the line.
Okay. America, so in California you can't do it. So in Wisconsin, they can just charge you with first, second, third degree murder, manslaughter, everything, and just see what sticks, and go with the highest one.
Yeah, whatever the jury is comfortable sticking with. Yeah.
That seems like a unique circumstance.
Is that close to like the double jeopardy law, or am I just incorrect there? Because you can't be charged twice for the same crime, right? Or does that mean after you've been?
I don't think you can be
then
tried
can't
twice
charge?
for the same crime.
Okay, then I was wrong. Okay, that's where I was getting confused. Okay.
That's how we have all the lawyers in chat saying I'm right, all the lawyers in chat saying I'm wrong. Meanwhile, all of you guys are fucking goofing right now, not doing jack shit more than me.
Well, remember for lawyers, for most
Law and
people,
Order, CSI.
I've got a lot of lawyers in chat, but they're all like corporate law or whatever other types of law. Like criminal lawyers it's a totally different set of law. They should have all taken crim law in law school, but it's not like I'm gonna remember like all the bullshit about it.
Interesting.
I think it's generally, I think crim law is generally considered like easier class. You take it and you forget it because whatever the fuck. But criminal law should be simpler than like civil procedure and shit because everybody should be able to understand criminal law because it's like the state depriving you of shit. But you might not necessarily remember it 5 years out of law school or 10 or 20 or 30.
How do you feel about that whole charging you down the line? Do you think that's something that is good to have happen? Do you think that's like a good feature of the law that should be the case in most?
I don't know. I lean in favor of it, but like maybe
I
it's.
lean heavily favor in not doing that. It seems incredibly fun.
Why does it seem incredibly fun?
Charging down the line would be having multiple charges for one case, right? Like for example, aggravated identity theft, access to device, conspiracy is also one case.
Maybe yeah.
That would
Somebody
be
real quick. Somebody in chat said me saying charging down the line that's not the correct terminology, but it's that's something different. You're supposed to say lesser included offenses or something. Sorry, I might have been speaking or using the wrong thing for that.
So would that be the same of what you're saying?
What would be the same?
Like having multiple charges for one crime.
I don't know what multiple charges for one crime means.
Like you were saying, charging down the line or even having lesser, like, okay, ag identity theft, access device. Access device is a little bit less of an ag identity theft.
No, I'm so sorry, hold on.
Higher than-
When I say lesser included offenses, I think that means like, fuck me, I don't know how they do it, but there's some offenses that are like, if you do it, it's a thing, but if you do it really bad, it's like a different thing. And like lesser included is like of a similar nature, but that. So like for instance, like maybe you could charge somebody with like assault and charge somebody with like battery, but like if you can't prove the battery, you can get a conviction on the assault because it's lesser than battery. I don't know how they figure out what counts as like a lesser included offense. But like for murder, like first degree, second degree, and then third degree manslaughter, these are like lesser included charges.
The reason I feel somewhat confident in what I'm saying is I know that I've definitely heard of cases where people are really upset that someone wasn't charged with like murder, and like the reasoning was like it would be a really hard case to do it. If we did it, he would have gotten off.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you there. That's why I said OJ. I think was in a state where you can only charge one. But it's the state by there's a state by state thing. I don't know how many states allow for lesser included charges or not. I'm not sure.
Because that would be. I mean, imagine how fucked that would be. If, you know, you just like get pulled over and it's like, okay, I'm charging you for everything, and now like you have to essentially we'll figure it out in the end. Like,
Wait, hold on, no, wait. To charge somebody, remember different standards. To charge somebody, you just need probable cause. Is to charge somebody with a crime. So they can't just charge you with whatever the fuck. There has to be probable cause you committed a crime. But if there's probable cause that you did a first degree murder or whatever to charge you with that, well, there's probably probable cause that it's second degree or third degree manslaughter.
So one of the things I did read on the record is that a lot of these cases can only act on what you're charged with. Do you know how common that would be?
What do you mean,
Meaning,
like cases can only?
If you got arrested for X, Y, and Z, like they had probable cause, and you arrested for that, the district attorney would be limited to charging you for that. Go outside of that. Do you know if that's common?
I feel like that's not the case. I feel like in the course of an investigation, you can charge more crimes if you could discover more. Am I wrong on that? Does anybody know for sure on that? Like if you arrest somebody, let's say you arrest somebody for murder, and while they're in jail and you're preparing for trial and you're doing discovery and all this other stuff, during the investigation you find out they also raped like the person they murdered too. I'm pretty sure you can stop that. I don't know. It's strict. You have to do a whole new set of charges and indictments and reset them. But I could be wrong. I feel like you can charge more crimes if you find more information. You'd have to have probable cause for everything else you charge.
Just
but.
you wait.
Are you a paralegal?
Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay.
No,
I
it's
was
just
actually-
Dan. It's just Dan. Okay.
Oh, you're Dan.
Well,
I thought your name was actually Bob.
it seems that our work here is done. Toshogu Shrine is
I did
safe and
post
sound
a
thanks to your courageous
working on a
efforts.
workbench earlier, but
We may not have saved all of Kaneji Temple.
I think that
But I
this whole
expected as
charging
much.
down the line thing has to be rare. I would guess, if I had to guess,
Mr. Sato,
I would say it's less than.
that you
Well, just
covered
look it up.
five-
this was
less
all
than
your
5
plan.
states.
How many
What do-
states allow you to
And
include
indeed it was.
lesser charges?
For I was once blinded by my... Indeed. Culture of Japan is a marvelous thing. I wonder...
Oh my god. Which states allow lesser
That was Google,
included
too.
Doubtless you're
offense?
correct. In other words, however, my first order of business is to safeguard against a possible retaliation. I should be safe. You know, I have many valuable belongings there. In fact, you should really come by sometime for tea.
Well,
I'm
fuck me.
quite the
Maybe it's not listed.
connoisseur.
I'm not sure. Ask Copilot, or ask. Don't you have the AI guy, ChatGPT or whatever?
Yeah, but I mean, you have it too, but it can't be trusted.
I turn that shit off. I don't trust any of that.
You know, I've literally given ChatGPT the simplest fucking shit ever. Like, I'll give it like a copy paste of a bunch of numbers, be like, hey, add this up, and it'll be fucking wrong. And then you go through it and you're like, okay, how many numbers did I just give you? And it'll be like 35. And you're like, okay, cool. And of those numbers, how many of them end in a 0? And it's like, oh, like, dude, like 12. And you're like, okay, great. So when you add those up, what's the number? And it gives you a different one. And then what I want to do is be like, then why the fuck did you give me the first number that was wrong the first time? Do you want to explain that? And it just says, oh, sorry, my mistake. It's like, yeah, no shit, your mistake. How did you fuck this so up? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyways,
somebody
that's like-
posted a thing. Do you remember? Did you hear anything about like the mens rea dolo specialis disagreement I got into with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
Somebody in my subreddit posted a thing where they were like, "Oh, well, I asked ChatGPT, and here's what ChatGPT said." Somebody can find this comment in my subreddit, and it was like, "I asked ChatGPT if dolo specialis and mens rea are the same thing," and then it said, "Yes, it's basically the same thing, or essentially." But then they said, "Oh, well, what's the definition of this and what's the definition of that?" And they said that, and I was like, "Oh, are these things the same thing now?" And they're like, "No, actually, it's like a little bit different than each other." So it was like based on the preceding questions, they gave a different answer. So yeah, I don't know. I have a brain. Why would I use AI to search stuff? Like that's what my brain is for. No.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it can be helpful for some things. One thing that it's really quite good at, actually, is like contracts and kind of transactional legal forms. It's actually super good at that. Like if you're like, hey, I need a contract for XYZ coming in, like it can do it, and it can do an actually pretty good job
Sure.
of doing that. Even like things like rental agreements, leases. You know, you can be like, hey, what specific laws are in this state? Things along those lines. Like those things are all like built in. It's like really quite good.
Okay. Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
I guess for like legalese, for formal stuff, because you're not using like you're not doing like clever, poetic, whatever kind of language. It's all like it has to be pretty specific, right? Makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're like, hey, listen, I need a contract. I'm renting a studio, and I'm only going to use it for 10% of the time, and I should only, you know, and it'll do like, you'd be surprised how good of a contract it would spit out for you if you were just like, you know, hey, I need this. Like, for me, it's completely gotten rid of the need for attorneys for some of those like more transactional type of things because it does a good enough stuff, honestly.
All right. Let's really make a show
I
of
think
it.
certainly it's going to affect the legal industry probably more than some other things on that front. At least. Maybe not for legislation, but for transactional type stuff, it's big. It's big. I mean, listen, you should look into it. You're doing shit all the time without contracts. Now I know.
How do you know?
Because it doesn't do contracts.
I don't know. I have to ask.
Well, I'm a so yeah.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll avenge
Yeah.
you.
So anyways, this dude got found innocent. Yeah. You're mad.
What? No, it's like an ongoing trial that's happening right now.
Oh, I thought he got found innocent already. Or found not innocent.
Impressive.
Proper term.
Very impressive.
Yeah, acquitted.
Yeah.
Or, yeah. But
The
no,
one
it's
thing
like
I saw that was gonna fuck him. You know what? You know what's gonna fuck this guy? I think I saw this on your stream. Is that they arrested him and they're like, "Hey, do you know why you're here?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Dude." I
there's
feel like
that. Yeah, I
That
think
is,
there's
like,
that, and
such a big deal.
him ditching the knife also looks really bad.
You could maybe sell it like, man, I got so scared. It was a high impact thing, but like after being arrested, like,
well,
why am I here?
I could,
You know?
I would totally believe that if he like ditched it on his way back, but if he walked away from his group, tossed it on the other end of the riverbank, and then walked back, I think that's really hard. I think that makes him look really bad. If he would have just like ditched it or dropped it on his way back or whatever, but like apparently, and I'm just learning this now listening to the cross, that apparently he went to the other end of the riverbank. He ditched the knife. After the prosecution is making the argument that he wiped the blade clean too because there's blood on his hands. I don't know if that's true or not, but he ditched the knife. Then he walked back to his friends. He sat in his inner tube, and then he put his hat and his glasses back on.
Jesus.
That's a rough one.
No, those parts definitely. I mean, I guess with anything, all of this stuff is the sum of the parts of what's going on, right? That's why I'm saying, like, in a like black and white world where I'm at the gas station filling up, and you come over and punch me in the face, can I just shoot you and maybe get away with it? And I think the answer might be, in a lot of states, yes. I think I could.
Depends. Depends on the totality of the circumstances.
Then it changes if, like, an hour later, the cops come to me and I've, like, fucking filed off the serial number on the gun and say, I don't know what you're talking about and all that. Like, all of a sudden it becomes, like, more wild, right? I guess.
There's a lot that influences, yeah. Also, the guy's an immigrant. He's in Wisconsin, like, isn't speaking the best English. He's white, but, like, those things are probably going to factor in a bit as well. The jury is older, so who knows how many of them have kids, right? So if you've got, like, a teenage boy and you saw this guy stabbing people down to the riverbank, like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of. It's just that's a really rough one for him, I think. Even if the facts were more in his favor, it still might be an uphill battle. But
I'd love for you to be there with me.
I'm looking at this thing here from NBC Boston. Are you looking at this? Goat Bar, Manchester. This looks really interesting. I mean, relevant. It probably says the opposite of what I'm trying to do, but in the pursuit of knowledge,
after all,
we look anyways.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Will you spar with me? Think about it. We've known each other all this time, but never once properly
would there be a single disadvantage to importing more civilized immigrants who will rid the country of all rowdy white trash teenagers? There's absolutely no reason for the defendant to be in fear. He was bigger, he was madder, and he had a loaded Glock stuffed down his pants. Gunman convicted in deadly shooting outside Manchester, New Hampshire. Okay. Also, keep in mind, guys, I'm going to keep reinforcing this, okay? You know how some people say, like, oh, well, debate just has to do with who's the better speaker. Like, that's it. Debate isn't actually who's right or wrong. That people will say that about debate. That's actually true about jury trials. Jury trial is not telling you, like, there's a procedure that you follow in terms of what can be charged and what can't be charged and all of that. But in terms of guilty or acquitted, that's just a debate. It's a debate in front of the jury, and whoever debates the best off of whatever they want to debate on is the winner. It doesn't necessarily determine who's right. Because like I said before, wait, did I ever get your opinion on this? Do you think that the one guy was okay for self-defense in the mall when he shot those two dudes that were sticking the phone in his face, calling him a pedophile?
Fuck no.
You don't think he had reasonable self-defense to shoot the dudes?
For being recorded and just having a camera shoved in their face?
Yeah. So in my opinion, I think that was crazy. But he was.
That was definitely crazy.
But he was completely acquitted. He 100%.
Yeah, no, that's fucking wild. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the dude didn't even get punched in the face.
Nope.
It's fucking crazy.
That's wild.
No, there's no. But like, to me, would it have been different if those two guys came up?
Looks pretty foggy to me, Roma.
Taking a fucking video. I can't believe that got acquitted. I agree with you.
That's wild. But that's a jury trial, right? Anything can happen.
That is a good example of the opposite of what we're reading about here. And it's just so crazy. Like, I don't know how you can have such
everything you've got. Let's see if I can handle it.
Conflicting legal, I guess.
Well, it's yeah. I mean, it's true. You just have to figure out how you think a jury's going to rule. But then on the other hand, too, I'm hesitantly quoting this. I think my recollection is correct. There was a case where a guy went to a neighbor's house because I think they were playing music that was too loud, and he was upset about it. And he walked, and he was on his neighbor's. He was outside of the driveway, he was in the street, right, not on his property. And I think they were shouting him to turn the music down. The guy starts to walk up to him, and I think in his car or right outside his car, he's like, "I've got a gun, don't come up to me, blah blah." And then the guy comes up to his gun and comes up to the guy, and then he shoots him and kills him. But I think he was convicted of it might have even been first-degree murder there. He was convicted of it because he went to the house and started the, I guess, altercation where he's shouting at the dude and he brought a gun with him. And I thought in that case, bullshit. I feel like that's self-defense. Like, if you show up to complain about some shit and you have a gun, you tell someone you got a gun and they're still coming out to you, like, how the fuck are you going to say this is...
Is he ricocheting bullets?
Unless I'm missing some crucial, essential fact of that case that I just can't recollect or didn't read. But, yeah, that was the one where I thought it should have been self-defense, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I can't... Of all the crazy shit that's happened in the world, the fact that that dude got off shooting those YouTubers is fucking... I can't believe it. That's mental. That is absolutely mental.
It was like the most... It was... What did he do after? Because that was the most casual... That was like the most casual, like, Jason Bourne, like, quick shot thing I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know. That's fucking... Like, that was wild. That whole situation being the case. I thought that was the most open and shut. Like, this dude's gonna get second-degree murder, no matter what, or manslaughter. He got nothing.
Well, no. I think they charged him with discharging a weapon in a public place. They got him on that
one. Yeah. It's fucking mental. Yeah. How does the Zimmerman thing play into this? I guess that is a similar case, right? Like, you had someone attacking someone else and he got off. That was in Florida.
Zimmerman was hard because I believe there are no witnesses. So you just have the word of the surviving guy. He can basically say whatever the fuck he wants, and now you're in like a...
Wasn't there like some video of it?
Wait, am I making that up? No, I don't think there's any. There might have been video of the kid like beforehand, but I don't think of the actual altercation or anything near it.
Okay, so there was
no. Which is one of the scary things in a society about allowing people to have a self-defense thing. Like, sometimes you might be better off killing somebody than just defending yourself because if they're dead, you're the only one there to testify. You only have the 911 call, yeah.
I don't even want this to end.
The YouTuber didn't die. Yeah, that is true. The YouTuber didn't die, but still, you can't fucking shoot someone that points a camera in your face. How the fuck did they?
Yeah, but then the question there is, do you think the jury just let him off because people right now, I don't know how online my opinions are, but do you think normal people know of and fucking hate prank YouTubers? It might just have been that. Like,
here's the other thing: is how much do cases like that affect? How does precedent work? I guess, right? So
doesn't
here we
at
have
all.
the case. Huh?
There is no legal precedent on things like that.
You can't be like, hey, this dude got away. Why am I even here? This guy got off. Like, it doesn't affect.
I believe that precedent is only going to matter for stuff like procedure or like when a judge is making a decision on something, but I don't think a jury doesn't have any obligation to. They're not supposed to know cite legal precedents. I think that's more in like non-criminal stuff. That's like in other cases.
Yeah, I guess like the I don't know what state that happened, but like let's say I'm in the same state and you came up and you started like photographing me in the same exact way. Like if I pull out and shoot you, like can I just be like, hey, listen, this almost the exact same situation came up and they found the dude not guilty, or they found the dude.
Hey.
So what are we doing?
Are you
use that?
Okay? This is a good lawyer question. When you're citing legal precedents, are you citing to jury verdicts, or are you just citing to procedural stuff? Because I feel like when you're citing precedents, what you're doing is like, let's say I go outside, a guy walks up to me, and I tell him to fuck off or some bullshit, and then after I tell him to fuck off, the guy like pisses on me, and then I try to charge that dude with a crime or something. In like the filing the motions, like if you're looking for summary judgment or if you're looking for a dismissal, like a lawyer might file a motion to the court and say, okay, well, hold on. When this same complaint or this same case came up 3 other times, these judges in the same state all dismissed this as saying they have no standing for this case or whatever, so you should dismiss it. I think you might be able to do stuff like that, but I don't know like how. I don't think you'd ever cite like, well, the jury ruled this way in this verdict, so you should dismiss this case.
You know what? Maybe it's only after appeals court that you can cite the shit also. That might be the case also. Like, it doesn't matter what happens until something gets appealed. But then again, the state can't appeal a not guilty verdict, can they?
The state can't appeal. Can the state appeal not guilty? No shot, right? That would
They
be
can't.
that would
Yeah,
suck.
they can't. Yeah,
Somebody
they can't.
said, Stald said, courts create precedent, not juries. There may be some edge cases I'm not aware. Okay, that would make sense. Yeah, so it's all like kind of on procedural grounds.
Interesting.
I know there's an alarm going off. I don't know what the fuck you guys want me to do about it. Okay.
What's going on? Oh, the
Some
beeping.
fucking moron. His car alarm is going off.
Dan, if one punch can kill and they already laid hands on you, yelling with phone in face, wouldn't you be allowed to shoot since they could take gun? you know, you could have added, like, you can add some extra words in there to make that easier. YouTube's not charging you per word. That said, it's my understanding that when I watched that YouTube video, that they just had like the camera in his face. They didn't punch him. They didn't physically threaten him.
I'm not even sure if they touched him. They might have put a hand on him to turn him around. I don't remember. Guy in mall shoots prankster. In disagreements channel will explain lawyer.
Okay. Anyone who says they're a lawyer, they gotta prove it.
Let me see if they actually touched this guy. Hold on.
Hey.
Hi.
So in
Wait,
court,
hold up.
Yeah.
Where'd you
Prove that
graduate
you're a lawyer.
from? What do you do for law?
But yeah, first, hate to do this. Actual proof of lawyer, not just.
No, we don't need it. No, I don't want to see your fucking life. That's fine.
Then it's meaningless.
No, it's fine. Listen, half the lawyers in my community say retarded shit anyway, so it doesn't matter, okay? Wait, but I'm just curious. Where'd you graduate from? What kind of law do you practice right now?
I graduated from Duquesne Law in Pittsburgh. I'm actually leaving the office right now.
Okay.
I practice personal injury law, and I do corporate defense litigation. I don't do criminal, but what I'm about to say is not specific to criminal.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool.
He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, or it's a good troll. But I, you know what, just to put it out there, I'm pretty sure I could sound that good also.
He said he's leaving the office, Dan. Come on.
I know,
He's
but
leaving the office.
I would do that too. You include that always. For
Okay.
Sure. Like, I just left the office. Anyway,
Go ahead.
So, you have questions of law and you have questions of fact. When it comes to precedent, that goes to questions of law. If you shoot someone in the face, that's a question of fact. The court is not going to decide that at the question of law stage. The court's going to say, that's a good question of fact. That's for the jury to decide. And then it goes to the jury. Simple as that.
Wait, so say that again.
So what he's saying is, let's say somebody charged somebody with let's say somebody charged somebody with murder, okay?
Sure.
If you wanted to get that dismissed to a judge, you would have to file a motion here to say, well, hold on, look, in the past, when you charge people with murder, the person actually died or something like that. Like, so this it doesn't even apply here. Like, prima facie, there's no case. The facts don't even attest to a broken crime. But if you say, well, hold on, you're claiming this guy murdered him, but like my client, like he didn't have a gun or he didn't even do this, those are statements of, not law, but those are statements of fact. And those are things that a jury would have to decide. The jury isn't going to decide like the law. They're just going to decide the facts of the particular case.
That makes sense. In that case, for sure. Like if you're getting charged with murder and you're like, the dude's still alive, that would be a way to dismiss completely, for sure.
Yeah.
So is that the basic litmus test, like absolutely provable fact in this case that has nothing to do with prior events? It's only fact-based off of this specific case.
I don't know what are you asking?
So it's only off of direct facts. You can't use anything of prior cases, essentially. In your motion to dismiss, it's not going to be acted on.
Well, you're not dismissing anything in court based on facts. It would just be based on something wrong with the procedure there, something wrong with the process.
It could be on facts, right? The idea that like, hey, you're charging me with murder, the dude's standing over there, like dismiss it. He's not dead. I didn't murder him.
Yeah, but it's not. That's not on the. There's no dispute there in the facts. It would be like, is there like a crime here? And if you're charging somebody with murder and the guy's not dead, then there's not even a crime there, right? That's not a disputed fact by either side. I'm using murder, but that's kind of a weird one to think of because it's like, but yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get. My understanding is, I don't do criminal, but most criminal, when it gets to the point where it's in front of a judge and it's in the courtroom, you're past the point of a lot of motions practice where decisions of law would be decided. And you're pretty much going in front of the jury and you're letting the jury decide. You're putting the facts in front of the jury. The jury is the fact finder. The jury gets to weigh the evidence. The jury gets to make credibility determinations of the witness and the various evidence that's presented. Questions of law are for things like, what is the definition used in the statute? Is that definition correct? Does that definition apply to this party? Is the, various decisions within the jurisdiction, do they apply in this circumstance? Does it apply to this statute? That is usually whenever the court looks to past case law. The court isn't going to look to past case law generally when they're in the middle of a trial. They're going to make a decision right then and there. Maybe rarely they'll be like, okay, counselor, please brief this. We'll come back to this tomorrow. I don't see that happen too often.
Can you use, so two questions. Can you use that haven't gone to an appellate thing. And then the second part is, I don't think you can. Maybe you can. The second part to that is, how does it work considering the state can't appeal like a not guilty verdict, right? Like if you're not guilty, that's it. That's the end. The state doesn't get to come back and get its second shot at a lesser charge or anything. I don't think. Correct?
So for the first question, you can.
We've been hard at work.
This
with
is
Mr.
an annoying
Carnival
lawyer nitpick.
Since you last saw us.
There's a lot of case law that is
Maybe this is a
unpublished
good chance
and
to
is
see how much we've
technically
improved.
uncitable.
Care to
Personally,
spar
a lot of lawyers and myself think that's bullshit. If the court's going to put out an opinion, you should be able to cite to that opinion. It doesn't have to go to the appellate court. There are decisions.
Hold on. Wait, can you expand on that?
I certainly wasn't planning to.
So it's an intricacy, it's an idiosyncrasy of the judicial system. Sorry, I got a motorcycle revving right here. If you hear that,
We're going to take you down this time.
Judges will publish opinions and essentially give their legal analysis and decision, but then sometimes they'll say this opinion it's unpublished. Even though it is published, it is unpublished, it's not cited. Some courts have local rules that say you can't cite to unpublished opinions, even though you have access to those opinions. And it's a way for the courts to kind of control what kind of case law is out there. I personally find that bullshit. I know other attorneys find that bullshit because what if you have a fact pattern that aligns exactly with the case, then the only case you have is an unpublished case. If a court would go, well, you can't take that case because it's unpublished, even though it fits exactly your fact pattern, that's kind of unfair.
Do you think that it might be the case that so in terms of I'm talking in terms of Supreme Court stuff, but I guess this probably applies to most courts. If you want to be broad or narrow in your ruling, wouldn't an unpublished case just essentially be the most narrow possible ruling that you provide? And maybe it's because while the fact pattern might be one thing, there's other extenuating circumstances that you don't even want to fucking you just don't ever want somebody to reference this case. Say a kid said he killed somebody, but there's this kid was also the #1 volunteer in your local community, and he saved 7,000 lives in CPR, and it's the chances, and the fact it's just such an out there this is this is an unpublished opinion. I understand why some people can see that it's bullshit, especially to bolster your case, but isn't that just the judge basically saying I want to make the most narrow ruling possible? I don't ever want this to be referenced in another case. But that maybe you think that's bullshit, or yeah.
If most unpublished opinions were like that, where it's a unique fact pattern and it can be used, maybe, and I can understand the argument there that that's why they do it, but most unpublished opinions probably aren't that. Most unpublished opinions are probably for bullshit laws that you never heard of, never dealt with, and they're for stuff that is just mundane, there's nothing exciting about it, there's nothing that unique about it, and it's mostly just the court being fucking racist and not wanting to go through the process of publishing it and giving it that little added weight that others can use. So that might be the explanation they give. We want to narrow it, and in some cases, sure, that could work.
Let's just take a hypothetical example here. Something that doesn't make sense, but we're just going to use it anyways. So let's say in Florida, a year ago, someone was driving their car, they had just brushed their teeth and did mouthwash, and they ran someone over, and it was determined that random mouthwash had an enormously high, ridiculously beyond the pale alcohol content, and simply using it caused him to bleed. And the jury found him not guilty as a result of that. Now, fast forward a year, okay, same exact thing happened. He goes into his car, brushes his teeth, uses the mouthwash, goes driving, found in a DUI, almost every situation completely the same. Can the defendant use that there was a prior action exactly the same to be hey, this should be dismissed, this has already been decided that, when you use this thing, shit can happen, or does it not count until it goes to an appellate thing, and then how does anything go to an appellate if the prior defendant wins and then it's decided, right?
Let me tackle that. So I think you have 3 points here. So the first point, you have the exact fact pattern, everything 100%.
Yeah, I know it's unlikely, but yes.
Yeah, it's unlikely. The reason that is probably going to still go to a
What
jury
the fuck, man?
jury still gets to make credibility determinations. So even with a fact pattern 100%, the jury's going to have the opportunity. Most judges are going to say, well, the jury has to listen to witnesses, the jury has to look at the documents. I guess you could say that the credibility credibility is also 100% one-to-one. I don't see how that's possible. But generally, that's what it does.
Well, I mean, I guess we would be looking for something that, you know, like little people and wet
God
work
damn it, man.
as possible, right? If you can imagine that case, like, I don't know. Like,
I think the issue is that the issue
Whew.
is that like when you're going to court, the issue is part of the deliberation a large part is going to be over the fact pattern. So like when you say that the fact pattern is the same, some guy drank a brand of mouthwash and did X, Y, Z, and blah blah blah.
Okay,
when,
I have a better example because it takes all the bullshit out of it completely.
well,
Okay?
I think even with your example it works. But I'm just saying that
No,
when
because there's other stuff. It's like, has he done this before, etc.
Yes.
Like a better example would be, I made a contract, and in that contract there was a specific line at the end that said XYZ, and the court found that line protected the client, and then someone else used that exact same contract,
We don't
the
have
exact
time
same
to
line.
dwell on our
Should
losses.
they be able to have, in that case.
Yeah, so you're getting into something different there. You're getting contracts or civil matters.
Well, no,
So
I mean, this would be
that-
like if the FTC was coming after you because you were scamming people, right? In that
Yeah,
case,
when you're dealing with written documents and you're dealing with circumstances that are one-to-one, it's a lot easier with a written document. Whenever you shoot someone in the face, you're dealing with witnesses that witnessed a crime. You're dealing with
yeah. So again, in that case, so let's say the FTC, okay, is criminally charging Steven because his terms of service is not up to code or whatever, right? But then Steven finds out that the FTC last year criminally charged Bosch for the exact same thing, who has the exact same terms of service, and that jury found that the last line in the terms of service basically admonished him, and they was found not guilty. Are you saying that Steven cannot use that prior legal result, even though the cases are almost exactly the same, at all, and he can't use that?
In that circumstance, when you're dealing with a written document and you don't really have to examine the one second. You don't have to examine. You can examine, but you don't have to go into evaluating perceptions that require a credibility determination. When you have like a written contract like that, I could see a motion to dismiss on that. I could see someone citing to a case like that. Mind you, you might not have case law to cite to. So
yeah, see, that's the thing. It usually would have to go to an appeals court, right? And that's where, and then like, it went to the Ninth Circuit, and they decided, and now you can cite that. But it feels like the government would never be able to.
Well, the government can't.
The government can't appeal. Yeah.
Right. This is leaning into experience I don't have. The government can't appeal because guess what? They're the government. They get one shot. After that, if they fuck it up, they fuck it up. Screw the government.
But that fucks over defendants a little bit. Yeah, but that fucks over defendants a little bit also, because
that's
now.
A good point. No, that's a good point. It does. I'm sure there are criminal defense counsel that wish that there was case law that they could use for their clients. But you can cite to, and this goes back to a previous question. You don't have to just cite to appellate decisions. You can cite to trial court decisions. Now, a lot of trial court decisions do eventually go up to the appellate court. In criminal, you're dealing a lot with a lot of the appellate decisions are usually evidence and then the application of statutes. That's where you're going to get case law in that. An example would be what Hunter Biden is dealing with, where I know.
Your thing is fucked. Or my thing is fucked.
You're hey, Whiskey Jack, you're there, buddy. But you know what? I feel like you've educated us quite a bit if you can share this. You know, I feel like I've learned some things. And that is kind of crazy though. You know, that one part that has come through here, which is that some criminal defense attorneys would love the ability to cite case law, but because the government would never appeal the law, it never gets there. And of course, the defendant's not going to appeal it because they won the case. So that's kind of crazy.
Wait, I don't understand what you mean by that. What's an example thing you would want to cite?
So using the example, let's say FTC charges Bosch, okay? Criminal matter, not civil, okay, for his terms of service. It's the exact same as you. And it goes to court, okay, but it's only gone to regular court. It hasn't gone to the Ninth Circuit or appeals or anything like that. It's just gone to regular court and Bosch won right away. And the first court. The government doesn't get to appeal to a higher level of court. That's it. That's the end of the fucking story because it's a criminal matter. So as a result of that, the problem is that they're may be cases where now you are getting attacked by the FTC, not attacked, but charged by the FTC to the exact, what you feel is the exact same case, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to cite that prior case being something that helps you in the result of that because it did not go to the appellate division. The way it would go to the appellate division is if the FTC initially found him guilty and then Vosh appealed, and then it went to the appeals, and then the appeals said that it was not guilty. But if you go ahead right away and they just find him not guilty on day one, it never gets to the appellate division and never becomes like settled law as a result of that. It's
Yeah,
just
but I
a
imagine
trial
if the government is losing cases like this, they probably just stop bringing those cases up. I would imagine.
If the government is
Possibly.
losing cases,
I mean, if the government's bringing a case, they're usually going to win.
Yeah, especially this is like you're talking like federal courts
Especially
now.
an
Like if the
FTC
government brings something in federal court and it loses on some shit like on the merits and it goes. I doubt they're gonna try to bring it again. That'd be pretty fucking retarded now.
Well, you have circumstances where if you have like a mistrial or a hung jury, then those are the circumstances where the government could come in and try the matter again. That started to come up in the Rittenhouse case where the judge and the lawyers were talking about a mistrial, which meant that he could have been tried again. You might get an appeal off of that. But yeah,
Booty heat, Jesus, why you always gotta step on my belly?
be able to cite the case law to get their client out of trouble. But I imagine most of them want to make money, and they make more money taking it to trial. So I don't think you're going to have a lot of defense attorneys in the criminal area pushing for that development of law.
yeah, it's just an interesting kind of catch-22 in that case, I guess, is how I'd put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the nature of criminal court is most of those. If it gets to the point where you're in front of a judge and you're in court, those are going to trial, and they're going to trial because they have a right to trial for crimes. So a lot of that plays out in front of the jury, and that's what I came on here to discuss, is that it's a question of fact versus a question of law. So most criminal trials go forward with the question of fact to be presented to the jury, the 12 or 11 or whatever your state has to decide your fate. Most are not going to be decided by the judge. If they are decided by the judge, it's usually evidence-based.
Can I ask, how common is it, those like meme things, motion to set aside the verdict? I don't know. Have you ever seen that type of thing to happen? Like you're in a case, and for whatever reason, the jury just does something retarded. Like, I mean, I would use an example of like them letting the it doesn't matter. Like the jury just comes back with a ruling that's like, wait, how common is it that an attorney can be like, motion to set aside the verdict, and that the judge would actually be like, yeah.
The jury has to have done something procedurally wrong, right?
Well,
like
no,
the
jury doesn't have procedure.
No, you can't just challenge. You can't say I don't like what the jury says, but if you can prove.
That's not true. That is not true. Okay, if I'm in, like, for instance, I say I get charged for murder, and everyone fucking hates me, okay? Because I'm, it doesn't matter. I'm Johnny Simone, and I get charged for murder. But I'm like, dude, I was literally in jail. Okay, I couldn't have done it. I was across the fucking ocean. But everyone in that jury fucking hates you so much that they fucking vote for you to be guilty anyways. At the end of that, you can absolutely, as a defense attorney, say motion to set aside the verdict, and the judge will be like, yeah, not guilty. That's absolutely true.
That's a procedural mechanism available to you. How common is it?
Yeah.
I would imagine it's incredibly uncommon.
Well, you have to. Wouldn't you have to? You have to prove that. You have to prove something was messed up procedurally, though, right? Like either there was a tainted jury or there was something. You can't just be like.
Just ask. No.
You
can just ask.
You don't have to prove that there was a tainted jury. You have to prove that the decision the jury came to is a decision that no reasonable person could have come to. Now, how you prove that is unique to every single case.
Wait. In that circumstance, hold on. So hypothetically, we're here again, okay? Destiny's been charged for murder, and everyone hates him, so the jury found him guilty, but he actually wasn't a mistake. And everyone knows it. And the jury found him guilty. You're saying that at the end, if I'm as a defense attorney and I say, hey, motion to set aside the verdict, I don't know, incorrect verdict, you're saying the judge can't say motion granted, the defendant is free to go.
At that point, right then and there, no. It would probably set a briefing schedule, and you'd have to brief that and go through the essentially motions practice to get that granted.
Really? I feel like I feel like I don't agree with you, but that you are pretending to be a lawyer here. Go ahead.
I am pretending to be a lawyer. The example I can pull is I was recently talking with co-defendants counsel in a matter, and they relayed a story to me that I thought was very interesting, where a case went bad, and the judgment against the defendant, I think, was $10 million for a civil case, and so out of line with what should have reasonably been awarded that immediately after the trial ended, the judge called all the attorneys into chambers and essentially set a motions hearing to sort things out, because the jury, while they got some things right, they got the damages incredibly wrong. So when it comes to trial practice, a judge has a lot of leeway. But a judge to just say at the end, yep, you're good to go, no, that's not going to happen. They're at least going to take time to look at it. And they're probably going to give the other side a chance to respond. That's why I say they're going to set a motions hearing. And if it's so bad, what's going to happen is the other side is going to say, yeah, we're not going to respond. It's right. If it's that egregious that there's evidence that is undisputable that Steve was not in the state and could not have physically been present to murder them, and the jury comes back with this decision because they hate him, the judge is going to say, okay, I have motion practice on this. The state you get 2 weeks to file a response. State's probably going to send in a letter saying we're not going to file it. And at that point, it would probably.
So are you saying the judge does not have universal authority to just find a defendant not guilty? They can't just do that themselves. They don't have that ability.
They have to give the other side an opportunity to push against that. Yeah, it's depending on the mechanism that it's brought. If it's brought by a motion to disregard the jury's verdict, yeah, they have to give the state a response.
Interesting.
But I mean, if another attorney comes in here and tells me I'm bullshit because that's criminal that I don't have much experience with outside of law school, I would take their word for it if they were actually criminal.
You know what? I don't know shit, and I'm a retard.
Yep.
But I'll bet you $250 that in more than half of the states, in criminal cases, a judge can just find you innocent and say, and that's it, and that's the end of the story, and the state can't do shit about it.
That would be done at the
no, like the judge can just stand up. Yeah, they would say motion is dismissed, or for instance, the judge would just say, I'm setting
You're talking about like
that's a different mechanism.
Yeah, pre-trial judges are gods, right?
Yes, judges are gods pre-trial, but also in the middle of trial. So another mechanism you have is, let's say at the end of the state's case, you believe they have not proved their case, that they have not presented enough evidence. You can move to dismiss at that point, and before you can put the case on, the judge can decide. So there are multiple avenues to get what you want. How many times after the motion to disregard the jury's verdict? The fact that it got to a jury went and deliberated for how many hours, how many days, and that's disregarded, because if it was so egregious at that point, the judge probably would have been forced. But I don't know. I would love to see stats on it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, for instance, Apple River statute, whatever the hell people are calling it. Right now, could the judge just fucking stand up and be like, defense counsel would be like, dismiss all charges, and the judge can just stand up and be like, you know what, yeah, you're good to go. Defendant is free to go. Can that happen?
The judge would say, okay, we have a motion to dismiss you. I'll take it under consideration. State you have X amount of days. No, he would have to give the other side to respond to that.
But Dan's saying that like he could look at the response and just be like, "Fuck you, you're dismissed."
You could look at the response. You see it a lot in evidence. So a lot of times during trial, you will see someone stands up and says, "Objection, blah 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 blah." Sometimes judges will look to the other side and be like, in response to that. Other times judges will just go, "Nah, I decide this." But for a motion to case and let the defendant free, I would
All right, so
expect.
next one at the end. All right, so the Apple River killer dude found guilty at the end. At the end, just be like, I'm setting aside the jury verdict. Defendant not guilty. Yes or no, can I do that?
That probably depends on the state. I don't know.
I think it's more than that.
So that's called sua sponte. So that's the court on its own motion without any input from either of the parties. There are circumstances where the court can do something without any input. Yeah, they could probably set
It's a lot of power to be a judge to do that. Can you, as a are they to be removed only from, how does the judge get removed?
That would also depend on the state.
Like in general.
In Nebraska, we vote on our big judges, right?
Because the federal judges are appointed, so I'm curious if they do that.
I believe federal judges have for state judges, so a judge is an elected position, but you, for discretion, to be investigated by the court itself. So the various courts, PA, again, this is all very state specific. You can be investigated by the upper levels of the court. So PA has the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court sends out all the rules, all of the courts across PA for all the counties, and generally says you have to follow these rules. You have your own local rules, but also if the judge does something wrong, there's probably going to be an investigation done through the Supreme Court, and they will decide and potentially kick them out.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like, man, if I was a judge, or Steve was a judge, I know there would be a lot of these sua sponte things going on. I'll tell you that right now. Feel like these guys
judges do that a lot. Judges are gods. Yeah, I've had cases dismissed before I ever showed up. Because the judge took one look at the complaint and went, yeah, this is bullshit, goodbye.
Oh my god. That is my calling in life. That's what we need to do, Steve. We need to have our own Judge Judy show where we assume the facts and the laws in the case and go forward based on that.
Judge Judy's arbitration. There is no pre-trial or any of that bullshit
I
with Judge Judy.
understand,
It's all just.
but that's the meme of a
She's
show
also
that we
like
do.
the richest woman in existence. It's actually crazy.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's incredibly rich. She has made a lot of money off of her program. And it's interesting. Like she definitely is a judge. I
Like
watched her before.
Billions? Like B or M?
Billions?
At least in the hundreds of millions. I think she had the highest paying show on daytime TV for like over a decade or something, didn't she?
Yeah. She's been doing it for decades. She's on every week. And I believe it's either the people pay to be in front of her, or they enter into some kind of binding agreement. But
They enter a binding agreement, and both sides, at least like 15 years ago, both sides agree to get paid $5,000, and then I think you fight over another $5,000 to be awarded in the trial, basically.
Wow. Sounds about right, yeah. But yeah, she's just arbitration, but she was a judge, and her demeanor is definitely, judges have that demeanor. You have other judges that are pretty nice. You have other judges that are idiots and not paying attention. You can have judges that fall asleep. Judges are very human, so Dan, you could easily be a judge if you wanted to be.
It sounds like a lot of work. You probably have to like show up and do stuff, so that's gonna kind of put the kibosh on.
That's why you just have clerks. You have your clerks do all the work for you if you want to.
I can do it. A real life.
You gotta go to a state where you don't have to be a lawyer.
There is states like that, isn't there? There can't be many of them.
What
right?
the
How many of them
fuck,
could you
bro?
do without being a lawyer first?
Pennsylvania is one of them.
That's fucking wild. That
Because
law is
it's an elected position, so I would say the voter base, is smart enough to decide how to have a lawyer. But
Even though it's an elected or appointed, can't you still have a requirement? Like for the head of the DOJ, don't they have to be a lawyer? Is that like written down somewhere, or could the president literally appoint?
Dude, what about if we?
Yeah, the president can appoint anyone. Didn't that happen to Bush? He wanted to appoint like his maid to the DOJ or something, or maybe the Supreme Court. But yeah, the requirements for federal positions, I don't believe you have to be a
It's the same thing for it's the same thing for sheriff. Like I can go be the sheriff. Right? How wild is that?
Well, sheriffs are they're cops, but they're not cops. They're civil matters.
I mean, down here, sheriff. I'm pretty sure, like Broward County sheriff, Miami-Dade sheriff.
Yeah.
I think they got serious fucking power. Another one would be like what was that? Joe Arpaio retard, Arizona. Like they have real fucking power. Like beyond what I would say most quote sheriffs have to do crazy shit. At least I think they do.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of power.
Interesting.
There you go, sheriff. You do it.
I mean, we just have to get elected to the position. How many people even show up for these polls? Just gotta move all of DGG into one state. Steve can be a judge, I'll be the sheriff, and together we'll clean up the streets, Steve.
There you go. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, you have like cops? Will the Anything podcast have like a body cam that follows you around as you do your sheriff duties?
Oh well, listen, in Dan's world, okay, there's no body cam. It's just what the police say, what the sheriff says.
It's true. That's law.
It's true. That's it. You don't even need a body cam. Because if I said it, that's what happens.
Okay. I'll vote for you.
Okay, good. We're on. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. We have I give this guy 80%. Not 85. 85.
The lawyer here? Yeah, I'm not here. Probably is, right?
Well, yeah, you imagine.
90%. It'd be kind of weird for him to come in and lie.
Odds are not in percentages, bro.
Perfect amount of sneak. You never know. You never know.
You never know.
True. So, okay. Well, I feel like that was.
What are we gonna? How are we gonna do topics on our show?
August yelled at me. Okay.
What did he
So,
say?
we have to choose topical stuff.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Let me be more pointed with my question. It seems like we have a problem because if exciting stuff is happening, either I'm already talking about it on stream, or you'll literally come in to talk to me about it on stream. So everything we end up going over on any show we do is going to be like, we're not talking about, oh, remember what happened Tuesday? Like, yeah, I was in your Discord talking to you about it.
So
Like,
how do we handle that situation though? Because August is really serious about like, hey, you guys can't just talk about fucking bullshit, which is what we love doing, of course. But we have to talk about like, today, this is Joe Rogan. We got to talk about Joe Rogan, or we got to talk about. I mean, I'm sure you get the same exact shit. How do we handle that? We could rehash it, I guess, but it doesn't feel natural.
No, we can't rehash it. That won't work. We won't be able to do it. It'll be just weird. Yeah. Yeah, maybe guys. I might just ban you from Discord. Sorry, and then I'll see you on like Saturdays. Peace.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Got him.
Not covering something seems like probably not the best strategy either. There has to, every day, something has to be going on that's worth talking about, right? Can we really come upon a day where there's no news? And then really all you have to do is not shitpost from you. You just have to like do like Israel-Palestine research for 3 hours instead of going on the news.
Like, the issue is, like, what would be something that would be exciting enough to talk about on our show that I wouldn't already be covering, or you and me wouldn't already be talking about?
Well, we only have 3 hours, right? If it happened that day. If something's going on to that day. There's only a 3 hour period that you have to that you talk about, right?
You have a death wish.
So you just have to not talk about it for 3 days. You have to like write Factorial or something, I don't know. For 3 hours.
Well, but then I'm just like sacrificing my stream and covering shit to talk about it.
No, it's just you just don't talk about something topical for the first 3 hours. Oh, and by the way, I think you hear what I say to the same thing. I think we should do it on Twitter instead of Saturday. Unless you think there's an issue of doing that moving forward, I guess. Because the problem I realize is that by us doing it on Saturdays, is that all the people who have lives, granted not a lot of them, but all of them aren't going to be able to watch live, and they're going to be upset.
Chicken Industry Destiny doesn't cover like sports or something. Oh, true. Yeah, we can just talk about football.
I don't want to talk about football.
Don't
Tabor
rush.
has ruined football for me
Take
forever.
your
Look how
time.
fucking boring it is.
Why don't you do call-ins with viewers? Call-ins are just a crap shot, and it's really hard
They're not
to...
good enough. People don't. The YouTubers don't care. That's the problem. They only want. The YouTubers only want whatever is fucking topical at that exact moment.
No, that's not true. It's that
You don't think so? August makes me feel that way.
That's good. August is wrong here. No, August would probably agree with me on this. The problem is just that the callers... I'm not trying to be beyond what it is. The callers just tend to be kind of long. That's the issue. Like, a caller with the right questions or the right things, I think can be super entertaining or super exciting. But most, like, radio shows and shit, when you call in, there's a screener that's asking questions and, like, trying to figure out, like, if the person calling in is, like, going to be a good fit for the show. They'll do this in, like, a minute or less. But there has to be, like, a big screening process. But when somebody calls in and they're asking, like, serious life questions or, like, they're kind of just, like, kind of rumbling or rambling or mumbly, and it's just, like, it's not good. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much viewer calling should be a part of what we do in the first place. I mean, first off, I'll say the reception to it isn't biased, but it's really good based on how many people we've gotten on Patreon, by the comments I've received. It's like people genuinely like the show. That's kind of universal across YouTube and the live stream. But I do think we're going to be coming to the topic still being based. I don't know. August gives us a list and we can go through it. But as you said, usually
Carry on the Condor's legacy. What am I doing?
I mean, is there segments that we
Fucking
can
up,
do together?
bro. That's what you're doing.
We have topics we move too quickly. I mean, let me pull up the topics we had for last one. Hold on.
We'll never surrender.
Where is it?
Even if I am to die.
I don't know. I'm listening to...
You hear me?
I'm reading chat, and it's... That's another thing, too, is that if we have, like, a list of topics that we're not going over on stream, that's so hard for me. I think it might even be hard for you. Like, if you're reading something about something going on currently, but then so I have to do research on it, but then I can't talk about it on stream, but then...
Well, I'm open to suggestions. How do you think we should change the shit then? What does chat think? Not that I care.
I think we should look for
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to thinking about it, yeah.
together.
Yes. It seems I need to calm my mind. We won't start a fight for selfish reasons. I shall now go and calm my troops.
I mean, there's certainly segments that we could do. Like,
So the next time we fight, it will be to the death.
we could save certain things that aren't necessarily immediately topical to go over, like the most retarded tweet of the week, or you know, things like that. That's stuff that we could do and talk about. I just don't know how much time that's going to soak up.
I think here's the goal. This is what I think the goal should be. The goal should be to try and create one segment. That should be the first goal. Try to create one segment, see if it's like entertaining, and then.
Well, what would be one segment that we could do?
I don't know. We reviewing like a clip or a shooting. Obviously, that's way more extreme than it needs to be.
No,
or
but
like a.
Well, listen, we're trying to get this to be a monetizable, big, like H3 type podcast. I don't know if reviewing body cam footage, although I love doing that, I would do that. I mean, that does make it enjoyable. Really, at the end of the day, we do this for fun. So, with that said,
Oh, it's you.
I don't know. Get OnlyFan girls to come on the stream. I don't know how hard it would be to coordinate. So there's two parts to it. I don't know how hard it's going to be to coordinate
it's you.
IRL.
We have some
guests.
pressing matters
That's
to
the first
discuss.
one, and the second one is I don't
Leave
think I
us for
want them
now.
on for the whole show. So it might get a little bit awkward to like bring someone on and be like, all right, now fuck
I
off.
believe I found
Unless
the
we bring them on
perfect blade for this
specifically for the tail end.
You may be. Rumor has it Kondo's head is to be displayed at the Sanjo. If that be true, it could serve
Destiny, you need to get info on topics and then give your take so you don't set it up first, and then you need segments where you argue and bullshit over random stuff. That's what's good. I mean, we do a lot of that right now. We certainly argue with each other. I found that like a lot of, it seems like newer viewers are just like, you know, I don't know, maybe they're wanting a different type of
I want you to go to Kyoto with Saito and ascertain.
Wait, what do you mean? Or what do you? Where are you getting this? Or newer viewers want something different. What do you mean by that?
I don't. When I go through some of the YouTube comments, it just seems like people are like, "Hey, what? You know, why are you not doing a serious debate about Israel, Palestine?" I mean, I understand there's going to be some of that type of shit happening.
It's November, then it's
strike at the first
Ethan's show is not serious, right? It's not like scripted. They just do whatever, right? Like, do we have to be necessarily better than that?
Wait, hold on. Link me the YouTube video and I can look at the comments.
Just like the most recent one, or episode 1. August is cut, obviously, not the Patreon. Dan, there's a lot of. I do agree. There's a ton of niche stuff that we. Oh, you're saying that we don't touch on. I was gonna say I felt like maybe we're too like DGG obsessed, and like YouTube normies don't know what's going on half the time. I could feel like that could possibly be the case.
Where? Okay, hold on. Can somebody link me? Where is this on my?
It's your most recent video on YouTube.
Joe Rogan watched it. What'd you say?
Are you okay? There's a lot of typing going on. It sounds furious.
Yeah, I'm always okay. How long was our show? 3 hours? 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
August cut this
3
down to
hours.
1.5? Okay.
Yeah, so there's an extra hour and a half of content for the Patreon. I mean, it's a lot of meme topics, I guess, at the top. But I guess listening to YouTube comments is fine.
I feel like those. I feel like they're pretty positive. I feel like all of these are positive.
So, if that's the case, I feel like we don't have to change anything. August is yelling at us and saying that this one's not performing as good as the first one.
Wait, where is August yelling at us at? Hold on 1 second.
Well, he said well, maybe he just sent it to me. Hold on, let me see. Boy, August is gonna be mad at me. Hold on. Where is it? August. Scrolling. I think it's in the group one. It has to be, because I don't see it here.
Okay, group.
Yeah, this thing right here. So he posted this. He said the first one that we did, we were number 1 by ranking by views for the first one. And he said the AVD, average viewer duration, hurt this one. High click-through ratio. But it couldn't get carried by the short Rogan segment.
Wait, what did he say? What was? Hold on. Can I? Where does he make this comment? Can you link to the comment in here, or how much?
Just scroll up. Just scroll up.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So he linked this, and he said it was like 1 in the beginning. What was like 1 in the beginning?
Like our first show, like episode 00 and 01 is like the number 1 most.
But the AVD heard this video. High CTR. Click-through rate. Is the click-through rate measuring how often they click through to another video on the channel?
How often, when this is played on the user's feed, do they click in to view this video?
Oh, makes sense. Average viewership was low, but a lot of click-through. Here by the Joe Rogan segment. Okay, so he's just looking at. Oh, the average viewer rate is very short. 14 minutes, I see.
How much was it? Like that much more on the other ones that we did?
I don't know. Can you link me a?
I mean, you're only going to be the one that has access to it.
Empty.
I know. I just need a link to a video. Hold on. Let's see.
It's only bait. Just the two of you? And there I was hoping I could kill you. Sorry to disappoint, but we're more than enough for the likes of you.
What the fuck? What was the name of our other video?
It's like Ethan? Or is it? Yeah, the H3H3 or something. I had a picture of Ethan.
Control F, H3H3. I hate the new.
You know what?
Is it this? Hassan gaslights his own fans.
No, it's
To the execution ground.
Oh, Ruben goes after. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, that's it. By the way, real quick, can you not change when you click live for your segment? I feel like the shit that you have there is not good.
Seems Kondo's head may be at the
like you
execution
see how
grounds.
you have the thing like
Let's go.
home video, shorts, live, podcasts, etc.
I don't know what you're talking about right now. Where?
Like go to your page, right? Like
YouTube.com/Destiny.
yeah, and you see how you have all the categories at the top, and one of them is called live.
Yeah.
Like
why is it that the shit that shows up here is from like years ago?
I think the way that this playlist is determined is just weird and stupid.
It's been like this forever.
Yeah, I know.
The Zerka shit.
But it just doesn't. There's something weird with how this tab works. I don't remember how it's like.
I feel like there should be a way that August can put shit here to showcase. For sure. Like remove this shit and put more topical stuff.
What goes under the live tab in YouTube? My guess is going to be that anything that's live streamed auto goes under here, but since my normal live streams are hidden, that are unlisted, it doesn't show up here. So it's only stuff that I've live streamed that isn't unlisted. So I don't think you have any more manual control there. That's my guess.
So these are the only unlisted stream fields. So maybe you should just do a few live streams that you leave as listed. I guess.
Or unlist all of this shit, maybe. I feel like all of these videos should probably be unlisted, actually. August, is there a reason these aren't?
Like, I don't know why Zerka is taking up, like, #1 position there. It should actually be more convenient if nothing was there, unless you were live.
What was I thinking? What were we doing? Oh, I was looking at the analytics for other thing. Average viewer duration. What am I looking for? How they found it. Oh, it's over 19 minutes.
Forgive me.
Is that, like, across all your videos, or just the ones that we've done so far?
No, I'm just looking at the other one we did. Because we've only done one other video, right?
Alright, so that's not much of a big difference. We've done, well, I mean, I don't know if you could look at the Bridges test stream and see what that did, but that was like, that's like kind of another one too. But yeah, as far as actually published YouTube, yeah, that's the only other one. But it's not a big difference. It's 5 minutes, right?
Were we not both
Okay, August is in chat. The latest podcast is doing better than the first one after a day.
Forgive me for my
Okay, laugh. Well, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, but that makes sense because it's a totally different type of viewer. And it's a totally different type of thing you're coming in for. So if I see this video called Joe Rogan watched Destiny's debate, my guess is going to be like, oh shit, this is going to be Destiny talking about Joe Rogan and what Joe Rogan is saying about him. The type of viewer that comes in to watch that is going to be more likely to not give a fuck about whatever you and me are talking about. So once the Joe Rogan shit is gone, they're bouncing. But if you click onto like a Bridges thing, like, oh, Destiny talking to the Krasenstein brothers, my guess is going to be that it's going to be way higher. But I don't know, actually.
Well,
I don't think
higher viewer minutes would be my guess, but probably less people watching it because there's gonna be people like, oh, this is boring or something, right? Like, you know, that don't know about that subject or something. There'll be less people watching, but more minutes watched on the Bridges stuff. It would be my guess.
I think I'm not logged into that account right now. Do you know the AVD for the Krasenstein Brothers Bridges podcast? Oh, that's true too. Bridges has its own channel, so that probably hurts the number of viewers it goes out to, but it probably dramatically boosts its the viewer duration because the people that damn, ooh, we're really starting that off on its own channel. Bridges, that makes sense. That's probably right. Bridges YouTube podcast Destiny.
Yeah, so that has 27 minutes on that one.
Damn, really?
That is
Jesus.
Pretty high.
So the average person is watching for almost 30 minutes on a click through for that. Not very sure. Okay, jeez.
I'll tell you what I would love to have, but I don't know if we can get to this point. I like that it's not super formal, and I don't have to study or do preparation. Like, that is really, to me, that's like a key thing that I like a lot. That I can just show up and we can just go. And it's not like I didn't need to watch a movie the night before. I didn't need to, like, do anything. We can just go there and figure out what's going on. So I guess, like, that's something I do like a lot about how we have it. And the more that we do shit like getting guests involved, the more shit, it's more stuff to get fucked up, right? Like, how is it different? I feel like I should go watch a recent version of H3H3's like podcast where he just does nothing. But how different is what we're doing over what they're doing?
How different is what we're doing over what they're doing? I mean, I feel like they have a list of topics they usually run through, but you have to keep in mind the saturation thing is going to be a lot different for us as well. Because I think the main issue, or if it even is an issue, but the main issue we have is that like everything we can bring up on the show we've talked about extensively. Like that's the issue. like, I think people are excited to tune into Ethan when he streams, like, on a Patreon-only stream, or when he just streams his after-hours bullshit, because they're like, oh, shit, like, we barely hear what Ethan thinks, like, except for, like, on this formal structure in a show, and I want to get, like, some extra thoughts or whatever. But, like, it's the exact opposite with us, where it's like, okay, well, time to tune into something else, but, like, I don't know what the fuck these guys are going to talk about that we haven't already heard them talk about, or at least Destiny already talk about. So I think it's, like, a weirder thing.
Is there anything that you think we should be doing differently, or that you want to do differently?
Yeah, we just
I'm content as is, to be clear. I don't think that... Like, I'm fine with the topics
What kind
list.
of medicine do you
I'm
seek?
fine with kind of rehashing some stuff if we need to. And I think there's always enough funny stuff going on that I'm never really concerned, honestly.
Of course. Do look after yourself. What kind of medicine do you seek?
I mean, what do we want to do differently? I don't know. It's hard to say because we only have 2 episodes. It's easier once we start churning more out, then you can figure it out.
Yeah.
Do look after yourself. What? Do look after yourself.
Why did you not go through the squatters?
What kind of medicine do you seek?
I think we would have both completely agreed on that. I think that's why I didn't bring it up. I saw it in there. I saw the squatters thing and that there's a law. But I already know that. I think me and Steven would like both agree. Like, for instance, we could save topics. Like, for instance, there's definitely shit we could debate about that would be interesting. That I think we'd like. For instance, I don't think. Oh, this is like kind of a good one to discuss. I don't know. You know how a lot of people want it that if you talk to your shrink and you say certain things that they take away your guns? You know what I'm talking about?
You're kind of like, almost like red flag laws, or?
Yeah, like red flag laws. So, like, I could argue easily, I think that's like a bad thing because I'm scared people away from talking to therapists because they think that if they said the wrong thing, they'll lose their guns.
Sure.
Right? Would you agree with that, though?
Probably.
Yeah, so like, see, that's like, that could be good. It's like difficult to find some things like
the problem
that.
is, here's like a hot take, and I noticed this today with my Bogosian. I never pronounce his name correctly. Does anybody know how you pronounce? I don't know. I'm asking.
I think it's Boghosian.
It might be. I had a conversation with Peter, Boghosian guy, and tomorrow we're doing one of those street epistemology things. And we spent a long time trying to figure out like things we would disagree on. Now, I'm not co-signing his character completely, but he seemed pretty reasonable. But like, earlier in the show, he made a comment about trans people that maybe he didn't think that trans people were real, or at least that like children shouldn't have access to trans drugs. So I asked him about that because he's like, oh, what do you think we disagree on? Or like, what would you challenge me on that you think I'm like ideologically lost in? I was like, okay, well, for the trans people thing. And he's like, I don't think anybody under the age of 18 should have access to drugs. And so then he's like, how would you figure out if I truly believe this or I was good from it? I was like, okay, well, like I would have a conversation about, do you feel like this is principally based, like deontological, or do you think this is like consequentially based, like just based on the outcomes? He's like, well, probably both. And I was like, okay, well, what if it was the case that we could brain scan somebody and know 100% that they were trans? Would you be in favor of giving a kid a drug then? And he said, yeah, 100%. I was like, okay, well, fuck then. Our disagreement is going to be empirical. So my hot take is, and I notice there's a lot going back and forth with him, I think if you have two reasonable people, it feels like disagreements are generally going to be really boring, because at the end of the day, you might disagree on some applied stuff, but if you're both reasonable, there's not going to be like a ton of like crazy back and forth.
I guess that's true. Like even today, when I'm arguing with you over the semantics of first degree versus second degree murder, in the end, we come to the assumption that like, hey, it's the extraneous facts after the fact. Like, what did he say to the cops afterwards? Did he, like, you know, all that type of shit. Like, I feel like it's a lot of fun getting there, the arguing and yelling at each other and things along those lines. But yeah, we are going to certainly, it's never going to be like, you're just wrong and I can't prove it and I can't say why. It's not going to be like that.
Sure.
Obviously.
So you have to stumble into the facts where we are strongly opinionated opposite each other, and that it's just hard to find those. The Apple thing is an example of one of those things, but also, how do you know about that before you're like actually talking about it? Because
honestly, every time I go into one of these things, I'm not like, I don't feel like I'm scrounging at all for topics or for things to talk about or to yell at. First off, I had a few drinks, so I'm a little bit loosened up, and, you know, it's easier for me to just kind of, you know, be funny and talk about whatever. You've had one drink, and that's like me having 3 drinks. So we're both kind of loose on the subject. Chad's going there, telling us every fucking thing that's possibly happening in real time as it happens constantly. So that's not an issue. I feel like, I don't know, maybe we're overthinking it. August gives us a topic list. We can
If there's
kind of
anything I
go
can
over
do
that
for you,
shit as we
please
want
let
to,
me know.
and we usually just go into fucking like side tangents on shit like that. Like it might start on, hey, what do you think of squatters? And then we'll just argue for an hour about if rent control is killing fucking children in San Francisco or something. I think that's probably fine. And I don't know if we have to significantly change everything. I don't know who has a problem with this in the first place. Like, is there a segment of people who are like, I hate this new podcast and I wish
Oh,
you
I didn't know.
wouldn't
I
do this.
started some of this because you said you were like reading comments and you made it sound like they all wanted something way different.
It does feel when I read the comments that people don't know what they want.
hope to
That's
see
the
you again
problem.
soon.
It's like
I feel like when I looked
look
at the comments, I feel like they were overwhelmingly positive.
maybe I'm just more critical, I guess. That's it. I mean, yeah, it's certainly positive. People like it. I think that it's probably also to do that nobody knows who I am for the last year, so that could be a big part of it also, right?
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
And they're just like, I mean, because if like there was an orbiter that came on stream that I've never heard before in the last 6 months, and he was this fucking condescending and cocky, I would immediately hate that fucking person instantly with my fucking entire soul.
Base.
So, yeah, so maybe that makes sense a little bit. Okay, so we just changed nothing, basically.
I think it generally works. I think having other people on is also like a nice way to.
How would we incorporate that? Because I don't want it to be crazy, like the things we've talked about, like, hey, let's fly in DSP. That's going to be fucking mental, right? But there's people that are local that can stop by, but do they want to be there for the whole show?
I've got to get Sato.
I don't know. Imagine it was another person.
I have to cool down the Shinsengumi. They're gathering in numbers,
right?
Chomping at the bit to get revenge.
I think that depends on us. I don't think I want someone there for the whole show. I feel like that's like too much pressure, and especially if it's a little bit awkward.
Apologies for interrupting, sir.
Oh, you see what
The group calling themselves the Seki
August is saying there in the chat as an option. We could do stuff like that.
What did he
I don't
say?
know how.
Wait, repeat it.
Why I can't. You can read what he said in the.
She's a former.
Oh, in our Discord. I thought you meant okay.
I'm not
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a good person to have for an hour, but.
Yeah, I mean, it would. It would be fucking. But I mean, how wild would that get?
What do you mean by wild?
Like fucking things getting thrown across the room and screaming.
No, I don't think that would happen with
almost
almost any. No, with what? No.
I don't know. Listen, I don't. Hey, see, the fact that I just said that and people have brought up one of the names in there, people definitely are like, yes, that's gonna happen. We don't have any security, bro. Minus me and you being strapped up. Okay, that's it. And you already know if Farha throws one.
There's no Farha is not gonna be starting a fight in our no. Oh my god.
P365 mag.
Okay.
Immediately, because I have to, because I'm carrying and I can't worry about bumping my head on the table, losing consciousness.
Good.
I don't think we have to worry about that, but your concern is noted. All right.
Well, I was playing it up a little bit there.
Get
for
to
the
Edo
joke,
Castle
but
as quick as you can and drive.
I know you just got back. Sorry you walked right into this.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's something else I want to run by.
Dan, you also need to pull it with the Remember Shawshank, Remember Lord of the Rings, etc.
Hey,
thing.
I'm sure you know.
Well, we were talking.
By reducing Edo
Listen, I don't do the remember when shit a lot because it's the lowest like form of bullshit, and I agree with that. But the segment was literally Steven saying that movies before '97 were all shit, so it was funny. Yeah, so I mean, like that was a funny thing to do.
Plenty of capable men.
But I remember, man, back in my day, like, yeah, you guys aren't gonna give a shit about that.
On the table. I'm going to ask Chief Tatsugoro to start the blaze. I've tried to speak to him about it, but...
Also, I don't give a shit that you guys are so fucking mad about the Sopranos thing. It is true what I said. It's fine. It's a great show. Totally rewatchable. Okay? But it doesn't have the cinematography, the audio, the lighting, anything about it outside of good acting from Tony Soprano, okay, and a few of the other people there is not true. I don't care. I don't care. That's fine. Okay? We can agree to disagree. It is a totally different show than other shows produced at the same time, like The Wire. Or when did Generation Kill come out? Was that like at the similar time as The Sopranos? Generation Kill. Like, you're
Such a
talking about-
Reddit opinion that Dan has on this.
It's not even.
Anyone else in here on Reddit?
It's not even a Reddit opinion. I got murdered for saying that on the Reddit. Everyone was hating me so hard. But it's fine. It's okay. Great show, just cinematographically. Is that even a word? Cinematographically? Doesn't matter. It's just different. Go watch like Generation Kill. Go watch The Wire. Go watch some of these other shows, and you'll see just Sopranos feels like Grey's Anatomy with killing people. And it just is what it is. And I don't care. And you're wrong if you disagree with me.
Wow. You're just so Reddit.
That is definitely not a Reddit opinion.
That's also definitely wrong because I just watched Sopranos.
Generation Kill is all. You're okay. It's fine. Listen, we can all have opinions. That's what's great. Remember, on the dividing the community type of thing, what we do, we say, what's better, a dog or a cat? And then we let them fight amongst each other. Okay? That's how you do it. That's how we divide people. I mean, cats are obviously better. People who have dogs have deep insecurities that need someone to constantly say, I love you, I'll love you forever. Whereas people who have cats are content with themselves. And it's like, hey man, what's up? He's like, dude, I got shit to do, I'll talk to you later. And that's a good relationship to have with a cat. So basically, if you have a dog, you're kind of a loser, okay? And if you're a cat, or sorry, if you have a cat, the cat allows you to be in its presence. You're probably like a pretty interesting, chill dude. You know what's going on. You know, you don't need that outside affirmation stuff. Yeah, but I get it.
I don't want to hear it. If you're telling me to set fire to Edo, I think it's high time I knock some sense into you.
Dan stole his takes from this thread.
Lost your mind.
Oh, did you find the Reddit thread where he jacked his takes from, guys?
She can't be too. It's not even like the same shit that I said, but. Dan, instead of forcing Destiny to drink alcohol, which by the way, I'm not gonna even try to do anymore because it's just fucking pointless. This guy is fucking wild. He'll go to like not drink anything, and sometimes I swear to God, I went out to eat with this guy one time. It was like what, 2 years ago when you first moved here. We go to a steakhouse, and he's like, first off, you're at a steakhouse. He's like, let me get 3 shots of rum. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? And he just drank them all. It was wild.
When did this happen? What?
This 100% happened at Smith and Warrenstein on South Beach. And you were just like, hey, let me. You ordered shots for yourself. I couldn't fucking do it. When you first came down here.
I don't remember.
100% happened. You went for like a long walk. We had to find you afterwards.
Oh, I wanted to kill myself because I just got unpartnered from Twitch. That's what happened. Or I got banned or something.
No, it wasn't that. You're just wacky. You're making me feel. Okay, now you're making me feel bad. Okay.
It was, yeah. I got departnered. That's what that was over. There was another person with us, right? It was you, me, Mooten, and another person, right?
Mooten was with us. That's right. Yes.
And I remember that. Yeah. Jesus, that was a rough day. My God.
You've been departnered so many times. You should be immune to it right now.
That was the first time in my life I got departnered.
Yeah, but you knew it was coming.
No, it doesn't matter. Knowing something's coming is a lot different than actually happening.
All right. Well, we're going to agree to disagree.
Okay.
Anyways, it's not funny, Dan. Hey, Darian, go fuck yourself. How about that? Is that funny? You know what it is?
Yeah.
It's fine. You know what I did buy for the next? I bought a VAC meter. So even though you're not drinking, we'll see where I stand at various points of the podcast. I feel like this is definitely irresponsible in how these guys are not supposed to be used, but we're gonna do it.
What are you gonna do with it? Or are you just not supposed to?
Well, people like these things are dangerous because people use them as like, oh, how drunk can you get, bro? You only 0.2. Come on, man, have 2 more.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean that's the danger of it, right? That's how we're gonna be using it. We'll see where I'm at.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
I guess so. It's all just August's fault, basically. Come up with better, more topical shit that day that we can talk about. And you just have to basically contain yourself beforehand. Oh, and I want to answer that. Can we do this on Thursdays?
Yeah.
Alright, good.
Does it matter? Wait, why are we not doing it on?
I don't like doing it on the weekends. The weekends suck. are the 2 days you usually have shit on Friday, right? That's Bridges?
I think it just depends on when people are flying in and shit, but it'll either be Friday or probably Saturday, but, yeah.
I lost again. You're a beast, you know.
Or it could be... Well, we'll just start here.
Apologies. I got...
Remember, this is for the live show. This isn't...
So,
well, yeah, obviously,
it's only
for the
the
live show,
buildings that
right?
will go.
Yeah.
I see the
You'll still be
Shogun
able to
can no
see it
longer
later.
afford to worry about their reputation if all else fails.
Mention how August told
And
you
I
Dan
mean
needs
all
to
else.
enunciate and
How
avoid
can I
misspeaking.
tell him
I've
it's
given
his
up
job to
giving a
resolve
shit,
this
I think, at
without
this
burning
point.
Edo down?
Actually, it's not true. I still care.
For
It's
your
very
downfall,
fucking
it is
annoying. And it's
forgotten.
only annoying because I look over to
One
you and I
more
see that
thing.
stupid smirk
If
on your
this
fucking
plan
face
gets scrapped,
when I'm trying to say
he needs
something.
to
And
send
it just
me word right
really
away.
fucking pisses me
not
off. And
through
there's
you.
nothing I can do about
I
it.
need to
You know,
hear
it just,
straight
it's
from the
rage
horse's
fills
mouth.
me immediately.
The man's lost sight
sorry.
of what's really important.
I mean, it's okay. This is what it is.
You give him a good smack for
Alright,
me next time
Thursdays,
you see him.
I think, are good. Unless we need to change it. We're both flexible, so that's fine. So this Thursday at 6 p.m. Unless you want... Wait, we could do it earlier. Would that make your life easier, hypothetically?
Doing something...
Actually, that's an interesting idea. What about that? Instead of starting at 6, starting at 3.
Why?
Because then you don't have to hold back anything at all. We just get on and we have the fucking news for the day and the topics, and you haven't discussed anything since the previous day.
Well, you're assuming stuff has happened like that morning or last night that hasn't been covered yet, right? I don't know if the difference between like 3 to 9 is gonna, or 3 to 6 is gonna matter much.
It's been a while since I crossed swords in earnest.
Okay.
Like, our issue isn't that we're discussing all the stuff that I just discussed earlier that day, it's that we're discussing stuff that's been discussed.
Yeah. Listen, I can drink it free. Actually, some people like prefer it, because then the problem is, I don't know why this happens, but if I've had any alcohol at all, like I can't sleep with the sleeping sensation. Like it has the opposite effect when I'm like laying in bed until like 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah, that's another thing that I don't mind getting drunk a little bit. I don't know how. I'm not trying to make anything weird here, but I don't think I ever want to be in the habit of drinking once a week. It's a weird on my part. That's fair.
Once a week? You think it'd be bad? Really? For like 1 glass of wine?
I think the consensus right now is I think all alcohol is bad for you. You shouldn't ever drink.
I feel like I've read like a study that says people in Italy who have like
yeah,
a glass
I know.
of
There's
wine
like the
a
wine
day-
shit, but I'm pretty sure that's just not true. I don't think there's ever a reason you just should never drink. I don't mind getting fucked up every now and then, but if I start doing it like every week,
First off, we're not trying to. Okay. I don't get fucked up either. Okay, to be clear, like I'll have 2 or 3 drinks, but I've never been in a position where I felt fall down, blacking out, room spinning. None of that has ever happened. And also, I don't drink at all during the week. Literally, I haven't even gone out.
I'm afraid I win this one.
That said, I definitely don't think you need any health concerns for having 1 drink. But I'm not going to force it on you if you don't want
sure.
to.
But also, what the fuck is the fun in having just 1 drink?
It's been a while since I crossed swords in
Who has the same thing? Someone else has the same thing. I don't get it. I was arguing with fucking Noah, my employee, about this. Who doesn't drink at all anymore. Completely fucking gave it up. Completely. You can just have 1 or 2 drinks and leave it there. Like, you're just like him. It's like, no, what's the point, dude? If I fucking drink, I'm going YOLO. I'm like, dude, you don't need to go YOLO. You can just have like 2, maybe 3 drinks if you're feeling wild and leaving it there. But people like you and him, I don't understand. You're like, I'm gonna keep going until the room is fucking spinning. I can't remember the previous day, and it's, yeah. Alright, fine, fair enough.
Listen.
I'm afraid I win
If
He
being
doesn't drink
buzzed,
at all
if
anymore.
being buzzed is fun, then being wasted is even more fun. So why
That's
would you
not
only,
true.
So why would you only be buzzed?
That is not true. Like, being slightly buzzed is kind of like a social lubricant, you know, loosens
I
you
don't
up.
need to socially lubricate myself or loosen myself up near you.
You do, because you're kind of fucking, you're preoccupied usually when I'm talking to you. There's like 3 other women in like a Discord group chat that you're probably talking to at the same time. It's like, I don't really have you there.
Let's say all of that was
Like,
true. Why do you think me drinking a little bit would make me not talk to women?
Because I could get you more because you're not gonna fuck them during the show, obviously. So you'd be like, listen, bitches, I'll talk to you later. I got a show to do.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Now that I'm getting a little drunk, I don't want to talk to girls anymore. I just want to talk to women.
Yeah, but you're on stream, so it's like you kind of have to like take it more, more seriously or something. first off, because there's been many times this is like far away from the first off. I do have a liquor dispenser in my office, but if you have noticed, the levels on it don't change because I don't drink. Okay,
Or you're refilling them constantly.
I'm not refilling them constantly. Okay, I'm not a big drinker. Okay, I don't have a big tolerance. I mean, I can have some gin and tonic, but you know, beyond that, the room will start spinning.
That's such bullshit, bro.
So it's been 3 of them so far. I couldn't sleep until like 3 in the morning because it fucks with my shit, with my sleep, so I don't like it. Who's not surprised? Barty Seppi? No, wait, sorry. No, it is. Well, good. I'm glad that you're not surprised. What else? What is H3H3 or other shows similar to this do besides having a set of
They're entertaining people. People like them. They're endearing. They've got like a nice production staff. They follow their stories for a long time. People like them.
That is another thing. Our production staff. I feel like Lycan has got to do a better job of not zooming in on my keyboard as I'm typing my MacBook password. That would be good. Also, more things along those lines would be good too as well. Is there anything else? Another it seems fine.
Listen, you know, I gave you a call. Alright? Cameras there.
I didn't know it was on my keyboard. So, you know what I asked for? That's still not there? Okay, I don't know why it's here. I asked for a second monitor showing exactly what's happening on stream at all times. That way, we don't need to go, and I don't need to be like, hey, Lycan, is the camera on me, or is the camera on him? I can just look and see.
Guess who controls the monitor budget?
Alright, Steven, can you
I don't control it. That Bridges controls the monitor budget. We got the budget in there for another monitor. But also, if you want to buy a monitor, that's fine. But don't ever, we're not doing one for the guests. Nobody should be able to see themselves on stream. That's just a horrible, you don't ever want to do it.
So just for us.
No. You are the guest. We are the guests. The talent on stream. You never want
What
them to
the
be able to
actual fuck? Okay, alright, I'm gonna start taking these pills now, bro.
I don't feel.
No, you won't, because I pull shit up on screen and neither of you guys look at it. Like the entire time you're
Doesn't matter. It's a different thing. It's trust me. You can try it once if you want, but I've been in a lot of these shows. When you have a monitor there where somebody can see themselves on a show, they're looking at it and checking it constantly. Say, look, it destroys people. It's not good. It's just not good.
Well, I already have these. No, see, that's not an issue because I use my full YouTube stream on my laptop, so I can kind of know, but it's like delayed as well. That's the problem. No, it's just the ability to kind of know what's going on in real time. I think that's somewhat helpful.
You don't need to know. That's the production job. Your job is just to talk and be funny.
Okay.
I mean, we have a monitor ready to die. Like, every time I use it, I have to plug it in multiple times to get it to go. So you need a new one. Then possibly burn Edo down. How you like it. Danfield, there was that really vain chick who was a gold digger back in the Raj days. I always knew she'd always be looking at herself and fucking OPS. If Dan starts doing that shit, we'll turn it off.
I don't do that. And by the way, one other complaint that I have, I don't know what's going on, but the color grading needs to be sorted out on my side of the fucking table, okay? Because I look pale as fuck, and I'm tanner than all of you guys in the fucking room. I literally look like Casper the Ghost. How is that happening?
You white.
No, you're white, and you, Steven, are white. I am tan and olive.
I've said it before on stream, just so you know, people give you credit. You are darker than I am.
I don't understand why I'm coming off so completely ghost-like. Like I'm fucking translucent, like a I don't know. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's you know it is what it is. Yeah. What else? Is there anything else I think should change? Dan kept shifting in his chair and fucking up his audio. I did notice that if we talk a little bit loud, the echo comes through the stream. Is there anything we can do about that, or is there nothing?
Yeah, we're gonna do special shit for you guys because you guys get way louder than during bridges. So we're gonna have special gates for you guys that are meant to handle this shit.
Yeah, but the problem is if I slam it.
Oh no, that's gonna be.
Chat should be able to hear the slam. You know, I don't want a silent slam. There's nothing worse than that.
You won't be a silent.
There's
slam,
not,
you'll
no,
be
chat
unarmed,
can't hear the
so-
slam. There's no way you're configuring audio to do the most retarded shit in the world. You don't want people to ever hear your slamming. If we have that set up so they can hear it, then it's gonna fuck everything up.
So but I'm gonna have silent slams moving forward forever.
No, dude, stop, chill. All right, like the mics are gonna be on arms, and once the mics are on arms, the slam, quote unquote, will be more of an audible, like you're hearing table smack than you are hearing the mic fucking get jerked off.
Yeah, but that's what when he's thinking of the slam noise, he's thinking of like the mic rumbling. He's not thinking of what it would sound like to hear a table slam.
No, I'm for instance, like right now, like if I slam it, I assume you hear this. It'd be like, right, like that across that sound of like.
You hear this? Do you hear this?
You fucking
No, I
retards all have shit on your thing, so we
I
can't hear
don't
any
hear
of your
anything.
slamming. We didn't hear either of
But
your
you didn't hear
slamming.
my slam either?
No, nobody can hear your slam.
Really?
Guess we have good mic setup here.
No, it must be a Discord setting actually. Voice and video, echo cancellation, noise suppression. Okay, we're turning off that.
Oh boy.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, wait, so I sound a lot differently now with that
Yeah,
off?
slam Dan.
Okay, so like, you know, 100%. Like that's what I'm looking for. You understand?
Yeah, but
That's
you're not.
That's the money maker.
The funny sound here is the shit quality. That's what makes that sound good. You're either getting vibrations through a non-shock mounted mic, or you're just getting like a clipping, disgusting sound coming. Like you're not gonna have like a high quality microphone, and then also unless you literally buy a mic for slamming it.
Are we gonna have the slam it mic? Listen, I'm okay. We can bring in the slam it mic if that's what's needed.
I'm just gonna get you guys. We're gonna get like 3 stream decks. I'm gonna daisy chain them to the computer, and they will just all have soundboards, and there'll be a little slam icon, and you just hit that, and you'll get Mutants pounding.
It's not the same. You know, it's not the same. That's the problem. And people are gonna see me slamming the fucking table, and it's gonna be a silent slam, and they're gonna be like, "What an effeminate man! What is?"
Listen, if you want slams like that, then you need to find 2 podcasts that have good audio, and then give us an example of both where there's slams and people can hear them. Okay.
I don't think I can find that. The slam is a very unique to DGG element that's been passed on across the generations. Oh god, if this thing ever turns into the fucking fresh and fit.
I was gonna say, do you guys
No.
Do you guys want soundboard?
No, I did that one time. When I streamed, I did that shit, and it fucking it ruins everything. Like it's funny for you for a little bit, but then it's the most
for the viewers.
Like I had the KEKW sound thing. I had fucking Castlevania theme song as we were evicting people from a fucking room. Dude, we had it all. Okay, but it was a different day. Okay.
That kind of stream, that's fun as shit. But if you're doing a podcast, like people are walking a bit, and Marco is being played. Saying sentences. Yeah, that's obnoxious.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on, keep in mind though, when you say that's obnoxious and stuff, like, different audiences like different things. Some people might find like slams obnoxious, but that audience likes the going to Marco, like, and cutting people off. Everybody's
I bet our audience would fucking love slams. I bet.
They might, but again, remember, you're asking for contradictory things. You want a clear, high-quality microphone that's not picking up bullshit as background noise, and you want a dog shit mic that can be used slamming the table. You're asking for things that are... You can't do both, right?
I think I would almost give up the higher quality. Let's get rid of the $15,000 audio setup and bring in some Logitech mics, and let's get this fucking show on the road how it was meant to be.
If you want, we can grab you a SteelSeries mic and a long USB cable, and you can use a Tyler 1 mic while we're chatting, and I'll use mine if you want.
Fucking epic. That would work. Oh my god. Okay, that's an option. I'll think about it. We need a microphone for Dan's keyboard. No. Listen. Okay.
I need a new keyboard. Yeah. I need a new keyboard.
The show. Oh, you know, dude, I saw a thread in the Reddit. I don't know where it was, but someone was like, "There's not enough female representation on this show." I almost fucking died. Are we at the point where we have DEI in our podcast now?
My guess is that was probably a joke comment. So.
No, it was. They were serious.
Yeah, were they?
And then people were fighting them.
Well, let's get some ladies.
It has to be simple and easy and short notice. We need a list of women and people that are close by and willing to drop everything on a Thursday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. to come in for like 30 minutes or an hour, and then
How many?
yeah. The other thing we I don't know. I was gonna suggest we could do some shit going outside, like Lycan could have a portable setup, and we could like go talk to people, but that might be I don't know.
Harass people.
Do we have? I don't know if I want to get shot by putting a camera in someone's face. Have you thought about doing that type of shit? The street interviews type of thing?
Going outside, I mean, it would definitely be crazy and entertaining and wacky, yeah.
We could do it pre-recorded and then play through the segments.
No, only live. I don't want to do anything ever that's not live. I need chat in real time telling me how to feel. Okay? Steven does too. He doesn't want to say it, but it's a fucking requirement. We don't do anything that's not live. If it's not live, it doesn't even. I don't even know what to do when I'm doing this. Not being able to see real-time reaction just seems so. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem real, right? By the way, Steve feels completely the same way. He just silent because he knows it, like, to say it. So.
Also, I can do either. It doesn't matter.
But you prefer greatly to have the live show.
There's no way to increase or decrease the size of this text. Oh, I see. It's dynamic. It's kind of cringe.
Okay. Anyways. Everything else is going well. The Patreon is doing amazing, which is fantastic. I think we have everything on the Patreon side of things. I think everything is pretty much where it needs to be. The tiers are the right price. Getting a lot of signups. I think the main thing people want is the VODs, and the VODs are there, so that's working good. And the people who want to do extra shit, like Collins or shit, that's there. I don't really particularly like having to go and do all the behind-the-scenes shit, but you know.
Okay. Hold on, I'm almost done with this mission.
Wait. Okay. What?
With Collins, so.
Actually, I am at a decent spot.
Like, we need to kind of like be ready for the Collins, and there's got to be a moment where I can like where it's like, okay, you and Stephen are gonna chat.
All right, guys, it's time for us to go finish making a murderer down at the gym. Peace and love. I'm gonna make this quick.
We're gonna hear you talking when you're doing it.
No, did you guys hear me?
All right, get ready, babe.
Hey guys, all right, what's your topic? No, you guys were chatting. You didn't even notice I was doing it.
Let's go.
You know the other thing August suggested, but I don't know if we can do this or how it would work, is he wanted us to do a bonus episode once a month, only for Patreon subs. But does that mean it wouldn't be live?
I don't know. Probably. I don't think we should even think about that until we have like everything else needs to be down pat before we even worry about stuff like that. I think.
That's fine.
Dan, I got it. I'm gonna create a Google form, and you just need to. And if you give me access to the Patreon, I can do it, and we'll just send it out. And people that are to the tier that allows people to do call-ins, and they can go ahead and give Discord and their question, and I can screen them.
Okay. Okay. I don't know what August said. He said he didn't say that. I thought he said something along those lines. Maybe not. That's fine. Okay.
And do we have the Discord set up so that only the people with the right role or with the right tier can get in for call-ins?
It should be all set. I hooked up the Patreon right now. It's all set up to the
Discord,
to the Patreon, to the anything else Discord. It's all set up. So if you subscribe on Patreon, you already get the roles that you need, and all the other content is in the Discord. So all the behind-the-scenes content is there. All the VODs are there, and then if we do bonus content, that's there as well.
Okay, cool. Well then, as long as there's a channel that's like for those assigned to the roles that are, you know, have earned the privilege of making call-ins, then we're good. Someone in chat, Afidina makes a good point. We could kind of drive the narrative for the call-ins and choose a couple topics and say, hey, it has to be around this.
Honestly, I'd like to get to a point where the call-ins that we're doing are from people that are notable as well. Like, it would be funny to, I don't know, like call a streamer that has a conflict, I don't know, calling Mitch Jones and be like, hey man, I heard you just crashed your car. What's going on there? Like, that's more interesting to me than, so is incest actually incest in this, like, I don't know, do it, like, that's more.
A friend of Steven's is a friend of the pod, you know what I mean? Steven, get on it.
Okay, I'm on that.
Okay, first off, Dorf Row saying Dan hates DGG. Let me tell you something.
Uh-oh.
I've been here
Uh-oh.
since the beginning. I was here when the scrolls were written. You are nothing but a new frog that has bounced into territory on a path that I laid for you 10 years ago. You know nothing. Yeah. Well, what was it? Yeah, you weren't a thought in your fucking dad's balls when I was here shitposting in chat. Remember that.
What's that big guy from Cumtown? What's his name? Stavi or something like that?
Adam Friedland?
No,
that's the biggest guy.
His name's Stavi, I think. He's got some podcasts I've seen on Reels, and they do that thing where people have the voicemail, like people leave voicemails, and so I assume their producer just screens them and finds the funniest ones, like people asking for advice and shit.
Saki, yes, I see what you're saying. I remember that call. That was one of the wildest viewer call-ins that we had, and it was fucking, parts of it were funny, obviously, like the helicopter moment, but most calls are not like that. That's the problem, okay? Like, those are the rare ones. The other ones are not funny.
If anyone knows what the program is that people use that for, I've seen it done before in the past. There's probably a better one now, so if you can tag me what people use for that shit in chat, please.
Bring animals on like Conan? Yes, that's what we're gonna do.
We have Eve. We can hold Eve while you podcast.
Yeah. Tasty gravel. That's what I'm talking about, man. You know? They don't know. They're a bunch of non-knowers.